can't let you know. I just can't let you know.
Seems smooth, doesn't it? The way the ice...
And now we're not here. And then we are! Welcome to Onesie Wednesday. My name is TJ. This is Bryce. He's not quite used to his cues yet. This is your first time joining us. Our green screen, we tried to be in the forest, but the green screen is not really liking us being in the forest as much.
I gotta get real close and personal with you.
Gotta get real close and personal. Definitely. Anyway, we're having Onesie Wednesday. It's going to be modern tonight, and it's going to be all kinds of fun. So, Bryce, first time joining.
Yes.
But, man, you are just destroying this green screen as I had it. Not much like a panda would. I don't know, man. Anyway, hello to everybody. We have got H-Dog, Siryu, Namachili, Skolin, Logical Glitch, some people. 12 people. And we aren't even actually... well, now we're starting.
Yeah, we're
but
starting now.
This is fun.
Yeah,
and
I'm excited. I'm excited to mess up a lot and hope things go well.
So we are going to we're going to ask you 3 questions that I've been asking the 3 people who get up on here. Okay, and the first one is how did you get into Magic? Like, tell what's your origin story, but without a shitty Deadpool. I said, family friendly. Moving on.
I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh way back in the day at a card shop called Bigfoot's in Edmonds. The owner was like, "Hey, this is a more adult game." And then I got a 7th edition black starter deck, and I just jammed that against my friend's goblin deck and lost horribly for multiple months. And then I started that sweet, sweet investment train of essentially burning money and turning it into cardboard.
Always cool. So the second question, what is your favorite strategy or just deck to play?
Oh man, any prison deck. If it goes long, it's good.
Okay. So that's it, because you play Abzan Company in Modern.
I play Abzan Company in Modern, which is funny because it's the exact opposite.
Right.
And then I had, I guess I have, so it's still Tezzerator.
Right. You have,
Tezzerator.
but that's it. That is a prison deck.
That is a prison deck beyond belief.
Right. Which is definitely a lot of fun.
Just must be very
And
nice.
the third question, what is your favorite dinner?
My favorite dinner?
Yes. Also, let him know if he needs to speak up.
Yeah, let me know if I need to speak up, because I'm usually a loud person, so I don't want to be yelling back here.
Right.
That's hurting you guys. Favorite dinner? Realistically, I eat a lot of hamburgers just so I can put a lot of stuff on them. I love putting breakfast into any food.
Lots of customization.
Lots of, yeah. I had this burger that had ham, bacon, grilled onions, like 2 patties, and they're both like grass-fed.
That is,
Costs way too much, though.
so basically your favorite dinner is Abzan
Company.
Company, the dinner. Like, you can just kind of,
But whatever needs to be in there, in there.
yeah.
It's kind of how hamburgers work.
Okay, I mean, I kind of have a similar opinion about salads, but like chicken Caesar salad, and then you can just put anything else in it.
Just lettuce.
Oh.
Lettuce or like abundant meat. Just spot on.
Everything in
Oh,
between.
sit forward?
So, hello to Kobe the Cheese and Nollis. I know that Peter
you're
is
friendly.
in the room, so we should be able to get some kind of agenda on there. Now, the other big news, man, the big news is the ban restricted update. Man, you are destroying the green screen, dude.
I gotta be like up
close
and friendly with you. Oh no. We're both
It's
pandas
okay.
of some sort. Reproduced population.
I'm a red panda. He's a regular panda. I decided it was fitting considering our play styles that you play Abzan Company, black, white, with the green.
Yeah.
And I like red.
Yeah, I like red.
I like
it
red.
ended up being a little less red. I was gonna get you the squid or the octopus, but there's too much danglies bits.
He got me the 1C. Anyway, having a fun time, and I'm excited for some modern. I think we're going to have about 5 rounds tonight. In fact, we can definitely try if it's out there.
Yeah.
No one's borrowing mine tonight, but I know that there are people who
I
occasionally
played
play
against
it.
Infect once, and that's it. So there might be.
There might be. And no one's borrowed mine. Actually, not lending any of my decks tonight, which is pretty interesting.
I didn't even bring my decks.
Really? You
No. Brave man.
It's a good thing I didn't kick you off at the last minute.
Oh man, that would suck. That would have been like another hour drive home. That'd be horrible.
Oh.
Can I buy a pre-con and play?
So, if you are brand new, always feel free to hit that follow button. We're at, I don't know, about 20 people. I'm guessing that most of you are the people who join us pretty consistently. For those of you wondering, the onesies, if you didn't get the memo, it's mostly because we got to 1,000 followers, which actually we're now a little bit over that, but...
Where's that? Oh,
yeah,
snap.
we're actually at about 1,200.
1262.
But this is what we did. You guys kind of voted on it for what we should do when we hit 1,000, and this is what we're doing. So... it is all kinds of fun. You don't think that Thopter Foundry or Ancestral will affect the format at all, similar to Bitter Blossom? I disagree,
Yeah.
especially in the short term, possibly in the long term, but that's definitely one that as we come to between rounds and definitely at the end, we'll be talking about a lot more. You're not impressed until Storm does a thing. Well, you're living in Washington, so you're usually down for a storm. Atomic Tacos. If Burn is out there, I usually try and put it on because I'm a big Burn fan. That's a
fast
note to you.
matches. More decks, fast matches.
Fast
Good-
matches
good
gets
stuff.
more matches. Absolutely true. And I do. Oh, and did I ever look at that Gitrog list? I glanced at it.
Gitrog. Is that that's a new Toad, right?
That's the new Toad. That's the new. Oh, White Knight. Good to see you. But I glanced at it. I'd like to look at it more. It's definitely on my to-do list. But I'm actually to the point where I'm about to start delegating just the typing up of deck lists. And I've had a couple of people actually volunteer for it, which thank you to those people if they're listening, because my schedule has been absurd. So I'm actually going to be delegating that deck list input.
And me.
It ain't you.
And me.
Though I do think that the first match is up. Do you think you could do us a big
Oh,
old
sure.
favor, see what you can find us, and
I
then
will
when you get them to the table, if you could just ask them to. Duh. Anyway, if you could go find out. If you could just find out what they're playing, I know who they are, and if you could ask them to just delay until we let them know so we can introduce the decks. Bryce is getting the crash course in streaming tonight, which is all kind of fun. It's the first time that he's doing it with me, so it is going to be a blast. Okay, what's the first matchup? We are working on finding it right now. There were already some people there. Hopefully it is not something miserable. I do see Michael Londino. Hopefully he's going to be kind to us. But we will find out soon. So, if nothing else, then I guess we've kind of we've kept him off of there long enough with those various decks that maybe one time in the spotlight. So what have we got?
Okie dokie. We got
Michael?
Landinos on, looks like some Azorius brew, very control-y, and then the other one looks like Norn Sisters, which I'm super stoked.
So we have got
'cause I
Blue-White Control
played
versus Norn
crap out of
Sisters.
that deck.
Okay, and now you did ask them to hold off for just a moment while we
Yeah, I
introduce
told
it.
him to give him a thumbs up, and we're all good to go.
Okay, so Blue-White Control, very controlling versus Norn Sisters, which is, how do you feel about that one? Because I actually think that Norn Sisters is pretty advantageous against control.
He flipped through his deck, and the thing he chose to show me was a Supreme Verdict. So, depending on if Norn Sister can stabilize after that,
Okay,
it's good, because he also showed me, was it a Ranger?
okay. So maybe a Norin the Wary and a Genesis Chamber, kind of like the optimal
just-
turn 1,
just-
turn 2.
That would be spot on.
But if he ends up going to too many Soul Sisters into maybe an Ajani's Predmate, maybe a little bit too slow against a deck that is going to be repeatedly wiping the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about keeping your stuff on the board.
But also, one thing to keep in mind is that Blue-White Control can't apply a whole lot of pressure.
Oh, no.
So, I mean,
he's got free reign until I think turn 4,
yep.
with the exception of maybe Azorius Charms.
So, let's see it. It is going to be a blast, and if you want to give him the thumbs up, and we'll get it going. Let's have some fun. Okay, so both players getting
roll
ready,
them bones.
and we have gotten 11 from Donovan, followed by 6 from Michael. We are going to have Norn Sisters on the play, which I think is exactly where he wants to be. Zabasic, what's going on with the onesies? Well, we got over 1,000 followers, and so several weeks ago we promised that we would. And Bryce here, my fantastic volunteer, who happened to be a friend who had a onesie and an interest in being on the stream.
I highly suggest you buy one yourself. These are absolutely amazing, either for lounging around the house or making a fool of yourself.
Yes, this is now my second onesie. You guys have gotten me to buy a second one, because my first one was green, which is something that I didn't consider when I put that option on the table. So, a turn 1 Sacred Foundry from Donovan into a turn 1 Soul Sister.
Okay.
Not a bad play, but it's definitely not maybe the best.
Oh, I think it's an O-ring.
Alright.
Oh.
That is a Prairie Stream.
I'm pretty sure he has an O-ring and a Baneslayer in hand.
So,
That was a really shifty one. I don't think it was Baneslayer, but
okay. So, what have we got? Nope, we haven't gotten to 500 yet. And followed by Thalia. And actually,
Yeah,
we're talking about those really solid openers. And this is definitely one of them. Both players now at 19. The life total definitely going to be going up. Donovan really looking to get something that's going to stay on the board. Because
Yeah.
eventually, Michael will get that mana.
it's at turn 5 now. He has the Supreme Verdict in hand and a Detention Sphere.
So now it's a matter of if he continues to hit his land drops, which we can expect this deck to do,
Yeah.
then he'll be in a pretty decent position if Donovan doesn't come up with something eventually. But Donovan, he has at least some ability to present a fairly quick clock, but he's going to need to put it together pretty quickly.
He's seriously on cruise control right now. He needs to realize, I think, that he's playing against a slow deck.
Right?
Like, if he's, playing really cautious and decides not to swing in this turn or, the next couple turns, he's going to be putting himself in a place where it's going to be a little bit harder for him to get back.
Yes. Also, and we have... Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay. You got it.
So, okay, we're getting the attack first, maybe trying to
Okay.
draw out some kind of response, and a 2-minute Path to Exile on that Thalia.
Oh.
So, not a terrible, it's not awful for Donovan, but it's definitely better for Michael, because that's now putting him 1 turn ahead on this Supreme Verdict, and that's going to be his biggest priority. So, while that, and also staying at 18 as the control deck, when the later this goes, the better off you are.
And we saw the Genesis Chamber, so he's going to try and load the board real fast.
Right, and this Genesis Chamber is going to be a huge part,
Soul
especially
Warden Perforos. Ooh.
likely going to go Soul Warden into a Soul Sister.
Oh, yeah, he's going to go Chamber into Soul Sister.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
did I say something else?
Reverse.
Sorry. But Chamber into a Soul Sister, that's going to gain him actually 2... Man, that's actually going to gain him a decent amount of life. So that's actually going to gain him 3 life.
Yeah.
So he's going to go to 21, I believe, or to 20, I believe. Yep, so he'll be going to 20, getting that mirror token, which we do have those tokens out there, and he's on 4 mana.
He's on the Perforos point, it seems like.
And that Perforos could, and if Michael taps out to do this Supreme Verdict and Donovan follows it up with a Perforos, I think Donovan definitely has the tools to win this
Man,
game.
if only he could activate Perforos, that would be...
especially, and I think we might even see the Oblivion Ring if Michael has it going for this chamber.
He's he's good. He's good.
But
is that a Gideon?
If we follow up this, if we follow up that Oblivion Ring or that Detention Sphere on the Genesis Chamber, he's going to be dropping down a Purfros after that.
Yeah.
And how many can he expect to have? Oh, and actually, he does have a Detention Sphere in hand as well. So apparently he has enough.
He's good. He's good.
So right as we maybe said that Donovan had the advantage because of those two cards, the fact that Michael is running both of those means that actually I'm going to give this advantage back to Michael.
Absolutely. When it hits turn 5, we will see exactly...
we've got like a decent swing here, and we are going to get the tap out, but the interesting thing is that Michael is about to follow this up with a Detention Sphere.
No, he's going to convert this turn. There's no way you want to,
just to take down the Purfros?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you can just take down the Purfros. Now he's left with a board that's very susceptible to those board wipes. When he gets to his 4th land, he's in a great spot.
Yeah.
So, I really expect... Those were the two cards that if you would ask me, like, what are the critical drops for Donovan? I also said Norn, and I kind of forgot Purfros, but those are it.
I completely forgot about Purfros.
And they have been addressed entirely. So, a Champion of the Parish coming down... It's going to be able to grow over time, but...
No time.
I think for the biggest thing is that Michael needs to draw the 4th land more than anything.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as he
why
does...
he just went with the... That is why he did.
And that is a Celestial Colonnade, which isn't going to be enough for this turn. So he's going to drop that Colonnade, and next turn, Donovan needs to get a win.
What's that blue card in his hand?
I saw a Cryptic Command. Oh, and he's running a Spreading Seas, which is going to draw him. Now, here's one thing that I don't like, which is that...
he jammed the Colonnade beforehand.
Just a little bit too soon, and if he does have other 2-drops in hand, I think that's just putting yourself in a position that isn't ideal. So, he likely would have played the same thing, but at least it might signal more, and if your plan next turn is to just drop that singular card, it at least makes sense to me.
Or you hold up and just show the ability to remand. Like, that's...
It's an impactful play, and while we might still see Donovan make the same plays just because he has to be the aggressor, but actually he's going to be pretty low on life, and there are burn cards in this deck, so
probably play a set of bolts or something like that.
We've got a play set of bolts and I think some Helix as well.
Ooh,
yeah,
I like the Helix.
So here's the Supreme Verdict on his turn. That's going to wipe the board.
Doesn't even pull the other card to his hand.
Donovan's still in a little bit of a situation of being able to at least get this game. He's got, I think, one card in hand.
He's out of gas, I think, as far as it goes. It's a path, if I'm correct.
His top deck potential is there.
Oh.
Okay, so get some Champion of the Parish.
That's probably the best start off that.
If you're going to drop down a creature, probably that or a Purfros.
Yeah, but Purfros doesn't, I guess, it accomplishes it through the ETBs. But
exactly, then you just need to resolve them. But, okay, so I guess he might be on 3 bolts and some Helix.
3 bolts.
Okay. So, actually, he does have another Supreme Verdict in hand. We also have a Remand, and I think we have a Cryptic Command.
A Gridian. A Gideon, and I think that is a...
Gridian?
Yeah, Gridian, yeah.
Because he gets gritty, because he's on the field with combat.
Yeah. He's gritty because people keep hitting him in the face.
Nice. So, I think he might have another Spreading Seas in hand.
Yeah, he does. I just wanted to commit that Gideon, because it's a 1-1.
It's a 1-1, and you're not going to get a better time to do it.
Yeah, you're still profiting.
Yep. So he's taking it down, but I actually kind of like that because he has very little opportunity of, Donovan, whatever he draws, very likely not going to be able to take it down, especially plussing it up to, 8? Or to 6, I think.
Yeah, I think it starts at, 4 or 5?
Yeah, so you plus it up to 6. It takes maybe...
It takes 1, tops 2.
I think top 4 if you happen to bolt it as well.
Yeah.
And it also keeps your life total from going down to that danger point of 6.
Yeah, I mean,
even any lower, it kind of gets dangerous.
Just sponge.
And then, you start taking down those creatures, or eventually you can start swinging for 6 against this.
Nothing.
But instead he's passing back, keeping up that Cryptic Command, I believe. But I'm not really sure how I feel about that option, all things considered. There's the Norn, which actually... A Cryptic Command, maybe bouncing... Probably just going to go for a draw with it as well. But the Cryptic Command puts himself in a dangerous position. He might try and remand it, which seems really risky.
Yeah. As stupid as it sounds, I think it would be...
Just bounce the champion? Just because it forces him to at least replay it, and he can't swing this turn.
If he was real greedy, he'd just grab the Spreading Seas back.
Super greedy. So we get a draw from Michael. He does have those 2 basics. Actually using those Prairie Streams fairly well. Might finally drop down that Gideon, which I really...
Is Gideon 6?
No, Gideon is 5.
5, that's what I thought,
yeah, and I really expected that to come down later.
Oh, okay.
And
That'll
an
do it.
Elsbeth, also in hand. You know, the plus from that ability going to be very impactful. And I think that Donovan remains in kind of a situation in which he doesn't have a whole lot going on.
Yeah.
I think he does still have that path. So I think that Michael's going to be taking this game 1. But the problem is that until Michael actually presents a clock, Donovan has that small potential of just drawing a bolt.
Yep.
And so I don't blame him for not scooping yet because...
You have outs.
Exactly.
There's a plethora of outs.
There's outs. Now, this Elsbeth is cutting down a lot of them. And now your outs are basically have to be non-creature.
Yeah.
I'm-
Oh, yeah. If that gets too big, that's even an issue.
Yep.
Because it's not a May.
No, and the biggest thing is I want to take a look at this Champion of the Parish. I wish it was just any human,
Or
but I
number
think
2?
it's one you control.
Yeah, because of the tokens.
Yep.
I think it's only one you control.
It is your control, which is a shame. It's really, it's the right call. But
Yeah.
it would have been so cool if it was just whenever a human enters the battlefield.
That would be delicious.
It would be amazing. I'll take a 4/4. I mean, it's still
I mean,
gonna get chump blocked for days, but hilarious
I'd
is
even toss
hilarious.
ones in the sideboard just because I like really janky stuff.
Is it really round 1? Yes, it is. Though I did forget to start the timer. But Zampaco, it is round 1. Okay. Now, Siryu, as for pathing your own champion, I'm not quite sure I agree with that, just because the thinning is pretty negligible at that point, and it might save you 1 turn when you are going for that double bolt. But I agree that it's not going to get through, but the fact that he can just continually block and maybe buy himself some time to draw those outs, as opposed to taking that extra 1 per turn.
'Cause it seems like Azorius decks or White Blue decks usually just run either one big fatty like an Aetherling or a Baneslayer, or they go the token route like this and just try and win by submission.
Right. And I think Donovan's in more of a position where every turn of drawing counts, much
Yeah.
less than... And I think the impact of 1 extra turn will matter more than having 1 less land in the library.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just being able to stall out, because, I mean, Lendino's a smart guy, but I don't think he's swinging for Xaxes.
And actually that Gideon is going to be pretty impactful. I think a plus on it right now kills off that Champion of the Parish, which actually doesn't quite die yet, because it could even turn into a 3/3, and if Donovan casts anything...
Oh, it is a 3/3.
I'm sorry.
It
It
goes
starts off as a
4/4.
1/1, doesn't it?
That's an Orin.
Right, so it's now a 3/3.
Yeah.
And so right now, if I'm Michael, I would force him to attack. It's at 8, and I'd just take the attack, trade with it. He starts at 6, which is an insanely high amount.
Why
So-
did I get rid of mine?
Right? So the Soul Sister, pumping it up to a 4/4, it is going to have to attack, but it's at least going to survive. The big problem right now is that even a minus from Elsbeth kills it, and then he can just start getting aggressive.
Yep.
I don't think that even needs to.
Oh, he just jumps it.
Yeah,
Huh.
because he's got all day, and now he's able to just start swinging with a lot of damage. Okay, so
It's pretty disgusting.
yeah, they had a very good board, and actually Donovan able to path that Gideon if he starts getting aggressive with it, and I think that's going to be at least a little bit. It's one of those things that just buys you time.
Yeah, I mean,
more than anything, and especially with this Soul Sister out,
investing it in.
Michael needs to at least. He doesn't need to, but
What is?
that is a
Oh.
condemn. That's a condemn.
That
And it needs
is-
to be attacking, actually. Condemn is target attacking creature.
Oh man.
So it puts target attacking creature on the bottom of its
Now I
opponent's
gotta
library.
attack.
So let's go ahead and just get up Condemn, because apparently that's a notable card in this matchup.
No, it's attacking.
But put target attacking creature on the bottom of its own library. Its controller gains life equal to its toughness. This Gideon getting a plus, making more of these tokens.
Man.
Donovan getting hit.
What's this Elspeth's ultimate? Is it the pluses?
The plus is... I'm sorry, what?
the ultimate.
The ultimate is to each creature you control gets +2/+2 in flying.
Yep.
And that's going to close out this game extremely quick. The funny thing is that with all these pluses, he's gaining back the life that he's then taking. So he's actually at 22, or
He swings
back
in for-
at 23.
Swings in for 3, takes 3, swings 3. Gains.
Exactly. So, a remand taking down that other Soul Sister. We drawn a card, probably just going to recast it, though. And I
Yeah.
think his biggest game... I don't think
Oh, he
that
can't
Donovan-
recast it. He's off of white.
Oh, that's delightful. Those spreading seas actually be knocking him off of white is
That's disgusting.
delightful. But I think right now, Donovan is just in a spot to where the Bolts are going to win him the game. The Bolts can win him the game, but he's just not getting them. That
There
Condemn
we
can
go.
take down that card, which seems...
Gain your 5. Get it out of here.
Okay,
Your cards.
and Donovan just moving to the next game. Definitely a decent point because the odds of him winning at that point, extremely slim, especially when that Elspeth is about to ult, and that is a lethal amount of damage on the board.
Absolutely.
I guess maybe not lethal, but pretty close.
Oh, yeah, that's lethal.
Or, oh no, because he also has the Celestial Colony.
7? Yeah. Here's your question.
Yep.
What is Norn going to side in for this?
What is Norin going to side in for this? If I am Norin, the biggest thing is like we aren't fully aware of this deck list. We're still trying to actually get this deck list. But anything that's anti-control, so if you have any, you know, of like the Impact Tremors, those
Impact
become
Tremor
good.
is good.
Removal likely coming out. I guess some of the removal. But, you know, the biggest thing that he needs to try and answer is he just doesn't have a whole lot of options. You know, White gives you a lot of good hate cards for non-control
Wear and Tear would
strategies.
be good.
He might go for, you know, Rest in Peace if he suspects Snapcasters, but he didn't see any in game 1, so I'm
Didn't
not
see
that
any
worried about it.
Snapcasters, no like Lingering Souls. There's no real graveyard or anything like that.
Uh-huh. So,
Yeah, the
things like
sleeveless
Wear and
sideboard.
Tear, but, you know, it's hard for me to really come up with something that's going to be particularly excellent.
It's actually going to, you know, put something in there.
Right.
Because Wear and Tear is the only thing you're going to do to get back your creatures or whatever.
But apparently he's got 2 cards that he wants to bring in, and I think some
Wear
of
and
those...
Tear.
I would imagine so, just to take down the enchantments,
Yeah.
because that's really one of the things that lost him that game. So any way that he can take care of those, I think that's going to be his main game plan, and I'm not quite sure what he's taking out right now. But seems to be going for... Oh, come on. Yep, okay.
Yep.
And I think that is to Wear and Tear.
Yep.
From Michael, if you're Michael, I'm probably... one thing is hello to Market. I don't think that we've seen you before. Thanks for joining. I hope you hit that follow button. It is exciting to have some new people, so thanks for joining. Yeah, hit that follow button.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything like spectacular. Maybe there's some more creature removal. I'm trying to think because he doesn't have access to.
No,
what is it?
with blue-white, if he has more removal,
I'm thinking the blue-red thing. He doesn't have access to.
no, likely not going to be bringing that in. The biggest thing that is he might do something like a Celestial Purge to take down the Perforos. And he might also go for some kind of artifact destruction to take down the Genesis Chamber. But, you know, he doesn't have a huge amount of things that he needs to be concerned as long as he has got those detention spheres out.
Yeah.
So we might see something if he's running maybe Swan Song in the sideboard.
That would be an interesting one.
Just because it can take down those artifacts and enchantments,
Yeah.
which hits Perforos, it hits... But the biggest thing is I'm not sure what is in there that's going to be super relevant. I think Michael just might slightly tune his deck to be a little bit more better suited for it.
Yeah.
But all
Takes
things
out things that are
considered-
just dead.
Yeah. So, but you know, it seems like his main board has already got the answers to those things that really he should be afraid of from Donovan.
Yeah, I feel like he would probably like brought out maybe like Dispel just for something that can actually affect the game.
Yeah, and maybe a Condemn coming out just because you
Yeah.
know, gaining life for a Norn Sisters deck maybe not your optimal game plan.
Yeah.
But then again, usually you're casting that just to gain control of the game.
And you really realize your horrible posture when you sit in this camera.
Right? It's definitely true. Is Caleb on Living End tonight? I would imagine so, since Donovan was on Norn Sisters. So that is my assumption.
That's
Could you take
something
a
I
quick
wanna
look
see.
out the door and just tell me what the timer on the TV says, and I can fix that?
39 or 33.
Perfect. We're a little bit behind, but at least now we have a timer.
No, I gave you some time.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, what have
That's
we
a good
got
start.
here?
That's a great start.
Wow.
Out the gates running.
Definitely, and followed up by a Soul Sister. He's going to be swinging 4-3 here on turn 2. This is an excellent start as far as, you know, what his theoretical game plan could have been. The biggest thing is just needs to avoid the removal of Michael, and also, surprisingly,
There's that in the front. Oh.
I'm not sure, but if he actually ends up having a detention sphere,
That's probably what it is. Probably the 4-drop chase.
this is a lot of Planeswalkers. This is like blue-white Planeswalker control almost, which is pretty...
Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting one. So, a Tectonic Edge coming out off of that red mana. Still a base white deck, so not going to be super hurtful, but it is going to slow him down a lot, and I do think that I see some red cards in there. But we are going to see a swing for 6 here, and not being able to cast another creature before attacking definitely tells me that that lack of red mana might be hurting him. But this Genesis Chamber, nice. At least Michael now needs to start deciding what he wants to hit with some of this removal. I think that's another Oblivion Ring. No, that's a Disenchant. So,
yeah, that's rough.
Detention Sphere taking down those ones.
That is really rough.
The big thing is that even if, Donovan ends up has the wear, he's going to gain 2 life and get 2 mirror, and actually gain 4 life for it, but they're going to be losing a decent amount of their counters, and that huge clock that he was presenting going away. So
I really wish that Tech Edge was a Ghost Quarter right now.
Yeah, if that Tech Edge... personally, I'm more of a fan of Ghost Quarter in most situations right now. So I'm a little bit surprised to see it being a Tech Edge still.
Look at this.
White Knight, I can't get him sleeves. We operate on a budget of quite literally 0 and always going down.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, man.
That's all creatures, right? Get -1.
That's attacking creatures.
Attacking creatures, yes.
Yep. So attacking creatures. Let's go ahead and bring up that Jace Architect of Thought. I actually like the Jace a lot. It's one that I thought probably could have used a little bit more modern play. Of course, we get the terrible.
A lot of it was the dual deck because you usually see high price tags on Planeswalkers, and his is down there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see here. I'm checking the donations. Let's see here.
What?
I think White Knight had just gifted sleeves to Donovan.
Oh, hot damn. Do you have a specific kind you want to give?
Probably the same ones that he got Adam.
Oh, what was that?
White Knight is a generous man.
Are they white Ultra Pros?
No, I think those ones were green.
Keep up your name.
I put out a message to Dylan. We'll see what we can do.
Dylan on the horn.
I don't even have a horn. We need one.
You know what you need? You need those,
And it looks like going for the Hallowed Fountain from Michael.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably the right call. Still doesn't have one source. Really looking to get that wear and tear. Just to have some of his board back. He's able to gain some life here. That Champion of the Parish is nice, but if he's able to get back both of those champion, that's going to be huge because they're going to be 2/2s because they recognize himself. That's going to be a 3/3. He's going to get another 3 mirror, or 2 mirror. He's going to gain another 4 life.
Just think if he jams like 1 Soul Sister and then wear and tears.
Oof. I mean, even a wear and tear into a Soul Sister would be pretty impactful too. Just for getting the amount of +1/+1 counters on there.
What does he get with the J-Salt?
And there is a Disenchant. What does he get with the J-Salt?
Yeah. Isn't that 1 card of each player's deck?
It's 1 card out of each player's deck. It's still a -8. Probably Perforos if you have like an Elspeth in hand. Just the amount of inevitability.
Oh, you get Perforos and Elspeth.
Yeah.
Hey, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
That is a fast clock.
So that's kind of what I'd go for because +1 deal 6 damage, take 3 1/1s.
Yeah.
Feels pretty nice to me. So, and actually that might even be able to outrace like an ideal life gain situation from Donovan, but
he'd need 2 Soul Sisters to balance it.
Donovan not able to really get aggressive at the moment, especially because of this Jace, which is continually plussing. Michael going down to 9, but Donovan really needs to get something that's going to disrupt that Detention Sphere because that pretty much single-handedly shut down this entire game plan and gave Michael a huge amount of time.
I wonder if he's stuck on like a Spectral Procession or something like that because he's got that one blue now.
A Spectral Procession would be interesting, and I'm not sure how commonly it gets run in these Norn Sisters decks.
Really?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was in there just because they're game 3. But the Norn Sisters tends to be a little bit, between Soul Sisters and Norn Sisters is
really
a lot more synergy-based, whereas the Spectral Procession, like the Soul Sisters, while still very synergistic, it's just, I guess it's a different type of synergy, even though they're both very synergy-based. One is all about enter the battlefield triggers, while the other one is really all about that the flying creatures that can benefit from gain life.
You get in there real good.
And a Supreme Verdict is huge right now.
Yeah. Was it warranted? That's my thing.
He had that plus ability, and not knowing what else he has in hand.
If he's going to start Factor Fictioning off this guy.
I think that would be the main reason to see it happen, and I think we're going to see him path his own mirror just to get possibly that other light source. And
Please tell me it's Spectral
I think that's a little bit indicative of maybe that triple white, and a Spectral Possession would be pretty interesting there. Okay. And Dylan has not checked it yet, but I do have a little notice out to him to check it. So hopefully we can get him some sideboard sleeves soon. Even though that's Caleb's deck, so I'm sure Caleb will say thank you. In fact, I'll say it for them, as long as you did. Alright, hello everybody. I'm TJ.
Hi, I'm Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Thanks for joining. We're almost at 60 people in round 1. I'm pretty excited by that, so thank you everybody for continuing to make this stream just such an incredible experience. So
he's going on a more aggressive strategy.
Celestial Colonnade. Wow.
And kept the Condemns in.
And I'm pretty much going to make him choose between the Land of the Condemn and that Elspeth, and I'm going to take the Elspeth.
Hands down.
Because especially when you get to minus that Jace again next turn, there's a very small chance that you aren't going to hit your 6th land drop and slam down that Elspeth. And I am thrown off by that, but not knowing what is in Michael's hand, he might
Wait, did you just take the 2?
Yeah, he took the 2.
Did he play his land this turn?
He did. But he might just, if he has a Gideon in hand, or if he just has another win condition in hand, he might be okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's all up to him, really.
Yep. And we have got
okay.
a Ranger of Eos. Gets to find 2 1-drops, put them into his hand. I mean, what do we end up going for? Because the Soul Sister's not great. Maybe the Champions of the Parish, but that's not fantastic. You know, I can't imagine...
What is it, 1 CMC or less, or what?
Yep.
1 CMC or less.
And I can't really imagine, like, the ones that are going to take back this game for him at this point.
I haven't seen a single Pride Mate. Or,
Johnny's Pride Mate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely has not come out yet. It is in the deck. He might go for a Norn just because of the ETB ability of it, if he has, like, a card that cares about it. So maybe a Norn and a Soul Sister, or a Norn and a Champion of the Parish to try and get down something.
Especially I'd go for 1 card and then a Norn just to thin your deck out.
And... Oh, Legion Loyalist because the haste, possibly. And also it means that all of his creatures will have protection from tokens. And that's a pretty interesting choice there. Sarah Ascendant is not in Norn Sisters, which is why I did not say that one. Otherwise, I'd be all over that.
Yeah.
But that Legion Loyalist actually is going to make the Elspeth a basically non-blocker. Because now that once he casts that,
she's a sponge.
Basically becomes a sponge that continually puts out 1/1, so that's going to be really good. But I actually like that play by Donovan.
Yeah, I can completely understand it. I just worry about the crackback if he actually has an Elspeth, because that's what's going to get him in this one.
Yeah, and the fact that he put 1 on the bottom, he has to have something good.
Oh, he's fetching.
So, what are we... So I guess technically the Elspeth isn't trapped on the bottom anymore, so he could draw it. We're also going to have him Jace or Fictioning, going for a Prairie Stream, which has the 2 basics for it to come untapped. Seryu, I love that you have a local Norn Sisters deck. That's super cool.
Yeah, I had mine till like long ago.
It's such a cool deck.
It's fun. It's really fun. It's like Magic the Calculator, but man, it's good.
So
Just don't add Boon Reflection.
Now we do have the 6th land in Michael's hand, so he's putting down that Celestial Colonnade. I do see a Path to Exile. I think I see a Condemn because he took... Oh yeah, because he took that off of the Jacer Fiction.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he has anything that's actually presenting a huge clock, and it's still throwing me off a little bit.
He wants to take down his Condemn. He doesn't care about the creature.
Yeah. And he can definitely take down the Legion Loyalist.
Yeah.
And Donovan,
yeah. He's good. He's good.
He's definitely in a good position. That's more... I was excited by why Donovan went for that choice.
Oh yeah.
So we have a Cryptic, another land, and a Disenchant. And probably going to take the Cryptic. The Disenchant not really needed at the moment. He's able to counter the Genesis Chamber if it comes out. Able to hit the Perforos if that comes out. So Donovan really at a disadvantage. And I think we're going to end up seeing Michael with the win in 2. Likely here. I mean, the biggest question is when can Michael put together a win condition? And that Celestial Colonnade is going to do a decent job of it.
When that untaps, I think he'll be pretty good. Is this going to get condemned?
Okay. Alright.
Okay, yeah, he's going to do it.
No
remorse.
Call of the Bloodline. That is beautiful. Also, White Knight. Get your eyes open.
What do they call the Bloodline?
Call the Bloodline is the new one from Shadows of Innistrad with
Man, I have
the
no
one
idea.
man. It's a 2-mana black enchantment with pay as mana and discard a card to put in a 1/1 black and white, I think, or
Cleric or
vampire with lifelink. Yeah.
And that's instant speed, right?
That is gloriously spicy. You can only do it once per turn.
Hey, there's 2 turns.
There's 2 turns. All right, and here we have for 3 mana. There we go.
Oh man, they're purple.
White Knight.
Oh, here we are. Here we are.
And it plays out the Opportunist Primate. White Knight, the patron saint of the sleeveless.
Yeah. Hey, man, you're on top of it before I am.
So a Cryptic Command taking that down, and looks like drawing a card as well. Thanks, White Knight. All right.
You know what?
I don't think that Donovan can win this one, though.
No, I don't think. I mean, I would love to see like the almost BM play a bouncing around Jace.
Just to get it back up to a higher number of counters? Oh, God, goodness. That would just be gloriously wasteful.
Oh, Black Knight now.
Oh, it's just a Black Knight. Okay.
Oh yeah, it would have been the play.
And a Bolt taking down the Jace. So I think Michael actually has a board wipe in hand, but suddenly the Soul Sister, you know, it's a win condition. And actually, Michael still hasn't really put one together. You know, he's got these Cryptic Commands, he's got possibly Snapcasters.
I think he has a Snapcaster in hand.
But I really, you know, Michael doesn't have a win condition out, and Donovan has a Norn in hand. Or I'm sorry, not a Norn, a Legion Loyalist.
Yes.
Michael does have the removal to slow it down, as well as the counters to take it down. Especially a Remand is going to keep Donovan from casting it at all next turn, because
he's
he
only
has the
on one
single
red
red
source
mana.
now.
So Michael has all kinds of time, but eventually, like, a clock is needed.
Yeah,
And while
he needs to do something. He can't just sit there.
and he might end up just using the Celestial Colonnade, which is definitely an option, but tapping out becomes a little bit problematic.
Hey, when you trade it for the Legion Loyalist, release 1 creature a turn.
Yeah, and I think
Doesn't
that's
seem
something that
bad.
we're a lot more likely to see.
25.
All right, and the life total should be right. I'm not sure why.
Snap.
Okay, so we have a Snapcaster, possibly into a Remand is what I'd like to see, just because of the fact that that'll be a hard counter for the turn. As well as drawing himself a card.
Oh.
Or he's going to go ahead and go with the Condemn. So that's going to swing.
Right.
Condemning the Soul Sister, he's going to go up to 26, and then just going to trade with that Legion Loyalist.
Man, he should have waited 1 more creature.
Unfortunate, because
First strike
it
there,
would have
right?
given him
Yeah.
first strike, trample, and protection, or can't be blocked by tokens. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So Michael, I mean, he's got a 7-turn clock.
E.
So his life total is sup. Fair enough. Good to see you, Doro, as always. So Michael, you know, it's like I can't picture Michael losing,
No.
but right now he doesn't have a whole lot going for him to
Yeah,
be
nothing's
winning.
really like coming forward from him. I feel like he's really on that play go or land go.
Right, but he's very significantly in control of this game.
Oh, absolutely.
So we have a Detention Sphere out, so he's safe from another threat like that Perforos, Genesis Chamber, any of those other ones that are resilient to the spot removal.
Yeah.
He's good. Still got a Path to Exile in hand. Yeah, I think this is kind of the point.
He just needs to play the snap and then get in there. Like,
I think that might honestly be the game plan, is to just do something like a Snapcaster into anything, really, and just start getting that 2 damage in per turn. And
what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Snap, Cryptic. I really want that Spreading Sea to come back.
Yeah, bring back the Spreading Seas to take down the other land.
I mean, just to draw another card. You're trying to get deep to your win conditions at this point.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you got everything else under control. He has a Cryptic in hand. He has a Cryptic engraved.
I mean, even like a Snap Cryptic, drawing a card and bouncing the Spreading Seas.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
That'd be delicious.
I mean, draw and that Thalia, you know,
That's
nice,
gone.
but not going to be that good.
This is the time though they get the clock, draw a card.
Yep, Snapcaster. Probably this is going to be where you counter it. And actually, you know, interestingly, we might almost see him go for the path, which would... Okay, so we are going to go with that one. Cryptic Command, countering that, drawing a card. I like that one. And we have got also Slowly Crashing. Hello, it's good to see you. That's Colvin.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always picture some kind of like large rhino or like siege rhino whenever I hear sea slowly crashing.
With Slowly Crashing?
Yeah.
Oh man, I always just picture that as like his favorite deck type, like his mono blue taking turns. Do we have the Elspeth in hand?
No, I'm talking about the wear and tear.
Oh, and that's gonna do a little bit. Hey Lavamancer, it's good to see you. We promised a onesie Wednesday. You got a onesie Wednesday. Thanks for getting us over 1,000 followers. It's really good to have you. And if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button because we do fun stuff like Onesie Wednesday. And if you don't know, ask us about what happens when we get to 500 viewers. It is a hoot, a holler, and an absolute hootenanny. And we'll see if Bryce can add something onto that list of the obligations. There's a lot.
Oh, man. Ask me if I'm a tree.
Ask you if you're a tree?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So, thanks, man.
I know you like the badges.
So, Supreme Verdict taking down his own Snapcaster Mage at this point. I have no idea what was just said. How close have we gotten to the 500? We've gotten to 350.
Yeah.
We've gotten to 350. I'm hoping one of these GPTs coming up is going to get us there. But actually, like 350 was a pretty decent amount. We've gotten actually maybe closer to 375.
I think I was watching at that point in time.
Well, yeah, you were one of the 375.
Yes.
It was a lot. It was right after the Star City games ended, and a bunch of people flooded in. Okay, so we have got the champion of the parishes getting hit. We have a Johnny's Pridemate getting pathed. Really, Michael just needs to, I can understand his hesitance because he's at 8 life, which is under a little bit of pressure. Million Little! Good to see you. I remember seeing your name once. Thanks for coming back.
Where's the onesies? Like,
really?
Do we need to stand up?
I don't know.
Make sure it's all one piece.
Okay. So Donovan, took 2 damage. He's at 24. But Michael, he's in such command of this game.
Yeah. It's really awkward because he's getting in for points and he's like applying pressure when he can.
And he'll still have 2 mana up. He can still have that remand up, and he can still have a Path to Exile up. So
now is your time.
All right, Million Little, it is great to have you again. I hope that if you haven't yet, you've hit that follow button and join us or join us again. Oh no, they're full onesie. They are full onesie.
They are comfy. It's questionable what I'm wearing under it. It's actually shorts.
Thanks, man.
It's way too hot in here.
Still more landed. He's going to even have 3 mana. If he hasn't yet, now is finally that time to get aggressive with these colonnades because he's got 3 of them.
Yep.
So he doesn't need to worry about them getting removed.
Nope. The only thing I'd worry about is that he just topped his card he scried. Because I guess it's something he can save himself with, but...
Possibly, but...
There's no, silver bullet to this. This is...
Like, I don't think that anything that Donovan has can handle 3 Celestial Colonnades coming in every turn.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's in there. I don't think that it's a concern. And now we're going to start seeing that swing for 4. And granted, it's a 6-turn clock.
Yep.
But at least it's a clock.
Yeah, all I can think of is maybe a path on top to stop one of the damage, is like a free turn.
But even then, you've got 2 more Colonnade, and it's replacing the land that you lost.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, in Red White Sisters, there is not a Sarah's Ascendant. The win condition is usually just aggro champion of the parish, a Johnny's Pridemate, Perforos as your main 3.
You wait it out and kind of do general damage.
Yep, or Genesis Chamber, and you go for the really go wide pro.
Genesis Chamber, Norn, and then.
But mostly it's got a whole lot of like tiny win conditions.
Yeah, it is death by 1,000 cuts, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Goodness. It's like death by 1,000 cuts while they're consistently sowing theirs.
Yeah. You're like, this is good.
So now a swing for 6, which is definitely going to shorten this into a 4-turn clock as opposed to 5. Again, I like that he's starting to put on this pressure because there's still no reason not to.
Yeah.
He is in such complete control of this game, and with 1 card a turn from Donovan, nothing that he can draw can deal 7 damage in a single turn that can't be answered by what Michael is doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
I think Michael doesn't even care if he board wipes again himself.
No. So another swing.
That taps.
And I mean, even if he has like another Snapcaster,
I might just.
Yeah, he's in complete control. So we have a Soul Sister coming out. I mean, at a certain point, do you just remand it just to draw an extra card and maybe get more control?
Yeah.
Or do you just path it so that because you have the win? The only reason why I would see to remand it is to maybe draw another card, and if you get like a Snapcaster, good, more power to you. But he's definitely just taking it down. Absolutely. Exquisite Firecraft sounds amazing, Lavamancer. I'll mention it to him. That sounds excellent. So yet another land.
Expertise or whatever.
That's the one with Spell Mastery.
Oh, Spell Mastery.
To can't be countered.
He doesn't have that many actual spells though. It's all just creatures.
That is true. He is not running a whole lot of those instants or sorceries.
Yes. I haven't seen a bolt.
I think we saw one and it took down the Jace.
Yeah.
And there is a win into... We've still got about 10 minutes left, so Bryce, how do you feel about our odds of getting another match?
I will look and see what we got going on.
Excellent, and I will introduce us to all the people in there. Stick with us for a moment, and I will see you back in the booth as soon as I finish that out. I'll see you all back there. Hello all, and thank you for joining. My name's TJ, and it's Onesie Wednesday. We're celebrating because you guys got us over to over 1,000 followers. Thank you so much for that. I am joined by Bryce, who is a brand new co-host, but one of our mods in the chat, and coming in to hang out with us, having a good time. He's also wearing a onesie. If you are brand new, any kind of questions, comments, or feedback are always welcome. We've got, I believe, 5 rounds of Modern tonight. I'm almost 100% positive. 5 rounds of Modern tonight. It's going to be a blast. We're going to try and get another match, and definitely some cool things happening in Modern. This is the last week of one of the worst Modern metagames ever.
Looks like we have one, depending on who wins.
Okay, excellent. Do you just want to let them know that if they go to Game 3, if they could move over and just knock on the door to let us know? Excellent. So we might have another match. In the meantime, we're going to play some games. Why is that transition so much louder than us? Hold on, I might be able to fix that. I think I may have done something to fix that. Next time we do the transition, let me know. Hopefully it will have resolved itself, but we have been working on ways to balance that out. So I apologize, and hopefully this little bit of finagling helps out. So H-Dog, if you could do me a favor and let me know what happens after the next transition. I believe I just turned down the sound that we have attached to it. So that is good feedback, so thank you very much. Okay.
The only match that's left now declined to go in camera.
So, we have one other match, and
he just lost in the setup that he would need.
So
there's only one match going on. There's Bryce and someone else.
And it's going to Game 3?
They're just starting Game 3, but they declined to go on camera.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it would take too long.
Excellent. So, we have got a game of 6 words coming in. There's all kinds of things to talk about with Modern. You have not played the game of 6 words, but I know that you're a fan. You've definitely mentioned it before. I think that it's one of our most fun...
Played it in the warehouse.
And also someone just sent me a tweet telling me to hurry up and go live, even though we are. So, I don't know. Oh, dang it, I forgot to put a tweet out about it. That's why. Dang it. Sorry, late tweet.
Okay.
I messed up. Hold on, what's our hashtag? Vote on a hashtag for me while I put in our link there. Twitch.tv/GeekFortress.
I think the issue with not that it was a legendary, is that it's a land that essentially was a soul land that could produce more than 2 a turn.
Okay, oh, do we have one there? Is the leg land, doesn't tap for mana, so it should be... I'm not sure what the question is.
It seems like he's trying to say that
it should have been
Temple.
Okay, so here's my thoughts on that. And you didn't put in 6 words, so I'm going to put in my full explanation.
Put in your 4 words.
Both of them, if you have one as opposed to the other, if you leave them with Eye of Ugin, you're going to end up with either one half of the Eldrazi decks, either the aggressive ones via Eye of Ugin,
there's no reason it wouldn't be aggressive,
or the mid-rangey ones with Temple. The second reason is because Eye of Ugin shares a lot of traits with cards that I know that a lot of people dislike became banned, but should have been banned. Stoneforge Mystic, which I think started off banned, and Birthing Pod. It is a card that once you have that engine online, the game will go exactly how you expect it to, every time.
Yep.
And it's just complete inevitability.
The gating of Eye being such a high mana cost to use it was good, but it's It's the lessening stuff by 2 that just kills you.
Yes. So, I do think that this is going to be the one that allows the deck to continue existing, but also forces them to not be the hyper-aggressive one, and maybe push them into a build that's a little bit more consistent and helps kind of lend itself to a better modern meta. 6 words, best shell for... oh, I'm sorry, there was a one before that. 6 words, are we going to put Jund on camera? We will do our best. Bryce?
I don't know.
Man, he needs to work on this 6 words.
Yeah.
We'll do our best.
What about best shell for...
Definitely,
Thopter
people
Sword?
requesting decks always helps out a lot. So if you can try and put Peter on there coming up, that'd be excellent.
Sounds good.
6 words, best shell for Thopter Sword. I like Tezzeret. He's pretty good.
Esper Control doesn't seem that bad.
Control doesn't seem that... Yay, nice one. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
It's a functioning sentence.
I really feel like a 2-color deck is going to lend itself a whole lot better.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I could really see maybe like a light Esper just because it allows you to cast that card really intuitively.
I feel like the Esper would just be good for, what is it, right here, even.
Yeah, Painful
Punching
Juice.
Or Painful Juice.
Yes. 6 words, favorite pro Magic player and why? Melissa DeTora, Tom Ross. Affinity, Infect. To clarify what you think on yours, Melissa DeTora designed the first Affinity deck that I built for Modern and has just continued to be one of my favorites. And Tom Ross, fantastic aggro player. He's the boss. So those are my 2 favorites. Also, you know, the normal red players, so I like P. Soli. And, yeah.
Feline Longmore, Melissa Del Toro, Janky Legacy.
DeTora.
DeTora.
Yeah, DeTora.
Sorry.
Both fantastic
Yes.
Legacy players,
Yes.
though. And Feline Longmore, one of the most steadfast Legacy players.
I
Almost an...
she's got props me on that.
almost an uncomfortable devotion to that High Tide deck to a point it's actually just wildly impressive to see her play that
It's a
deck.
really hard deck to pilot. You lose to yourself a lot, and I love that deck.
Yes. MC7112 just hopped on, probably just better than any Thopter decks tonight. No, because it is not legal until this Friday, which is the reason why. So that ban list becomes effective this Friday. That's when we can start seeing those Thopter decks. I've already been brewing some with some other people. You can expect to see them in this shop.
Best Legacy deck.
PB, a land shouldn't be the best play on the turn 1 and the best play on turn 7. That's a really solid point from Slowly Crashing there, well, even though it was PV who actually said it. What have we got? Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo, back to you, Stranger Ranger, or Stranger Anger, or the Strange Ranger. I like calling it the Stranger Ranger. White Knight, 6 words, best Legacy deck and why? Fire outlay. I gotta go with Burn. Burn.
I gotta go with Prison decks?
Okay. You like Enchantress.
Oh, I like anything that is...
But the
I put a
best
bunch
one.
of pillows on the field, and then things go well.
Yeah. You're a big fan of, like, in MTG slumber parties.
Absolutely. The longer the game goes, the more chances there are for mistakes, and I feel like I can think it out and make less mistakes than I want.
That's a reasonable way of looking at it. That's a really
all, but...
you know, if that's your game plan, that's your
Yeah.
game plan. One of the reasons why I play aggro is because it punishes the mistakes of
Yeah.
both players
Yeah.
significantly more. And if I believe that I can make my sequencing better than theirs, then it gives me an advantage.
It also makes you having a huge window as far as, like, one mistake is absolutely monstrous in like an aggro matchup or like a burn matchup.
Yes, absolutely. 6 words, best ancestral vision shell from Denalis. Still looking, thinking Rug Scapeshift? Maybe.
Probably same shell as Thopter Foundry.
Yeah, another one that we've been looking at as a group is Jeskai Control. We've been taking a decent look at. Also, just a much more strict blue-white control. So there's a lot of shells. I think Rug Scapeshift just feels like you could use it really nicely, especially early on in the meta. But as it kind of develops a bit more and Blood Moon kind of comes back, because I think Blood Moon will lose a little bit of its value going forward into this new one. Maybe. But
I
I
want to
think
see a deck with Jeskai Ascendancy, Thopter Foundry,
Yes.
Sword, and just flashback stuff. Like maybe, like a Painland or like City of Brass or Mana Confluence, just to cast like stuff from the graveyard or Snapcasters, just to get the extra value off of the Ascendancy and just cheese it with the Sword.
I love it.
It seems safe.
I mean,
you swing, think twice. Hopefully.
Yeah, and just to touch point on something, since we haven't quite... do we have a Sultai control? I don't think so, but I don't know the full list of decks. So we might be surprised. I know there's someone who's building one, so we should be able to get one. Definitely Bug has a lot of potential. I do like the idea. Goblin Dark Dwellers has been a really fun idea that got tossed around online a lot because it could flash it back for free. I'm very open to that idea, especially because nothing would feel better than playing it turn 1, resolving it, casting the gut to do it again would just feel glorious. Whether or not that's going to be a great shell, I'm not sure, but it definitely has a lot of potential for me, so I can get behind that.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting Dark Dweller brews just specifically. Like I saw someone running a Reanimator version on like Moto, like late at night, and it looked really interesting. But Dark Dweller with Ancestral Visions is just tagging on more value to a card that already has like, what's it, 3/3 with Menace?
Yeah.
5?
It's a 4/4 with Menace.
4/4 with Menace.
Yeah.
So it seems pretty,
good
stock value as a card. Like, oh man, looks like I gotta draw 3 cards. Well.
So, one thing is that I was wrong on the thoughts on the unban. The ban was obvious.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as the unbans, I expected them to be more patient and actually wait 3 months, and I'm actually pleased with what happened.
I am absolutely pleased, too.
I think that this is going to lead to a pretty cool one, and it's almost interesting. Getting both of them together almost feels better than getting one over and not the other. It's kind of weird, but I think them coming out together is going to be kind of nice.
Absolutely, because it's not one of those things where Wizards is trying to tell you, like, hey, play blue. There's your Ancestral Visions. They're like, hey, there's some options out there if you want to play artifact decks, you want to play something longer, and,
combo control, even combo maybe with Ancestral Visions. It's a bone that they're being tossed, whether or not they can use it effectively.
See the price of Ardent Fleet? Like, I mean, I was looking at the foils, but that showed up, so I think someone's like, hey, let's try something that we can put, like, all the cards unbanned into one deck.
Yeah. So
The Mad Reshaper.
Yeah, and actually we might, and even Ancestral Visions feels kind of safe with this Eldrazi deck going back to reasonable. Some of these processing might almost keep the card in check if it does become a power level. So I really like this.
They could even splash blue. Go to that blue-black. Come on. Was it Negator? Yeah, something like
Delay into Strangler? Yeah. So what have we got? Opinions on Ancestral Visions. Sweet turn 1.
I think 6 words.
Bad turn 3. Oh, they didn't specify 6 words.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a real... I like that it really is a solid play. You have to basically run 4 of it because you don't want to draw it. So you want to have it in your opening hand, which forces it. But it's also not so good because it's a terrible late game. And granted, if you can survive, it'll still be good. People will still suspend it because if they can make it to that point...
There's always that feeling just like, oh man, my opponent's about to just have Ancestral Visions come off. Like, I hope I'm in a good spot where I can just, like, plow through this. Oh, Remand is so good. Oh, I love Remand.
So I think that it's going to be good. I don't think that it's going to be too, oppressive. Time will tell, obviously. But I think these are good unbans. I think that these are good ones.
Looks good at $50. Nah. Not much looks good at $50 except for a real nice steak.
Atomic Tacos. Pauper deck of choice. 6 words. I like Burn. Also building Affinity.
Acid Trip seems fun.
Oh, yes.
No lands.
That was only 5. Yo. Add a yo to the end. It's our failsafe.
Dude.
Wow. So, definitely. And Pauper definitely something we're looking at a bit more at this store. Especially now the Cloud of Fairies has been banned. I'm a lot more open to the format. And I think this summer we're going to try and roll it out because we have a decent amount of high school students here because we're near a high school. And, it might actually provide a format that over the summer they can get into without being an outrageous kind of budget killer.
I like the fact that you can just run bounce lands. Like, bounce lands and not in a non-Amulet Bloom shell sounds great.
Yes.
It's like EDH almost, except for it doesn't cost so much.
As soon as people... Yeah, there will not be a Cascade card with it. Absolutely not. As far as unbanned Bloodbraid Elf, I will tell you what. Here's my thought. I think that someday Bloodbraid Elf could be unbanned.
Yeah.
That's a great statement.
It's extremely reasonable.
I think that it could one day be unbanned. But when it is already one of the best decks in the format, and especially when you take out the Eldrazi factor and just look at it, when it's already one of the best decks in the format, giving them a complete value house, I don't think is the right call. I think we need to wait until there's a point at which Jund is, they say that Jund doesn't have tools, but it has continued to be the policeman of the format consistently since Modern
Yeah, but since I can remember playing Modern, Jund was the thing to beat. I mean, I played, was it back when Shards was a thing, when Jund was the thing to beat too.
Yep.
It's really hard to functionally put something that's in those colors that accelerates so well like that.
And also, do you want to take a look to see if we might have another match really quick? Sorry.
Sure. Leaving note, Bloodbraid Elf, if you don't play in Jund, sounds great.
Is it up yet? Alright, so we're going to find out. Could you let Peter know, ask if Peter would be willing to be the match? Though, yeah. Alright, we're going to try and get Jund up as our feature match for the next round. So, good news! And also, hello to the people. We're at about 80 people. Thank you for joining us and sticking around, especially when we're just kind of talking about stuff. But if you are brand new, hello, my name is TJ. I'm wearing a onesie because it's Onesie Wednesday in honor of our over 1,000 followers. Thank you to all those people. Even though there's only 80 here, I appreciate every single one of you.
Oh, man. They're in turns. Bryce has a new Chandra on play.
The Chandra Flamecaller is incredible. I have been advocating for that one. I think you were around when I was advocating for it early on. Wasn't just false words.
No. The card looks really awkward on the initial pass by. Then you're like, oh wait, I just get dudes?
Yeah.
What's wrong with dudes?
It's dudes.
6 mana dudes?
You wipe the board and you draw cards.
Oh yeah, it wipes the board.
It wipes the board with damage, and you should be able to handle the large creatures. The reason why you're losing by the time that you was, what? Huh? the reason why you were losing when you cast her and you need to wipe the board is because it's a swarm strategy that's getting you, and your small sweepers haven't been doing it, or your 1-for-1 removal has left them with still a board.
Or it's just that 1 over 2 of in your board where it's hey, I usually cap out at 3.
Yeah.
Now I got a 6 in there because you decided to make the game go long?
It's just it's a really solid card. I like it a lot, but only obviously
in the right
deck
setup.
But I think Blue Moon and Jeskai Control both offer a lot of tools as far as being able to cast it.
Blue Moon.
Blue Moon is such a sweet deck. What have we got? Illness in the Ranks is going to see a lot more play versus Thopter combo. I have actually already gotten at the Illness in the Ranks to be slotted into the sideboard of Affinity.
Man, that needs to go in my box.
Yeah. In the versatile when you need it box.
Yeah, I decided to set away placements of almost everything. I'm picking up a huge chunk of shocks.
Yep. So I do really enjoy the idea of that one, and I will be putting an Illness in the Ranks into the sideboard, at least early on, only because so many people are going to be trying to get it online.
Absolutely.
And that Thopter Sword combo is effective against Affinity. I mean, especially if you land it, if you're able to survive, and once you assemble that, that's a very effective combo against Affinity.
Absolutely.
Especially, just the life gain alone.
Man, I might even put that in mind. That or a third Pontiff or some janky thing like that.
Yep. So, all kinds of really cool options. Oh, man. I really, really want to see you put a Disciple of the Vault into your Abzan Company deck. In the sideboard.
It's all players, isn't it?
Just so that you can wait for them to go big with the Thopters, bring it in, wipe the board, and then use an Orzhov Pontiff to gain life. It's super. You shouldn't actually do it.
Just BM. Hey, I'm not going to kill you with my Murderous Red Cap. I'm going to kill your tokens.
Yeah, you shouldn't even do it. It's just hilarious.
Oh no, I have 2 or 3 slots in my sideboard that are just free range. Because I probably won't need the big game hunter anymore.
That's true. Definitely true. Had to dig out your foil Pontiff. Excellent.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about this new meta. I'll still be jamming a lot of the same decks. I don't think that Burn is losing a lot of value because they have Destructive Revelry.
I don't think mini decks are really losing value. It's the same thing. It's just instead of having to tune your hate towards the high end, it looks like you just have to tune it towards just normal creatures, which is not bad for me.
And it's nice because both of those, Ancestral Vision's really good because either the decks that they're going to resolve it against, theoretically, that turn 5 is kind of late, but they'll be spot removing a lot. But the ones that, are already expecting to be at turn 5, they have the tools to answer that. They have the remands. They might have the processors and some of the late things. They have some of the hand disruption just to keep them low. And granted, that's going to revitalize them a lot, but it's going to be nice. And then the early games, it's not until turn 5. Yeah. And then looking at Thopter Sword as far as pushing anything out, most decks are packing some form of artifact control.
Oh, absolutely. There's so much artifact removal right now. Well, what I'm just kind of, clicking in my head is Essential Vision just seems like the value engine of blue. Green's got, Collected Company, Black's got...
Painful Truths?
No, Black's got Bob.
But they've got... Okay,
Bob's
Bob
really
and Lily
good.
Under the Veil.
Yeah.
Definitely. Black's got value.
And White's got... too many tokens.
White has got a lot of value makers, but again, White is still remaining kind of that sideboard color.
Yeah.
Where the biggest value is
great
just in how
splash.
powerful your sideboard can be, in an interesting thing. which is odd, but that's kind of what it is. But you also get Lingering Souls in that color, which is
Lingering
a great
Souls,
value
you get
engine.
Thalia. How about the entire fact there's a deck called Death and Taxes?
Right. And then you look at red, and red doesn't need value because it kills you. But also they have
Red is value.
They have Eidolon of the Great
It's like the
Revel.
most cut and dry, like, this number is higher than this other number.
Yeah.
Thus, Lightning Bolt is better than Shock.
No, that's exactly it, and it's something that I genuinely appreciate as a player,
Yeah.
and just as a deck builder, I'm a huge fan of that kind
You
of
ever
mentality.
flip through, like, a rare binder for red? It is sad to see how many cards are just outclassed by other cards, just by sheer, like, this literal number is higher than this one.
Yep, absolutely. Red's a good color.
Yeah.
Its value is on the card. It's not even in the card draw.
Yeah.
That-
Take people to Value Town no matter what you're doing.
Grand Architect shuts down the Thopter Sword combo.
Grand Architect.
Does it? Hold on.
Look at Grand Architect.
I'm looking up Grand. Fine, I can
Get a
just use
computer.
that.
Use the computer.
That's true. Grand Architect. Let's take a look here. Grand Architect. Other blue creatures get +1/+1. Target artifact creature becomes blue until end of turn and tap it on.
Oh, that is just no. That's a value engine.
It's other blue creatures you control. So if you're talking about it as a sideboard option, it does not. But as far as if you're running it in your own deck, you are correct that it will shut down that combo.
Oh man.
So I'm assuming that you mean if you're trying to run your own, then you should not, which is true.
Bring up was a Staff of Domination. Bring that up.
Wow, we are going deep,
Whoa, no, because the Thopters are blue.
right? So Staff of Domination,
Too short.
just not.
Hey, I'm going long.
Close.
I'm gonna put a Training Ground in, and
Oh man.
at least it's a lot of life. Maybe draw cards.
What
Nah.
What are you talking about?
So with Grand Architect, your blue Thopter tokens that you just poop out have the ability to tap, and it's not a
For 2 mana that can be used for artifact abilities or.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So if there's some like artifact, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not even actual tap ability, it's the Grand Architect doing it.
So you could pay 1 to net 1 mana for a Staff of Domination,
You net 1 mana, which isn't that great.
which is so. I
There's
don't think
something
that
there. There's some broken thing probably you can do with that that's not actually good.
Metalworker.
Oh yeah, let me just cheat.
Hey, you know, whatever works. All right, now do you want to take a look to see if those players might be going now?
Nope.
Really? Are they still on turns?
Possible.
That is incredible.
Everyone's finding their seats.
Okay, well, we don't have anyone there. You should.
They're going over.
Okay, but you don't know who the opponent is.
Oh no.
Oh man. Okay, so we are finding out who those opponents are. I do see. We're gonna have Jund. So I do have good news on that. Hello to all the people joining us. We are about to have Jund on the camera, and I'm not sure who it is going to be going up against. You can get out Wormcoil Engine, but that really doesn't seem worth it right now.
Okay. So we got Peter Swanson on Merfolk.
Wait, is Peter Swanson?
Peter Swanson or something like that. I don't know. I think start off with SWENSCM.
Okay. And so it's Peter versus Peter. It's Peter versus Peter, though?
Oh crap.
No, I know who who his opponent is.
You do?
Yeah, it's Peter, and he's on Jund. You asked him to be.
Yeah. I mean that's no, it's Steven. Sorry, Steven Swanson.
Steven. Okay.
Close to Peter, but not.
But not. Okay. So, we have got those 2 players.
Steven.
Merfolk versus Jund. Who do you think
Steven.
takes the edge? Who do you think takes the edge?
Man. Depends on how fast the spreading seed comes out. To tell you the truth.
Okay, so that if
Because-
an early spreading seized gives Merfolk the win just because it can go so wide, especially with that Aether Vial if it doesn't get abrupt decayed.
Yeah,
Otherwise-
I just see it more as keeping off colors because a lot of time there's a lot of color, like a lot of colors needed specifically for it.
All right, yeah, I do think that Jund probably walks in favored because it's not running islands and has a lot of spot removal. But let's find out. We'll see you down there. Again, let us know the translation. The transition should be quieter, so let us know. Thank you. Okay, so both players getting ready here, and I think Steven actually new to our camera, so Peter, I think just showing him kind of the ropes of it. Trying to use the Thopters as an engine for other card, if you want to utilize it. Pretty much. One thing that I really... Oh, excellent. I'm really glad. I am actually thrilled that that worked, because I wasn't sure if it would. So thank you so much for the confirmation that that was the appropriate volume.
Oh, man.
So, we have got a mulligan from Peter, but Merfolk keeping their opening hand up. We don't really know who's on the play at the moment, but I do think that Jund is going to be likely favored, especially hand disruption, being able to take down some of those value engines. Merfolk doesn't empty its hand very quickly. Also, just Abrupt Decay for Aether Vial. Also, you know...
Abrupt Decay for anything.
Yes.
Yeah, like except for Master of Waves.
A pretty solid mana base, and I really think that Spreading Seas is going to be kind of the ace in the hole for Merfolk.
Yep, I think that's the best thing he's got if all things don't go well. But that's a good sign.
Okay, so a turn 1 Aether Vial from Steven. Definitely the way that he wants to start off this game. And if we don't see this Bloodstained Mire actually go for anything this turn, this is a great start for Merfolk. Just through the nature of Jund not starting off something early, if he does have maybe a bolt to take down a creature.
Oh, please tell me all of his islands are the same.
And we have got that...
Retry.
Yep. Now, could you actually ask them just to use one of the big dice for that Aether Vial? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I will fix that round counter. And that game counter.
Didn't ask, just did.
There we go. Okay, any control decks not running just inferior? I don't think that that's true. I don't think that decks have to run the Thopter Sword combo.
Oh, no. I think it's a very good avenue, but there's a lot of token protection, a lot of ways to stabilize, and there's a lot of just different plans. It may be good,
yeah.
It might not be best.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be kind of the nice part is that when I'm thinking about Ancestral Visions and Thopter Sword, I'm not forcing them into every deck.
No,
and I think that's kind of the thing that makes me think that they're okay. Is
the
because
thing is, it's 5 cards.
If you're a blue deck, I'm not going to be telling you to run Ancestral Vision. You know, if you're on Delver, you probably shouldn't be running it.
Yeah.
It's definitely a control card, all things considered. We might end up seeing some Delver players trying it out, and maybe it'll be good, but it doesn't strike me as a tempo card. It strikes me as really something that you want to be using to value at the late game and just start going for those 1-for-1s. So, I think that it's pretty going to be pretty neat.
Yeah, I'm excited. I saw someone put Cord on there randomly, and I feel like that would be really funny to have some kind of bug deck or something like that.
With Cord?
We use Cord with it.
Ooh, that sounds glorious. So, a Tarmogoyf from Peter. They don't have the Tarmogoyf dice out, but it's also not very relevant because there's just 2 lands in the graveyard. So, currently a 1-2.
Hey, it trades.
It trades.
Do its job.
Serious commentary from a man in a onesie. That is always what we're looking to do. Draw 3 is always good. I completely agree. But as to whether or not it's the right play, we'll see. I definitely don't think that it belongs in every blue deck, even though probably a lot of blue decks are going to try it early on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first time you come into something, it's just going to be in every blue deck.
Right. So a Dismember on this Tarmogoyf, really aggressive for pretty early on, and actually going to be going down to 16 for it. And this is going to turn into a swing 4-2, possibly 3 because of this Aether Vial, and I think maybe a Lord of Atlantis coming out. So, a swing for 3 in total.
Everyone gets Island Walk.
15 to 16 right now. Okay. So what have we got? We do have a Bolt, we have a Scavenging Ooze, a 3rd land from Peter if he wants to shock it in, and that's going to get him up to the double green as well. I think I see another Tarmogoyf, decent amount of green cards in hand, but he's actually starting to get swarmed out pretty well, and if Merfolk is able to continue applying the pressure in such an effective manner, he's going to be doing pretty nicely.
That Ghost's going to buy him some time saying there's no Lord.
Yes. Or at least there's no island.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I know islands where it's at.
Right, and it is going to be a 3-4 Tarmogoyf currently, which is significantly better than the 1-2 that was already on the battlefield. So this 3-4 is going to hold back a decent amount of pressure. Steven's still able to at least play some mind games with these Aether Vials for possibly some tricks in the combat step, things like that. But I think that Tarmogoyf overall is going to be pretty nice.
Oh, there's the Bolt.
And actually a main phase Bolt on this Lord of Atlantis, and I think he's going for that before Steve untaps.
Yeah, so you can't put into someone now.
Either, Curse Catcher becomes at least a consideration. You know, the Aether Vial,
Oh,
possibly
man.
putting in a Lord.
There we go.
And we have got a Master of the Pearl Trident, a Kira Greatlass Spinner, and a Mara Reejery. All of them decent trades. Might end up so I think it's
think he just
the
has to take
Lord.
it.
But the Kira is actually a pretty solid secondary choice because,
Yeah.
because Peter's probably pretty heavy on spot removal in hand, or at least intends to be.
I mean, theoretically, I'd like to see him his turn in response to the trigger just poop out the other. Poop out the other Lord just because he's not going to be able to do it. He has to cast it.
Right, and actually, the only downside to that point is that he does just want to cast Lord of Atlantis and maybe put in this Mara Reejery, and now it is on Peter. And, okay, so has a Curse Catcher off of that.
Looks good.
So the Curse Catcher is going to be really nice for preventing any of the kind of the sweepers that Peter has. If he goes for Jund Charm without playing it down the 4th land, he's going to regret that one. But a Mara Reejery as well. This is a swing for...
What is Jund Charm?
3. Jund Charm is it's 3 mana, each of the Jund colors.
Yeah.
And then it's either 2 damage to each creature, put 2 +++ counters to creature control, or exile a graveyard. Yeah. So it ends up acting as a Pyroclasm, and that's often what Peter's using it for.
Yeah.
But that ability to, in the main board, take down a graveyard, and also in the main board to just end up winning any kind of Goyf race, anything like that. Fantastic.
It does what it needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a card you want to place it at, but it gets the job done.
Exactly, and it's been a one-of in his deck for a long time.
I like it.
So this is, for anybody curious, a completely foiled out Jund deck. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
I still
sweet.
want to play this guy on camera.
You want to play against him? Oh, because you've got a fully
Absolutely.
foiled out Obzon Company. That's true. Next time that you're playing, and if that ever is, I will give you permission to override whatever's happening. Like, if anybody puts something on stream, you get to say, no,
Throw
sorry,
money at it.
this is more important. So Kulagon's command, again, in the main phase, and I think we are about to see, actually, the Curse Catcher come out in response,
Oh.
taking it down, and that is going to be a
Man,
huge hit.
Please tell me you don't have a land in your hand.
And he does.
Oh.
I believe, at least, oh, no, I'm sorry, he does
Okay.
not. He does not. I'm sorry. So, I think Steven's gonna take this game.
This is dangerous waters.
He's got nice. He's got 8 power on the field. Almost any Lord that he draws right now is pretty live. He does have 1 on the battlefield, or in hand, so he can put down 1 at least Master of the Pearl Trident. So this is a swing for currently 8, which is going to become 11. I mean, Peter's at 1. He can't fetch. He can't. Wow.
Yeah, there's not much. I think you just pick up your cards here and try again.
Okay.
Foiled out mirror match.
That's-
So much camera glare. Haha. Yeah, it's bad. It's not even camera glare. Just trying to exist and look at some foils is just not good.
Okay. Sonora the Priest, I'm honestly not sure what you're asking at the moment, but I'm curious for a clarification.
And slowly crashing. You're supposed to be playing.
All right, and one thing is Jund Charm in this meta. It's definitely an interesting choice. I would like it in most metas, just because it catches so many fringe strategies.
Oh,
in
no,
an open
no one
meta,
expects it.
In an open meta, then I would definitely enjoy the card.
It's like just as good as Esper Charm.
Yep, and it gives you an out to say Living End. In Jund, that's pretty valuable.
Yeah.
It gives you an out to most Storm strategies, which against Jund can be pretty valuable. You know, it gives you a main board answer to Elves, which is a pretty
Sweeper
good
of some
card.
sort.
The plus encounters gives you an edge in your own mirror match just through the nature of being able to
Absolutely.
hit your Tarmogoyfs into theirs much more effectively. So as a one-of, I actually like it in most metas, and I think I'd be more tempted to find a meta in which I didn't like it than one that I did.
I always love his premium bobs.
Oh, right.
I hate that. I hate that so much. When you're playing a Jund deck, or anyone who runs Bob, they're just playing, you're like, oh, Bob, land. Then they draw, like, some fatty. It's like,
Oh, every time though.
every time.
Always. And, it's hard to complain about it too much because the deck is built to do that.
Oh, yeah.
The average converted mana cost of your Jund deck is...
Just 3.
No.
like
Average
2.
converted
Oh,
mana
average.
cost.
Yeah.
You top out at like 4, but your average is
It's like
a
2,
lot
2.5.
closer to like... Yeah, it's maybe 2.25, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not high. And so that means that your average Dark Confluent is going to maybe give you 7 free turns, accounting for fetching and shocking like that,
Yeah.
against a non-aggressive deck.
I've had some games though that's just delicious to watch them kill it.
Oh,
Just,
absolutely.
oh.
Absolutely. Nothing like living the dream, like putting a gemmed player down to like 4 when you are dead to the crackback, just with the bob and just believing. Usually, and then
Draw
they
your
get
card.
the land and draw the Huntmaster and play it out.
Yeah.
You feel bad, but hey, at least you got to believe in that dream.
They draw their Huntmaster, play it out, and skull crack him.
So Jund, likely going to be going heavier into the removal. We might see he might go for some number of artifact destruction, just to take down that Aether Vial. You know, maybe if he has a single. Let's see. Actually, we have his list available to us.
Hey, what is he running on the sideboard?
Let's take a look. Let's take a look, and we can actually... How do we feel about Dennis the Menace? Honestly, I'm underwhelmed by the card, but I know why people like it, because it could potentially draw you an extra one. I don't think that it's actually worth putting into anything competitive outside of Standard.
Peter's Jam, top one. What is Sin Brother?
Sin Prowler is the 3-mana 3/2 with Menace that at the beginning of your upkeep you reveal the top card of your library. Any opponents can either take damage equal to its converted mana cost, have you put it in your graveyard, otherwise draw a card.
Man, you have to build a deck
Or
around
put it, I'm
that
sorry, or otherwise
more
put it in
than
your
Bob.
hand.
That's much harder to be.
And it's like a red Dark
You mean
Confidant.
Rob?
Oh, that's hilarious. Royally 25. That's really funny, Rob.
Yeah, it's a red Bob.
I'm loving it. Oh my
I can dig
goodness.
it.
So, in the sideboard for this one, things that we're looking at.
Thrawn.
Ancient Grudge, Anger of the Gods likely coming in. Damnation definitely coming in.
Pulse.
The Golgari Charm, maybe, but I think is pretty unlikely. We might see the Olivia Voldaren actually come in just as a way to spot removal.
That'd be dirty. Leave him with his Lord that buffs everyone, just grab all the little guys. The Damnation's coming in. The oh man, you're scrolling last.
Sorry. The reason why I don't really like Rob is because normally the cards that you want to draw will deal more damage than they'll take to have you not draw it. And so if you're really looking to draw a specific card, they will very likely be taking less damage to keep you from drawing it than you'll be dealing just by drawing it naturally. And I agree that there's just as much chance that they get rid of another card and you draw it. Yes, those odds are there, but still.
The fish won first, and on the note of Rob, you have to build a deck around it a lot harder than you have to build a deck around Bob, because Bob is just like, I don't want to hurt myself. And then Rob is like, man, I can't value.
Oh, man. Doro, I can definitely get it, but I just feel like Rob is more intuitive. But Dennis is probably more clever.
Dennis?
Calling it Dennis the Menace. I think it's much more
Does it have
fitting.
Menace?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I care now. I care now.
It's definitely a fitting card, but I feel like Rob is just a lot more intuitive.
I just want to alter it to have, like, Rob the Robot.
And we have a turn 1 Curse Catcher off of a Cavern of Souls. I think we can assume that Cavern is naming Merfolk.
Obviously.
Mark it. Should you play Blue, Red, Grixis, or Jeskai? Whichever one you're going to have most fun with is the real answer to that. Though very likely you will find more success with Grixis over any of those other colors. Jeskai probably being the second one that I'd go for, depending on what you like. So, a Spreading Seas following up a Curse Catcher on that Blackleaf Cliffs. Peter left with a Raging Ravine and a Dark Confidant, and we are going to get to see that curve happen for Peter, in which very likely he's going to draw quite nicely. And that's going to be really great for getting him into those lands that can refix his colors.
Oh.
This is glorious.
Good. Man, he took 4 off that. Sure.
So, the Damnation, brutal.
Yeah.
But and actually he has
has
a Huntmaster in hand as well. And hopefully we'll see Peter update that dice pretty shortly. Yep, there we go. Nailed it.
Almost. Almost.
Okay, and pre-maximum L. Yes, some people have been talking about it. Largely, I disagree with it, but I'm always happy to see people testing. But I don't see you too often in here. Thanks for joining. I hope that you're enjoying it, and if you have not yet, always feel free to hit that follow button. We definitely like it.
Got 7.
Alright, so a hit for 2 from that Dark Confidant off of a tapped Curse Catcher.
There we go. He's getting what he needs.
That is fantastic.
That is such a strong... He just needs to jam that right now.
So, a second Spreading Seas taking down that Raging Ravine. That's going to leave Peter with a pretty rough call with that Bloodstained Mire.
It's cast what you got in your hand.
And it also keeps him way off of casting this Damnation. way off of casting an Anger of the Gods.
He needs to get green-red, or green-black, or black-red, because he needs to be able to cast a Damnation and the Huntmaster.
And yeah, I mean, and really, he's looking to do earlier things significantly sooner. So, Peter definitely in trouble, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Merfolk just sweep this one in two. So we have the Mutavault, and we are going to go with, ooh, and actually a Harbinger of the Tides on that one. I kind of disagree with that one, but he might be just waiting to actually build up a board that can attack into it, so maybe go for that Spreading Seas next turn.
I think he's trying to see what he gets with the, fetch line.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just leave it at that.
Right, and might be trying to take down that card, but honestly, I'd much rather just limit his choices to 2 colors than give him 1 turn with all of that.
Yeah, that's
because that means that
true.
next turn he has the ability to cast a Damnation.
Damnation or the Huntmaster.
And granted, Peter had that option next turn with, say, a fetch land and things like that. But that so he's got 3 4-drops in hand. That is incredible.
Oh. He just saved him 4 points of damage.
Pretty much, actually.
What a bro.
Peter would have been at 9, so Steven actually being a pretty nice guy, all things considered. So, which...
He's going to have to take 3 here either way.
And I think if he has the other land, we might almost just see the Huntmaster because it puts enough of the board out and it gets some of that life back.
He absolutely needs to do the Huntmaster.
The only thing that I'd see him possibly go in favor of that is going for the P and Kieran Nalaar, only because if Steven continues to not play a Lord, it'll play some
at him.
Exactly. But the fact that he's cut himself off of red mana really makes me think the Huntmaster's coming out, because now he is going to lose this red mana.
Yep, there it is.
So, going to gain 2 life, go up to 14. We are getting the Wolf, and this Huntmaster is going to be pretty solid, though I do think we're going to see the Spreading Seas cut him off of red mana.
You know what? He might just pass.
Steven?
Peter, on his next turn. Unless he draws something like something big.
I mean, to flip it, maybe take down that Curse Catcher just to enable the Damnation.
Because 3 damage. So if he plays the Lord, he can take the Lord out.
Yeah, it's actually 2 damage.
It's 2 damage.
Yeah,
Really?
it is. It is 2 damage, but that'll still be enough to take down any Lord. Okay.
Doesn't tap the right direction.
But he definitely taps in the correct direction. It's funny. It's pretty funny.
Man, the
perfect.
wordplay is unreal.
Right? Counterplay, it is good to see you. Thanks for joining. Alright, so we have gotten... Also, thanks to all the people who have hit that follow button. We genuinely do appreciate that. It's always good to see the community of the Fortnites growing. And I do really hope to one day get to that 500 viewer mark, at which we will all be embarrassing ourselves pretty heavily. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think you hit the Overgrown here.
Just to keep him off with that double black.
Yeah.
Yep. So now keeps him with, one of each color.
It's not bad.
But it's really limiting it, and it keeps him off of both P and Kieran Nalaar, and it keeps him off of Damnation, and it actually keeps him off of a second Huntmaster.
Yeah. Oh, there's another. Oh, they aren't all the same. Come on, guy.
Thank you, that storyteller. That is encouraging. I'm really hopeful to get there one day.
It'll be good.
It's so far eluded my grasp, but...
Yeah, I mean...
500's a lot of people. I got to accept that.
Our fire code would not do well with 500 people in here.
Oh, my goodness. I will say, I am always really pleased by just the success that we have. Just because, all things considered, we're a very small store. Or at least, we're not a large store. So the fact that we're able to continually have pretty close to 20-person events in it is pretty impactful. And a Dismember going for the Huntmaster, I mean, he's taking 4 damage for that, but that's a pretty small price to pay when you're going for a huge blow right now. And Peter, with none of that, can't cast any of the big...
I don't think he can cast anything.
He can cast some of the... But none of the 4-drops in this.
Yeah, none of the 4-drops.
But if he's got any of those smaller things that he hasn't been able to cast, he's trying to get the Haymakers in.
4 cards in him? 5 cards?
But he can cast his Dark Confidant. He can cast his Scavenging Ooze.
Scoos.
And I think those are his main options right now. He's in a huge... Steven controlling this game with a single Curse Catcher. And actually gets another land. I'm really expecting to see the P and Kieran Nalaar at this point.
Yeah. It seems the safest bet.
Going for the Dark Confidant, actually. And he might end up having maybe another piece of hand disruption or maybe a bolt in hand. I didn't see anything there. And a Vapor Snake on it, putting him to 13 at the end of the turn. That is a glorious hit by the Merfolk player, who still hasn't actually presented much of a clock.
His clock is taxing him.
I mean, okay, so actually is at 13. Okay. But still, this Merfolk player playing a pretty decent control game.
Yeah,
all things considered.
I was expecting more out the door, straight into his face, but this is good.
And I almost...
That's another Lord?
I know that we're not going to, but I can't tell you how much I just want to see another Spreading Seas.
Oh, absolutely.
The big problem right now is that Steven is playing pretty dangerously into this Damnation.
Yeah.
Now, the swing for 2 is at least, it's unblockable, and down the line he's going to be okay because he'll still have...
Oh! The dream is real! The dream is real.
That is... Wow!
This is how it was last time I played against Merfolk.
Oh my goodness! This is glorious! This is almost painful to watch.
Does Peter run an Urborg?
We can take a look.
Because that would be like his one out to this.
He does not.
No Urborg.
No Urborg. This is amazing. Welcome to Onesie Wednesday for all the people joining. If you're wondering, man, these guys aren't very professional. Well, 1, no, we're generally not. But 2, we aren't always in onesies. This is in celebration for us having over 1,000 followers, which hopefully you will continue to be a part of and join us in being a member of the Fortnites.
It's good.
It's good.
It's good.
It's great. So, Peter.
Man, Shrek is right.
Wow.
That's rough.
This, it just need to pulse the seas. I mean, which would actually be wildly impressive.
How can he pulse the seas?
He has a black man and a green man,
yeah.
and the seas tap for colorless.
Yeah.
So
no, they tap for blue. This isn't Commander or Old Commander.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You win that round, but they functionally tap for colorless for him.
Yeah.
So, he has that ability to, and he actually now has the Damnation. So, I don't think we're gonna. I think it's time to see this Damnation.
Yeah.
We're gonna see him force him to pay an extra, just because there's no reason not to sack the Curse Catcher.
That doesn't feel very good for Peter.
So, taking that down forces him to pay 1 extra, left with a single mana, still looking down a Mutavault and anything else that's in Steven's hand, which he has a fair number of cards in hand. He actually didn't play into that too heavily.
No.
And I think we're going to see another Cavern come out.
Here we are. Reveal it.
A Silvergill Adept, revealing a Silvergill Adept. And actually, I think he can play it. He hasn't played his other land this turn. So I think we're going to see another Silvergill Adept, followed by an Activate. Oh, and that's a Master of Waves. Which, with all of those Spreading Seas, is going to be a house.
Oh, man.
So we're going to see a swing 4-2 off of this, knocking Peter down to Nevermind. He's going to remain at 9 because of that Bolt. But that means that Peter needs to get some kind of hand disruption, because we are about to see a massive Master of Waves dropping down with a devotion of 6, if nothing
I always
is removed.
forget about the Spreading Seas, but yeah, that's brutal.
This is amazing. Oh.
I think his only out is Pulse.
Yes.
Or another Damnation, but I have never seen Gem decks really run more than one.
Okay. Let's see here. What have we got? I mean, Peter, even after getting hit by three of these Spreading Seas, his mana base is actually all right now.
Yeah, I mean,
this other Verdant Catacombs.
He's got his colors, but look how much damage is dealt to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's already at 9.
Can't even play the Bob.
And this is after taking a decent amount of damage just from a Curse Catcher swinging as a 1/1. So we've got a tap for 2 here. We're going to see a Scavenging Ooze, because that's going to start getting him back some of that life once he can actually get some green mana up.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have much at the moment, and I think right now what he's just looking for this is to be a roadblock. But I don't think that Peter has any real way to compete with this Master of Waves.
There we go.
And is that a Kira as well?
Yeah.
I mean, do you drop down the Kira first
Absolutely.
then? And just do a Kira, and I think he drew another Lord.
Oh!
Is that a Threads?
Oh! That is good. It can't get big enough. Threads is only at least 3 power.
Is that a Threads?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's quality. That's some quality Magic the Gathering.
I haven't seen a Threads.
Oh, it's converted mana cost. Yeah, he's Gucci.
I have not seen a Threads in Merfolk in a while.
Yeah, I've only seen it in like Bloodfish and Blue Moon.
Yeah, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is beautiful.
Why didn't I build fish?
Why didn't you? It's actually on my to-do list just to build this deck because it is
Yeah.
so much fun.
This keeps going up in price every day, though.
Merfolk, one of my favorite decks. Now, granted, when it comes to Modern, that's like still 20 different decks. But Merfolk definitely a really cool one that I've always liked, and I've just never actually put together.
I like Merfolk when you splash other colors for other stuff.
See, I actually prefer the monocolored Merfolk just because it feels a lot more streamlined.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As I said, I like prison decks, so slower things go, the better it is for me.
Exactly, and I think that you might end up preferring that blue-white splash a little bit. It just seems right up your alley.
Ow.
So with Threads of Disloyalty coming down, and Steven actually, it seems pretty interesting.
Shackles is Powered Islands.
Yeah. But it hasn't even dropped down this Master of Waves yet. And that's the great thing, is that he hasn't even needed to.
Just change Steven's name to Top Deck Hero. That person's got it right.
So here's a swing for 4, and we're going to see the P and Cure Nalar, because that's at least going to buy some time. And I think this is going to be the exact situation. Steven sitting with Akira in hand and a Master of Waves. I mean, that is just a glorious hand. So,
yeah, go ahead.
2 Thopters coming out. Let's go ahead. The mom and pop Thopter shop open for business.
Here's the issue. Those tokens are foil.
Those tokens aren't foil. That is delightful. MMWD, or I'm sorry, MMDW. Got it. 34. I laughed. Ha.
Yeah. Splash White and Fish always watching.
That might be a little bit excessive, but I'm totally behind that.
Splashing White?
Splashing, no, for always watching the double white anthem. It's a card.
Nah.
From Shadows. So, going for the Kira this turn, again, not under a lot of pressure. He's at 14, and as soon as he finally feels ready to drop down this Master Waves...
Kira 2-3?
Kira, you know what, I think it's a 2-2.
2-2?
Let's take a look, though. Let's take a look. As I typed Kira into the chat, instead of into this. I nailed it.
Oh, it's a 2-2.
It is a 2-2, but it is also flying, so it's actually going to do a decent job against these Thopters.
I was just wondering if it just trades for free. It gets in there for 2.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that spell or ability is also going to work for those Thopter tokens as well.
Oh, yeah.
So just the activation of those Thopter tokens, not going to be able to kill any of those creatures. Man. To pay no attention to the fact that I just typed Kira into the chat.
Oh man, you can right click on it, can't you?
Can I? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You should be able to... You're an admin.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you can delete stuff in chat.
Oh, yeah, but that's fine.
Shh.
Whatever.
It's never happened.
We're learning. Hello, everybody. We're having fun. We're actually over 100 people now. It's great to have all of you.
Oh man, aren't I embarrassed?
Well, you got to do exclamation point card then, Kira. Okay, so Steven going into his turn
Just
and
raise his hands.
I think Peter might be doing something at the upkeep. Possibly gonna choose to go for one of these Thopter choices, but I think.
He's on tap first.
Oh no, actually, is this still at the end of Peter's turn?
I think he's trying to figure out what he should fetch for.
Interesting. Not sure what we're gonna say. Okay. So taking a look at the graveyard, possibly gonna go Threads of Disloyalty is what, 3 mana? So maybe an Abrupt Decay? But I'm not quite sure what we're gonna see there.
Seems rough either way.
Yeah. And a little bit...
Oh, the beginning of combat?
It could be. Also, Glimpsing Unthinkably. I don't think we've seen you in the chat before. Thank you for joining. It is great to have you. Also, your name is pretty awesome. Please don't make me lose most of my memories. 1/4 of them.
That's terrifying.
They're precious to me. It's great to have you. Thanks for joining. Hit that follow button if you feel like it. If you're enjoying it. If you're not, then don't. But we hope that you are. And if you can't, and if you aren't, let us know how we can make it a better experience for you.
Do we need fuzzier outfits? Carbs?
To the Go-Giddens. Yes, this is the money gem. This is the completely foiled out gem deck.
Yeah.
Maybe
hey, if you love the game, go hard.
Hey, absolutely. Though I am enjoying Onesie Wednesday so far has been I've been comfortable. This has been a complete success for me.
Yeah, I'm just really warm.
So we have got some blocks here, looking to actually trade off with that Scavenging Ooze, losing the P and Cure Nalar, and actually going to be losing the Thopters as well. So almost a complete board wipe. And an interesting choice by Peter, keeps him alive. The big unfortunate thing is that that's not going to actually stop the Master of Waves nonetheless.
The Master Waves is big no matter what.
And, you know, the interesting thing is that all he needs to do is really resolve it, because it's a 3-turn clock if the rest of the board gets wiped.
Yeah.
And that Damnation, I think he only has the 1 Damnation, so that's not going to be able to take it down. And the biggest thing is, as long as Steven doesn't die and he's got this Mutavault to buy himself some time, he's in a really good position.
There's not much that Jund has. He's literally on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, the one thing that kind of surprised me is that Steven didn't swing at this Mutavault, because I think he just has the Master Waves in the hand, and so I may have expected him to also swing for 2 there, because it would have guaranteed himself getting at least 1 damage in, which would have turned that Kira into a guaranteed 2-turn clock, or that Master Waves into a huge advantage.
You just jam the Master.
Well, I mean, at this point, you pretty much just jam the Master. Okay. But Jund having a problematic time here, and we are going to get a Tarmogoyf dice. Looks like it's currently, we've got Enchantment, Creature, Land, Instant, Sorcery. So this is at least a 5/6. Yeah, Damnation.
Yeah.
So we're looking at least a 5/6. Yeah, so it is a 5/6. Okay, so Kobe the Cheese, I'm glad you had an idea. Feel free to toss it in, as long as it doesn't take up the entire text box.
Oh man, take up the entire text box. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Doot toot. Doot toot.
Okay. Doot doot doot.
That's what I wanted you to put them for our legacy. Just dudes versus dudes.
Nice. Alright, so we have got a swing. Peter going down to 3, and again, I just don't think that he's in a position of being able to win this game. Post-board, we're going to get this Master of Waves, and it's a little bit surprising to actually get this post-combat. Just because of the small chance that it gets removed, and yes, it is extremely small. But more devotion is more devotion, and forcing him to...
Oh, those tokens are adorable.
That is glorious.
They're little squids.
Oh, that is cute. Okay.
I need to find someone who does custom tokens.
The internet does.
Yeah. The internet wants this thing called money.
So, a massive board of those little elemental tokens, which actually, interestingly enough, that Mutavault, and...
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Interesting. So actually, Peter's been slow rolling this one and ends up using the Golgari charm, going for the all creatures get -1/-1, taking them all down. The only problem is that, yes, Peter's at 3, though.
Yeah.
And he still needs to get something online.
There's not much... He just wins the race with Kira.
Yeah. Like, the Kira's going to close out the game. Anything that he tries to do, he can barely even activate this Raging Ravine, and that's by doing nothing proactive with his game plan.
Yeah, I mean...
The Tarmogoyf is a 5/6, which is nice. But right now, Steven's winning this race, and
the
Peter
Mutavault
can't
speed
fetch.
Bumps,
Yep.
and we're good.
And Peter can't really fetch right now, because that puts him just dead to the Kira.
Yeah.
He needs 2 removal spells to actually take care of that Kira.
That's terrifying.
And he only has 2 cards in hand. So I can tell you right now, it's pretty unlikely. So this is pretty sweet, all things considered.
I mean, it's a really grindy game, but...
But I think we kind of called it earlier, but I really do think that Merfolk
he
is
can't
just
even
going to take
activate
this
the
in 2.
Redeem. He's no green.
Oh, you're right, and he can't fetch.
Yeah.
Yep. So no green to activate this Ravine, left with just his Tarmogoyf.
Life's rough, then you die.
That's true. That's true.
Hope you learn a lot. Like, oh man.
We gotta get that farther up. People need to realize that you're also... Okay, well now you're just... There we go. Thanks.
Nice hat, dude.
It's Onesie Wednesday. These are full onesies.
Not a hat's a lifestyle.
So Silvergill Adept coming out. Now Luke mentioning that an Abrupt Decay gets him back into this game. A Decay would get pretty far. The only problem is that he has got the single green man off of this Raging Ravine.
Yep.
And even then, I don't know. I mean, I think he's still at a pretty big disadvantage.
He needs... What he'd need to do this turn is draw the Abrupt Decay,
And
jam the Dark Confidant that's been in his hand since the beginning of the game,
and get lands.
and then just hope it goes well.
Yeah, I really think that that's kind of the game plan here, is just keep top deck and lands, but you need to have some kind of way, so even if he has another removal spell to take down...
What?
The only problem is that he needs to have both Abrupt Decay the Kira.
Oh.
Ooh. The only problem is that that's not going to be enough. Yeah.
And then you just fetch in response to the cast, or whatever your opponent does?
Denalis, we are not dropping frames, at least not from our end. So, at least our computer is not telling us that we're dropping frames, so it might be you. I apologize for that knowledge. Not rocking the dino? My dinosaur onesie, I had to buy a new onesie because my dinosaur onesie is green and we use a green screen. And this is something that I didn't realize when I made the promise of onesies. So I had to buy a second onesie.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I walked up and asked me one of the large. I got him the not large.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, I think Kira's about to take the win because Peter has not presented anything removal. He does have a Dark
Shrug.
Confidant in hand, and that is going to be the win.
There we got it.
Oh, man. There we go.
Yeah, I'll
That
go
was a
find
win.
someone else.
And we are going to try and get another match up there, so I will see you all in the booth. Stick with us again just for a moment. We're in round 2 of 5. Bryce is going to get us another match, so we're going to have more Magic coming, and that is always a good thing. And in the meantime, if you have any discussion points, anything like that, let me know. I will see you all in the booth. Hello and welcome to the about 130 people in the chat right now, or at least watching. I genuinely appreciate each and every one of you for being a part of this. And
Everyone's deep in their games.
all right, so stick with us. But they're not all in game 3s though, so maybe we'll just go out and do a check in a couple of minutes.
Yep.
Excellent. So currently some games are in the way, but we are going to try and get some other matches in the meantime. Thank you for joining us. My name is TJ.
I'm Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress. It is in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest. It is an absolute blast doing this.
Yeah, it's
and
good.
Thank you for joining me, Mr. Bryce. For the first time, this is your first time being a commentator. What are your thoughts so far?
Not bad. Don't know what I'm doing, but doing hopefully well.
Hopefully well. For those of you who have some ideas, let's go ahead and do a speed round of questions. Doesn't have to be 6 words, but it does have to be fairly succinct. Let's go with questions for Bryce. Let's get to know him a little bit, and also if you have any notes on how he's doing, hopefully well.
Questions,
Let him know.
comments, concerns.
Exactly. Anything like that towards the Mr. Bryce Tippett. And King Hellcat. Gem player needs to watch how he moves enchantments on his lands. He kept moving them around. It's about at least one, not the matter of respect to the land it was on. King Hellcat, that is a great point. I will mention it to him. I'll say he tends to watch these back to kind of see his plays and try and improve. So, I'm sure he will see
the smartest thing to do is just stack the...
I put the enchantment on top of the land where I can see the name of it, though, is what I tend to do. And the only time that's at least my usual go-to, because then I don't even get tempted.
Yeah, I just stack it straight on top so it looks like it's blue.
Is that real Panda Fur? Asking
real
from
Panda Fur?
Glimpsing Unthinkably.
I would be legally obligated to say no.
Do you even lift from Tomahawk Feeds?
Do I even lift? Yes.
Boxes.
Boxes. Up to 70-pound boxes daily? Real
Specifically up to 70, though.
Yeah.
The occasional miss.
The occasional miss of...
Overshot?
Yeah.
What else have we got? What is your favorite modern deck?
Favorite modern deck?
Yes.
I really like the Collected Company deck. I built it and went way too deep in that.
Yeah? You have a completely folded out Obs on Company, correct?
Yep. I'm digging it.
Alright, now, are you going to be growing an Epic Viking beard?
Epic Viking beard? Okay, so I had the curly handlebar mustache, and I shaved that off for a cancer drive. Then I had a big beard that was like...
It was lengthy.
Yeah, it was lengthy.
Uh-huh.
And then I did the same thing with that. And I'm kind of at the point where I'm just jamming whatever I feel like. Whatever easy.
I
Sometimes
love
the
it.
sides come off, sometimes the top comes off, sometimes the bottom gets longer. It's summer, we'll see.
Now, Bryce, do you play Legacy?
Yeah.
And if so, what do you play?
What do I play? I play Grixis Tezzerator in Legacy, which is pretty up my alley. I'm starting on Enchantress, which I'm digging. And then I also got, High Tide in the Wings. But I'm really liking the Enchantress. There's not a lot actually out there as far as like cut and dry Enchantress stuff.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just grab and go. What do you want to play? What's good against the meta? How many suppression fields do you want to run?
And how many enchantments?
Too many.
Lots. At Geek Fortress, 6 words. What does the game of Magic mean to you?
What is the game of Magic?
This is actually huge. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can do this within 6 words. We might almost turn this into an entire podcast one day, and I'm looking at doing podcasts. But in 6 words, friendship, life lessons. This is such a difficult question for 6
I think
words.
it's life lessons,
Okay.
good friends,
Yes. Oh, okay. I've got mine.
some
over here.
addiction.
Okay. Relationships with people, game, and myself.
It's a good way to look at it.
But it has helped me just develop both an understanding of what I like and who I am. It has helped me just develop my understanding of life through the game, and also I've developed some extremely powerful friendships
Absolutely.
through this. So that's going to be my 6 words. But that is a hefty question.
Yeah, it's a really good question.
That's Alfred is love playing dirty with 6 words.
Man.
What have we got here? Any relation to Leandra?
Who is Leandra?
I don't know, but I remember
Some say
asking. No, do you remember when we first met? I asked you if you were related to Atia, and you also said no.
I don't know actually a lot of my extended family.
Oh, so it's possible.
I could be.
Maybe.
Maybe. Are they local or in Idaho?
Oh man, Alfred, that was brutal. Hopefully, we did that question justice.
Yeah,
That's a huge.
That's
one.
a lot of emotions in 6 words.
Yeah, I spend. I mean, let's look at it this way. Without even considering the time that I spent building, playing, reading about, interacting with other people, and anything like that, I spend 15 hours a week hanging out with all of you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't sleep, so I just think about whatever's on my mind, and sometimes it's like, man, would it be a good idea to put that new enchantment that taps for whatever mana colors into an enchantment deck with Nettle Sentinels? And that's like, run through all the cards. Probably not, but I'm gonna do it.
We used to have some good conversations at work of just
man.
Glorious. Are there any good
Kills
blue draw cards in Modern? You have, there's for knowledge, technically Jace, Architect of Thought, Ancestral Vision.
You know what card I really like?
What card
Is
do you
that
like?
Stupid little Eldrazi that lets you cycle.
Oh,
I love that.
I call it the Savage Drone. The Salvage Drone? Alright, we're going to try and get another match.
I'm going to try and see if there's someone for you.
Alright, and what else have we got? What's the answer for Tron after eye banning? Honestly, the answer for Tron after eye banning is likely to just keep moving forward. Tron didn't take a huge loss from that Eye of Ugin, all things considered. They can move in with either the Conduit of Ruin if they like, they can go for a Ghost Quarter, they can even go for Crucible of the Spirit Dragon. They have options. But really, that is turning, the biggest thing that's going to impact is their control matchup, which is going from maybe 90-10 to maybe 70-30. And again, these are just rough numbers, so if I'm wrong, feel free to correct it, but don't hold it against me too strongly. But I think that Tron, it's going to be pretty close to business as usual. Certainly it's going to be more impactful than meta, less than the loss of the eye itself. Thank you, Sanctum of Ugin. I appreciate that. The second thing is that actually Mono Blue Tron may actually gain some ability with this one, and we also might be looking at Blue White Tron also gaining some interesting things. So those are the ones to keep an eye on. Blue White Tron and Mono Blue Tron may be able to utilize some of these new unbanned cards, which could be pretty interesting.
Absolutely. The yet again, the one player that is actually in a state to move over does not want to be on stream.
Okay.
Same guy, but I respect his opinion.
Yeah.
He doesn't got good luck on stream, and that is a lot of eyes watching you.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. And in the meantime, you know, we have definitely gotten some feedback that some people tend to like when we're able to interact with people a lot more.
Scarscale Ritual, that card is great.
Scarscale Ritual? I don't even know what that does.
So you put a -1/-1 counter on a creature, and I believe draw 2 cards.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. A sorcery for a hybrid blue-black and a colorless? As an additional cost to cast it, put a -1/-1 on a creature you control, draw 2 cards. It's good. Fantastic.
I actually run one of those in Ascendancy.
Driving Piles. First of all, you better be a goblin. Second of all, do I think that Eldrazi will be a deck after the ban? Absolutely. Blue-white mid-range Eldrazi.
It's still a fair creature deck.
Yeah.
Just not quite as unfair.
No, and it's still going to fill that nice role of almost being a little bit bigger than Jund, but a mid-range deck. So it's going to be a nice one. It's going to possibly struggle against the aggro matchup like it did before, but it's going to go a lot to like it was before Oath, and I think that that's a healthy spot to be, especially with a little bit less of that. I mean, losing the Eye of Ugin is going to take away a little bit of its inevitability that made it almost a faster Tron, which is problematic. So I think that Eldrazi is going to continue being a deck. Things are going to be great, and honestly, I wish they could have taken in the sake of competitive diversity and just moved it up 3 months, because I honestly think that we are on the cusp of a fantastic modern metagame going forward.
I'm excited to see what Shadows actually brings into it. There's a lot of interesting cards, and they seem to play really well into a standard format, just mixing things up, but it'll be interesting to see where things come in a newer version.
Yeah, and certainly I think that we're going to see kind of a flash in the pan of aggro, like any unexpected meta. Aggro will show up, just because it's the most proactive deck in the field.
Yep.
However, I do think that there are going to be a lot of testing with Ancestral, so I think that we are on the cusp of a great modern meta.
I think there was a Sultai Zoo you guys had, or Dark Zoo.
Yeah.
I think that would actually be a really good shell for the Ancestral.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. I'll have to mention it to him. That was Aaron Walker who put that together.
Because you go really deep in the first couple turns, and then you just have nothing. You're usually, because your curve's not high enough.
Yep.
That you don't keep cards. So having a hand refill sounds awesome.
Scrub Lord, unfortunately, Tron, Eye of Ugin was banned, but overall your deck will be fine. Whichever it is. It'll just be a little bit different. 2, King the Cat, Grishelbrand is going to pop up more possibly. Depends on how much of the graveyard hate comes in for the Thopter Sword combo. But definitely could be a great one, and also I just like that deck in general, so I'd like to see it doing well. Forcefall HD. Thopter decks have not been are not here tonight because the unbannings don't actually take effect until this Friday. So we won't see those yet, though I do know that there are people working on building those decks. We could definitely see those next week in our meta.
I'd like to see a zombie travel. I'd like to see Black Devotion.
Oh, yes.
Black Devotion is disgusting, even now, but just it doesn't have the whole the staying power early game.
True. What else have we got? Market. More aggro with Thopters running around very decently because on the bright side it's extremely hard to tutor up both halves of the Thopter Sword combo. So it really lends itself into a slow...
No, it's not.
Okay, fine. It's really hard to tutor it except unless you're going really aggressively tutoring for it, in which you're doing very little in the early
Just run blue. Muddle the mixture.
Muddle the mixture? Sure, but that's something you have to do turn, what? 2 or 3? Turn 3?
I think the fastest way to do it is muddle the mixture and then Matter Shapers.
Okay. I'm still not convinced that that's going to be enough to really get in the way of the aggro deck, though. So, at least, I do think that aggro is still going to be a thing, especially if they make any kind of considerations for that deck. They can certainly work their way around it.
It's one of those things where I think once the meta settles in and aggro becomes the, hey, I play aggro kind of guy,
yeah,
I think it'll be good.
Have we seen Modern Prowess? Looks very promising. I have seen it. I'm assuming you mean Teamer, but there's also been talks of Blue-Red. There's been talks of Grixis Prowess, all kinds of things. I like the deck. It can do very well at a local meta, and also anything that's going to be running some of those really cool zero drop, like Mishra's Bauble. I mean, I can get behind any kind of card that's getting behind that. I like it a lot. Let me know how it goes with you playing that. Harold McCoy, haven't seen you for a bit. Welcome back. It's great having you. Love to see Zombie Tribal be a breakout deck. Honestly, I would too. You mentioned Mono Black Devotion being a sweet deck. Green Merchant of Asphodel is a house. If you can survive to casting Green Merchant of Asphodel,
you're good.
That card's insanely good.
What is that? Ad nauseum with Visions?
Ancestral Visions is better in aggressive decks and decks that have sweepers to buy large amounts of time. I'm not sure if I actually agree with that. I do agree with it in decks with sweepers and ones that are going to buy time, but as far as aggressive decks, I'm not sure if I fully agree with that one. I think that it fits into a shell that even if it is turn 3, they could suspend it without just feeling bad about it.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. We're going to find out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things we don't know. People think differently than we do, and there's a lot of options out there.
What else have we got here? Troy, building a Nauseam. Vision's going to be good for a minute. Unlikely, but maybe. I mean, drawing cards is good. It's definitely an option.
I would literally just like to pay 1 for 1 and just do,
Serum Visions?
Serum Visions.
Yeah. I think having the more immediate choice over what you have, because once you have things coming off of Suspend, you should be winning the game.
You got Serum Visions, you got Sleight of Hand, and then some run, there's one other card that people run.
Yeah.
Probe. Yeah.
Probe, also a very good one. Ralaroth. Just blue-black with Tezzeret, Agent of Bolas, and Liliana and sweet black-blue stuff. I completely agree. I actually had Tezzeret control about a year ago. Built it, still have most of the pieces for it. Might end up putting it back together just to put together the Thopter Sword combo.
Yeah.
It's a sweet deck, and just having the ability to lend it to people is going to be good. Because, again, I don't compete that much these days because I'm too busy hanging out with you guys, not complaining.
I told him to play last week, and he told me no.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Though, down the line, as a heads up, I will be doing some questionnaires to the people, wondering what their thoughts on would be if I started having some people cover every now and then so that I could have an occasional night off on a Friday or Saturday, or maybe actually compete.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's open to you guys. I mean, I'm not really sure. Still working on the best way to do that. I'll be definitely communicating with you guys and trying to get some input from that from all of you. What else have we got? I think that deck could play Ancestral Visions, honestly. Talking about the blue-black Tezzeret, probably, possibly, definitely could. What else have we got? Scrublord, you're talking about blue-red. Blue-red's sweet. It's also the most budget version, and you get to run Young Pyromancer. I'm a big fan of Young Pyromancer. It's one of my favorite cards that exists.
Except for the tokens. It's impossible to find.
Yes, I know. I actually got some, though. I finally did.
A friend of mine went through an entire box and got one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Blue Jund, basically Sultai, Rug, and some kind of control decks that run Ancestral Visions, but that's about it. You know, that could be a decent one, especially Sultai just because of the amount of spot removal, and like Slowly Crashing mentioned, Ancestral Visions is a great in a deck that wants to 1-for-1.
Yeah.
They want to trade resources, and that's definitely true. And so in these control decks, we'll see them getting a lot more aggressive with their counter spells, a lot more aggressive with their kill spells, because if you suspend that turn 1, you can confidently do that knowing that you're not going to get blown out by their turn 4 bomb after you're now in top deck mode as a control deck, instead of trying to conserve your resources and wait to get the 2-for-1s. And you can just get aggressive, and you can stabilize that game much more actively.
It's just for the refill opposed to the out.
Yes. Forcefall HD Scapeshift in the new meta. I like it.
I love Scapeshift.
Scapeshift is looking solid. The format's slowing down a lot, which means that Bring to Light Scapeshift is getting good.
Oh, yeah.
Ancestral Visions is unbanned along with those two, which means that Rug Scapeshift is likely going to get better. There are a lot of really solid options. I think that Scapeshift is going to be looking pretty nice. I'd put it pretty... I don't want to say squarely because no one knows anything, but I'm going to say I'm confident in a Tier 2 Scapeshift deck.
Absolutely. I mean, I like the Titan Shift just because it's so streamlined, and there's nothing really that just, blue decks in general kind of clunk it up, but
right.
It's very straight to the point.
Yeah, and it's I have that one, and I'm a big fan of the green-red one, and I think that the other two get a nice boost from this one. Previously, I think they would have been a little bit too slow for the current meta.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They did it a little too much.
Put just a cardboard cutout of myself in the booth, Harold McCoy. I would consider that. I do have just a giant basic mountain. I could just let that be me and just have it sit in the booth.
Or you could just Photoshop yourself onto the background.
Yes, I love it. Fairies is perfect for Ancestral Vision. Still won't make the deck good enough. We'll see. It could be interesting.
There's a Fairies player at our store. It's not a bad deck. It's just so 50-50 on what you draw.
See, the problem is that it has the potential to be good, but you're right. It has no runaway matchups.
Yeah, it is.
And so the problem is that it's hard to be, when you're looking to really steal those 55% games. It's just so difficult, and every misplay that you make is hugely punishing.
Hurts.
It's similar to how Esper Mentor was.
Yeah, you gotta choose the right cards when you click. You gotta it's just.
Yep.
There's so many small little things like that that are just not good for it.
Sorry that we're falling behind stuff, but we're trying to get through it. Bloodsow, love Ancestral with Goblin Dark Dwellers. Me too. Oh, nothing sounds as great as just drawing 3 cards into your turn 5 to drop it and draw another 3 cards. That sounds incredibly good. No, that's not even your ideal situation. Then you have too many cards in hand, which is quite the first world problem.
Then you discard another one and cast with your next Dark Dwellers.
What else have we got? Could go well in a Jeskai control. I absolutely have to agree. Harold McCoy complimenting us for our onesies. Thank you very much. Actually, Bryce picked mine out.
It's good.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. I'm definitely enjoying this. It's gonna be comfy.
I'm realizing my hood is so much bigger than yours, even when I button it.
It's because mine is much more fitted to my face. What blue deck could play Dark Dwellers? More likely that you'll be looking at something like Grixis. I think Grixis is the deck that you'll be looking to do that. Good. Could even be running Peeing Kier Nalaar in a similar slot.
Because you can also just it's 3 or less, right?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with some of the new cards, but you can get back Pinkman.
Okay, what else have we got? Fairies has 2 actively good matchups, Affinity and Grixis. Interestingly enough for Eric Ciernak, and I know that this is of course completely anecdotal, but as an Affinity player, I love playing against Fairies, and it's usually actually... The funniest thing is that they'll usually go for a Bitter Blossom, which is normally a house against me, and I'll just line up 4 Ornithopters and just continually trade around.
We good.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So I know I should be losing that matchup, but I continually do well in it, and it's all completely by the luck of which quarter of my deck I draw.
That was how I felt playing against Twin.
Fun anecdotal thing there, but Grixis definitely pretty solid. Old School Cadillac. Here's an idea for Brew out there. How about milling Narcomoeba to trigger Sword of the Meek? I will get in contact with Joe Klobowski. I'm sure he'll have something together in a week. Oh my goodness. Slowly Crashing, you're right, and I think that's one of the things that's going to keep Ancestral Visions from getting slammed into every deck. It is a remand target. It is a processor target, and I think that it's going to be great in the deck that it's good in, and eventually it's not going to be in every deck, and I think that's going to be exactly where we want it to be.
There's a lot of things that just limit what it can do. They're in a painful way.
Yes.
That.
As for Mackenzie, are we going to watch a match? Yes, we will be getting a match on. Round 3 is about to start. We were definitely a little bit missing some of the people, so we should be able to get another match in just a moment. And I'm not sure if you happen to know which people are out there or what they're playing, but if you can try and get us one of the more aggro matchups, that way we might be able to switch into a second one, then that would Yeah, if you want to try and find one. And I will power through the else here. Why is Bloodghast so expensive? Probably because it was in Zendikar. Not a ton of it are out there, and it's tried in a few different decks. But mostly it's just because it has a pretty small print run as far as, or not a minuscule print run, but there's not a lot of them out there, and the demand is for all those weird decks is out there. Hopefully a reprint is incoming. Eric Ciernak, that's awesome. We should play Fairies against Affinity sometime. I'd love to do it. It'd be a lot of fun, and I'm not trying to say that as a challenge. I just think it would be fun, so that possibly, you know, it could be that the players that I was playing against aren't used to Affinity. Could be all kinds of factors playing a factor into that, so that's awesome. What else have we got here? The thing about Fairies versus Affinity, you were testing that with Visions, and the match got worse. That's pretty interesting, that story. Feel like I should play Blue-Red Prowess. Feel like it fits for my Burn Andra. Man, I'm a big fan of Burn, much less a fan of Draw. I'll look into it. I do have a Delver deck put together with all the Young Pyromancer and stuff like that. It becomes pretty easily swapped into a Prowess deck. More than that, though, I've already got about 7 Modern decks, and while I'm looking at building more eventually, I'm trying to be a little bit more sparing with those resources, and I think I'll be more looking to get some Pauper decks online for this summer when I'll be trying to unveil that. But definitely something I'm interested in at least trying out. They just printed the 1/3 Prowess for Blue-Red. Huh. And what have we got?
They are still turns, but I kind of floated around and we got some kind of zoo build that's going to be going on, and we'll see who he's playing.
And do you know who that is? Is it Mason? Hair?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Mason.
I'm not that good with names, so...
Glimpsing Unthinkably. Someone needs to be testing a Devoted Mill deck in here. I have good news. There is someone that actually plays a Devoted Mill deck. They don't come very often, to be honest. But we actually have had a Devoted Mill deck here, and it's definitely happened. So hopefully we can try and get more of them in here eventually. And also, if you ever find yourself in the area of Snohomish, Washington, this goes for all of you watching and being so patient and interacting with us in a really cool way. If you are ever in the area, Snohomish, Washington, I would love to meet you. Another thing is I will be at GPLA. If you will be there, 1, let me know if you will be at GPLA, and 2, I'd love to meet you.
It is expensive to get all the way down there.
Yeah, I had Eric do my booking for me. Eric's a great at that.
Man, that feeling when you have people follow you on Twitter and you haven't touched your Twitter ever.
That is fantastic. So, what do we got? Storm Chaser Mage. I do like the Storm Chaser Mage as well. I mean, there's definitely some cool things. I could always look into Blue-Red Prowess, but right now I'm more looking at perfecting Affinity going into some GPs coming up than anything else.
The Blue-Red Prowess comes back to that whole red thing of literally numbers outnumbering other cards. You're like, I gotta look at the ones that are actually subpar, because these are actually gonna help. And it's just a little awkward.
Glimpsing Unthinkably, Alberta, Canada. I'll tell you what, next time I'm at GP Vancouver, early next year near there as well, we'll just meet up in between rounds and play a game. Boom. Nailed it there.
Play some EDH.
Ship CC, any graveyard decks in our local meta? Yes, we have both Dredgevine. We have got Living End. Tyrell is playing Dredgevine these days. We've got a Living End deck. I'm trying to get Joe to re-put together his Modern Bombardment. Hopefully we can get that back someday. But there are a couple actually graveyard decks out there.
Yeah, I would love to see some of that. Wow. The Living End? Yes, Living End. That's what I'm going for. That sounds fun.
What have we got here? Diszilla. Hello, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining. We've seen you previously, but yeah, it's great having you. Let's see here. King the Cat driving to LA from Oklahoma. Hey, that's decent. I actually also have family that lives in Cali, but found actually a really nice deal on a hotel room, staying with 3 other people.
What is it? It's like, entrance is what, 60 or something?
Entrance is around, I haven't actually looked, but it's usually around 60. And actually, the next round about to come on, so we should be having that come up pretty shortly. But hey, if you're anybody who is at GPLA, I would very legitimately love to meet you guys. It'd be awesome.
It's always great to meet people you meet on the internet.
Yeah, like, just having a face to the name, and also just because I think about so many of you as that name. Like, I think of Scrublord 312 as Scrublord 312, and so like I can't even fathom another name behind it right now because that's who they are. I know that there's a person there. And so it'd be really cool to meet that person and kind of learn a bit more about the people that I interact with 3 times a week, which is really cool.
I mean, any time you get to actually meet someone who you've been talking to but don't actually know face to face is always a great thing.
Yes.
You know, it puts a lot of, not as much trust as really closeness kind of bond that we talked about with Magic before.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole what Magic means to us.
Yep.
Well, I don't know who your opponent is.
That's what
Alright, I know who it is. Find out what they're playing.
You good?
I'm not quite yet. I need to know what he's playing. So we are going to have Zoo against what I believe is Emiria, but it's going to be an Esper Emiria. But I'm not 100% sure on that one. Okay, now tell me, is it
looks like
Esper Emiria?
Esper.
Okay.
Some kind of Esper build.
So we are looking at Esper Emiria from Ian Hathaway. So we are about to head into round 3. It's going to be a blast. Zoo versus Esper Emiria. Now, who do you think takes the edge? I know that Esper Emiria is running a decent amount of board wipes in it, as well as that hand disruption. It's going to be pretty solid again with a lot of main board life gain.
I mean, it's up in the air for me. It's one of those things where if Zoo gets out the gate, I think it's good. But if it's like, if it's slow, it's going to be the biggest issue.
All right, let's head on down, have some fun. See you there. Okay, so both players getting ready. We have Mason going for a mulligan early on. Looks like Ian, actually, I think it's a mulligan from both players. And I really think that the mulligans right now are going to favor Naya Zoo a lot more than they're going to favor Emiria Control.
Absolutely. There's so many more options for the Zoo player than the Emiria player, at least for the beginning of the game. And that's what's going to pretty much trying to get him late game.
Okay. Mr. Jitsu, you're coming to Oklahoma. Hey, that's awesome. As for coming to GP Milwaukee, I am looking at starting to go to more GPs and starting to grinding more. It's going to be definitely, especially with this new job, then it's going to offer me some flexibility in doing that. I'm going to be probably trying to go to one maybe every other month or so.
That would be really fun.
So maybe every 2 months. Probably next year once I kind of like figure out all of my other life things going on, then I'll be starting to grind.
What are they even doing?
What are you doing?
They're rolling dice.
What are you...
They were rolling boxcars to see who goes first. First one to roll boxcar.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
First one to roll.
Oh, Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes!
Okay. I honestly don't know what they're doing.
They're rolling to see who gets boxcars first. It's obviously a game of strategy and skill.
Okay. So, apparently they have decided... I would love another GP Seattle there.
That was good. Just actually in Seattle would be nice.
We're only talking about double favors favor the one on control deck. That's definitely a reasonable thing to say. Is just because that aggro deck can run out of. But I was thinking more in that Naya Zoo has a lot more redundant pieces.
Yeah.
And so I think that a good 6 from Naya Zoo will at least be good. He can definitely run out of gas sooner. The interesting thing is that Ian only needs so much to turn that 6 into a really solid hand, and that usually involves just devastating the board.
Yeah, I mean a 3/3 is going to be a 3/3 no matter if they're using Serum Visions or not.
Mm-hmm. So we have got a decent amount of mana in Ian's hand.
Living the dream with escalators in it.
Okay, so Eternal and Grim Lavamancer from Mason. If that doesn't get removed fairly early on, it's going to do a nice job of just applying a lot of pressure to the board. That path, Emiria enters the battlefield tap, so he at least gets a turn, likely just going to be swinging for 1. Always remember that your Grim Lavamancer swings for 1.
Yeah.
Alright, Social Gamer, why are we wearing these? It's because we got to over 1,000 followers, not because we got to 500 viewers, though I am hoping for 500 viewers one day, in which, if anybody's curious, if you don't know what happens when you get to 500 viewers, let me know in the chat. I will elaborate between games and let you know. So, Kazali Pride Mage, which is going to be decently good against this, and it can take down some of just, the detention sphere.
Yeah, that's what I was
things
thinking.
like that. Or at least it's going to go for the Kazali Pride Mage. Actually, it can take down, I guess it technically take down the D-sphere.
Yeah. The question is Ian running, ghostly prisons or anything like that? Is he running any kind of Pelifort? Or is it just all in on
a decent amount of life gain? It's a lot of end of the battlefield abilities. Okay. This is really similar to that Blue-White Emiria deck that got popular right about 3 months, it's actually about 6 months ago. When kind of Eldrazi started getting a little bit popular, and what it does is trying to get this Sun Titan engine online, and using things like the it's the living weapon that you get mortar pod. Using the mortar pod to recur a lot of end of the battlefield, so like Well of Omens, Lone Missionary, just because it's a 2-mana 2/1 that gains you 4 life.
Yeah.
Using Kitchen Finks, a lot of these things that just get a lot of abilities that when they enter the battlefield, and you start getting this just complete value engine going off in the late game.
I can dig someone taking them to Valley Town.
All right, Kobe. Just because you mentioned it, between between games, I will tell you all what is going to be happening when we get to 500 viewers in a single stream. It is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Which one's that one?
That is a Burning Tree Emissary. I will show you what that does. All right.
Is that the activations?
Yes.
Ooh.
So Burning Tree. Oh dang it! I'm sorry. Burning Tree Shaman. And I know that you guys are all gonna correct me before I even realize my mistake. But it's Burning Tree Shaman.
Adcom onesies hit 1,000 followers. We're celebrating.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's a special occasion, but we should wear the onesies every stream. I'll tell you what. If there's enough demand for it, I'll consider making this maybe a monthly thing.
I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
All right.
If you guys don't hate me, I'm down.
Ship? No, we're not.
Wait, what? No.
No. So a Pilgrim's
No.
Eye going for a basic land, another one of these things that allows him to kind of get those.
That's
but
good. I like the Pilgrim's Eye.
Mason putting himself down to a pretty low life total, but establishing a pretty commanding board, and Ian hasn't been able to do very much to stop him. He does have a path in hand, but he's been tapping out a lot, has the Thoughtseize, and I don't really see the board wipe in hand. There might be one that I don't see it. Which Emeria is the deck based on? The Sky Ruin. To my knowledge, the only one, but let's find out. Oh, I'm sorry, it is
Angel
just the land
Shepherd,
itself.
Iona.
So in Atarka's command, that's going to be a pretty devastating hit. Going to knock him down to 15 right off the bat, and then likely going for an extra +1/+1 from each of those creatures. And you're seeing the Grim Lavamancer take that down to enable this into a swing for an additional 7. And that's going to knock Ian down pretty low.
So now
down to
it's
5.
I think he went to face.
So 3 damage to the face, and I think we have got a swing 4, and hopefully we get that. Okay. Is he at 12?
No, they haven't changed the dice.
Okay. And there is the board wipe.
And hopefully he stabilizes, I think.
Alright.
He has the path in hand.
There we go. Okay, I thought he was at like 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, man, that looked like a swing for 7.
Yeah,
I'm curious how he prevented that. Okay, so Mason just going for a tapped land, and we are starting to see that situation which he may have run out of gas, but Ian being at 5, still pretty impactful, really needs to just keep him from gaining life, and this Lone Missionary is going to be great for that. So going up to 9
Is he
here.
on Flicker Wisp or anything?
I'm not sure if he's running Flicker Wisp, actually.
Oh.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was, just because of the value of the card, but this is a little bit less of a death and tax one, and so most of the cards in there do something as far as the control game goes.
Okay.
So I don't think that there's Flicker Wisp. And again, I know people have asked, I am still working on getting this Esper control deck from him. Okay.
Man, he's out of gas. I really hope he has something in his last 2 cards that can at least affect this board position.
Dinkadone, I'm sorry, this is not game 2. That is my apologies. I've been pretty bad about eliminating the game wins from that tonight. I'm a bad person.
What is it? Oh, Helix.
Ooh, and a Helix, but again, even going for this creature, definitely just a bit too late. I mean, Mason's at 16, looking down a board of 13. But this seems like the turning point in which Ian has now
Are they
stabilized.
2/2s or 1/1?
They are 2/1s.
Two 1s.
Yes.
Man.
Right? It's a really good card.
Yeah. Why don't I have?
Because Kitchen Finks works better in your shell.
No, I mean not for me. Just
Oh.
for just owning them in general.
Doro, they go for the Lone Missionary because it actually has that ability to get a little bit aggressive from what I've seen.
And it's 4.
And the 4 life is more than 3. Yes, that's a pretty obvious statement. But I've actually seen them running the Lone Missionary just because it's actually able to trade, and getting back things from the graveyard is all right by them.
Yeah,
that's part of their game.
They want the initial 4 and then the 4 again when they get it back from Maria.
No, that's a Sky Hazar,
Yeah.
which is glorious. And now, I mean, Ian is going to have a hard time losing this game more than anything.
Yeah. Stabilize the game for him.
I mean, he just gained 12 life after. That's not a Sky Hazar.
No.
I'm sorry, what is it? I think it's
Azorius
just-
Hazar?
There we are. Court Hussar. You look at the top cards, get to put them anything right there.
And then sacked if it wasn't cast with white.
Yep. Alright. Meister. I am working on getting this Esper deck list, so I'm going to try and get that one as soon as possible. I've been bugging Ian about it, especially since he also borrowed some cards, which I'm still going to get back from him. So I've got a little bit of leverage there. And we've got a Borostrom, which looks to be just giving him double strike?
Double strike?
Did he just give Did he just give it double strike?
Maybe indestructible? Who knows?
That is interesting. Do we know what the black is for? Yes, it's mostly for hand disruption. He's actually running Thoughtseize. He has one in hand, which has been very ineffective this game. And there is and now going to be going back for that Lone Missionary, gaining another 4 life.
Man, Sun Titan.
This Sun Titan is now online, going to be a complete house.
Yeah, I don't see him coming back from this.
No, and I really think that at this point Mason should probably be picking up his cards.
Yeah.
Because unless he gets a path right now and is able to just take down that Sun Titan now.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Or a bonfire for
1, 2,
5?
3, 4, 5.
That is one shy from taking down the Sun Titan.
Yeah. Pitch your Simian Spirit Guide, dude.
Oh, man. I mean, it's unfortunately, the problem is that he's about to go back up to 20. Or, I'm sorry, back up to 17 after bringing back that Lone Missionary and knock Mason down a peg.
Oh, please tell me he's blocking it. Just snap block. Come on.
Oh, man.
Make the game interesting.
Did I say...
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
So did we just see a block there?
Yeah.
Was he aware of that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They both picked him up at the same time.
Okay.
Maybe he just has enough planes or Amerias to be okay.
Okay, and actually, because of the Ameria, he's got 6 planes. It only takes 1 more for him to start getting that value.
Is it 6?
But it still seems pretty surprised for him.
3,
Also, Slate Crashing,
4.
did I say ineffective?
He has 5.
So, a Loxodon Smiter, now looking down that. And another Wall of Omens, really just trying to dig into another planes, but I think he actually got another Sun Titan out of that. Interesting.
Get a fetch? Get the fetch.
Get the fetch. I don't think he does. Going for the Lone Missionary, though. And now there's an engine online. This is glorious. Okay.
Now you gotta top deck a path and then just feel bad when you path a Pilgrim's Eye.
Is there an Urborg effect to make that Swamp of Plains? There is not. Wasteland Carl, it is good to see you. Thanks for noticing in that deck?
No, not in this deck, but there is Celestial Dome.
But in this deck.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. It is good to see you, Wasteland Carl. Thanks for noticing that I'm a red panda and not a raccoon, as some people thought. Okay, so now Ian essentially going to be running away with this game.
Yeah, there's little oh yeah.
A path to exile on the Loxodon Smiter. He gets a basic land. I mean, the Quasari Pride Mage can take down the Pilgrim's Eye, which Ian can then get immediately back. I can, yeah. It's extremely good.
I don't know where this is going for Mason.
No, it's nowhere good.
It was a
unfortunately.
rough matchup.
Okay.
Rocket the Raccoon.
Oh.
Or really silly Ewok.
Nope. I'm a red panda because he's a regular panda and I play red. It makes sense, right?
I play junk, which is why the back screen.
Wasteland Carl just called it.
What?
As I was saying it, he was typing it. Man, Wasteland Carl, you get me. You get me on a personal level.
Man, Carl.
So
one of these days I'll actually meet up with you.
4, 5, 6. Actually, is this a Myriad not online?
No, it's not. It's been one off this entire time.
He's got 3 of them.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He kept counting 1 as 6. And I was like, nah.
I'm sorry.
Man, if he gets 1 land though, that's just gonna be stupid.
Ooh, like that one?
Oh. It's on upkeep though, right?
Yeah. But that means that next turn he's getting back his Sun Titan and 2 Lone Missionaries, which is going to get back a Lone Missionary.
And 3 Lone Missionaries.
Exactly. Like, gain 12 life, take a 6/6, and then you get to swing. This is going to be an absurd board state. As soon as Mason passes this back, Mason is going to be picking up his cards. Oh, man.
This is disgusting.
What ways does he have to get creatures in the graveyard other than casting and having them die? He runs a particularly interesting card called...
Whoa, wait, what?
Mortarpod.
Oh, he just shoots his own. Oh, he probably just slaps it on things.
He just slaps it on his own creatures and then sacks them. He runs Mortar Pod in this deck. Oh man.
Oh.
And there. Whoa. And that Scavenging Ooze very timely. I mean, the problem is that
Scavenging is huge.
That's a 5/5 that is actually looking down to 6/6 Sun Titan, and if there's another creature in the graveyard, which I think there is,
doesn't get the Pilgrim's Eye back, he loses, or like loses like all of his board position.
This is glorious. I'm still skeptical that Ian can't win this. Like, that he's not going to pull this out. But, he has to target. He's going to eat that one. And there's still creatures to pick.
Yep. He's going to get a big wall. Does he not have a path? I thought he had a path.
This is...
Oh, that is the play.
Wow. This is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, this is absolutely why you don't scoop.
Jovial Grace?
Yeah.
Jovial Grace. Yeah. That might not even be the correct way to say it. Great, thank you for joining. It is my first time seeing you, so hopefully you are enjoying the show. Thank you for joining so much. We're at about 150 people. It's great to have you. If you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, more than welcome to toss them in there. And I do hope that you're enjoying it. Hopefully you hit that follow button and continue to join us for more fun things.
Yeah, and
another Scavenging Ooze comes out.
Oh.
I mean, a Scavenging Ooze.
Was he sandbagging
that? I think he was.
That is way too good.
So, Mason going up to 8? Oh no, we missed the life gain from the last one too.
Yeah.
Or at least he didn't update it for us.
The last smattering of triggers.
Oh man. To anybody who is wondering, to the almost 160 people, thank you very much for all of you just joining. There is a schedule down below us. Please join us again. We do this 3 times a week.
Yeah?
You
do this 3 times
I do this 3 times a week. And then I have a variety of co-hosts, which is a whole lot of fun. But it's an absolute blast. I hope to see a lot more of you joining, because when we get to 500 viewers, which, again, between Game 1 and Game 2, I'll be telling you, hopefully you can all be a part of an experience that is going to lead to a bunch of people being embarrassed. Like, I would really love to see that happen.
I think you need to make sushi.
What? I need to make sushi?
Isn't that what he did? No, we'll talk about it when we get to it. But.
Okay. So, we have got Mason with an absurd amount of lands.
Both of them have an absurd amount of lands.
Yeah, but at least Esper Emiria wants to.
Yeah, I know. Please.
So,
please do something, Mason Senpai.
this Kitchen Finks actually doing a decent amount of work. I mean, it's basically the only creature on the board right now, which is significant, and that's might be what ends this game, is just being the final creature that does it. But, I mean...
He needs a Needle Spire.
This is amazing. And not a single creature in the graveyard. I mean, this is just absurd. Oh, I'm sorry, he does. So he is going to get that one. He's going to be able to go for a basic land.
Get your planes.
Oh my goodness. Kobe the Cheese. That sword symbolizes the mods. Those are our mods. So Dylan, Slowly Crashing Endure are 3 of our mods. And Namachili, actually. Man, a lot of mods in the chat tonight. Hi, mods. You guys are great at keeping everything cool. Oh, man. So, a lightning bolt on that. It's going to come back in, but, Mason not taking the 3 damage this turn.
Hey, it's smaller.
Going up to 17-2, and now there's just 3 power on the board from Ian. My goodness.
Oh.
Dylan, if you're watching, definitely those lands from Ian are interesting. So far, everything has made sense. But now that there's no Scavenging Ooze and he has this Mortar Pod, he's now able to get this engine online of continually taking down this Kitchen Finks and bringing it back as needed.
It's very hard to deal with that.
Oh, man. As far as the lands, at least we can tell what's happening. But I agree.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is bolting it even though the Mortar Pod is on it. I think he's just going to sack it to deal the 2 damage to him anyway. So that bolt seems like a really interesting... Oh, I'm sorry. Is it just 1?
Yeah, just 1. If it was 2, oh man, that would be delicious.
So a really interesting choice for Mason to go for the bolt there when he was going to be taking that damage anyway. But we shall see. So, an activation on that and a swing for 1. Mason going to be going down to 6. And are we just going to see Ian continually sack this and keep getting 2 life?
This is kind of painful to watch now. Oh, Nikadal at least.
So Nikadal joining on the board. And I think actually Ian's okay with just swinging with a 3-3 into that 3-3. So, an attack there by Mason with a 3-3. Interesting that he's not going with the Thopter as well, just because it's a flying 1-1.
Oh,
okay.
He is.
Okay. There we see that as well. And going to go for the trade. He's going to gain 2 life, go up to 21. And he is going to go down to 5. My goodness. And, man.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh.
This is absurd. Is this 3 Scavenging Oozes?
He still has creatures in the graveyard, doesn't he?
He does have some from that board. Actually, not many, though.
If there's at least more than one, it's good.
Oh my goodness. And a Detention Sphere on that Scavenging Ooze. So at least slowing that down, and that is going to turn this into a 2-turn clock from Ian. Actually, still a 3-turn clock because of this Kitchen Finks. He didn't actually go for the sack there. Oh, actually, because of the additional sack.
Yeah, he's good.
There. So yeah, that's going to knock him down to 2. And the... My goodness. That was glorious. So...
Yes, for a game with aggro, and that was a 15 almost 20 minute.
So, Amiria taking the win there. Now, let's talk a little bit. 500 viewers to all the people joining. Thank you so much, Justice Peanut, for joining us and following. But sack the Kitchen Finks twice in response to the other one because he can. Glorious. So, when we get to 500 viewers, at the same time, currently 4 things are going to be happening. 4 things. Where I'm going to try and convince other people who are occasional co-hosts to do more embarrassing things. But, number 1, probably the coolest thing is that we have a sealed revised starter deck that will be opening up on the stream. And it's hopefully going to be great. Hopefully. If not, it'll be a complete mess, and I'll probably find a Bolt and keep it, because I like Bolt. But, sealed revised starter deck, we'll be opening that up on the stream when we get to 500 people. That was the first donation from David Bradbury to our stream, in addition to a lot of his time. Second, I will be eating a Tybalt and some delicious Alfredo sauce.
I think you should make sushi out of it.
Make sushi? Like rolled?
Like use this Tybalt, like a couple
as
of them.
As the roll.
and then put some rice on the outside. And then you can put something on the inside that'll make it so it doesn't taste anything.
You know what? I'll consider that, actually. That's an interesting idea.
Yep.
3, Coleman Falk, who is one of our co-hosts, is going to record himself doing a complete dance to an 80s cardio song.
80s cardio song.
Yes.
Can you make it into a montage?
We're considering montage. We'll be doing a vote for it.
No. I just want you to make it into a montage.
Oh, then absolutely.
Yeah,
just to
okay,
shorten it for the internet.
And
Absolutely.
then put it in the bottom below.
And 4, Joe Klabowski, one of our legacy co-hosts. One of our more consistent, avid brewer, does a lot of things. We have a blank white playmat. Nothing on it. Someone will get to give him 6 words in honor of our 6 words game. Give him 6 words. And with those 6 words, they will act as a guideline for him to draw whatever he wants on that plain white playmat. And he will send it in the mail to you.
Oh man, I know something good for that one.
Is it? No. So, that is what we have got. The current 4 things. I honestly hope that you all join us for that, because it is
lip-singing video is also a consideration.
That's okay. So a music video is another possibility. We'll be doing all kinds of stuff when we get to that 500. We'll be considering it. To all those people, if that's not a reason to hit this follow button and keep showing up and keep being a part of this, and
What is?
being a part of just what we're trying to do, which is do cool things for the community, then I don't know what is. So you should hit it anyway.
Or tell us what is in 6 words or less.
Exactly. What condition needs to get met for Cheeto Fingers? At one point I casually said 750 in the same stream before we got to 500 for me to open the revised starter deck with Cheeto Fingers. I'll talk to David and get back to you.
Realistically, if you send us anything to open, we'll always open it with Cheeto Fingers.
That's true. Actually, if you send us things, there's a very... Talk to me first on Twitter just to make sure.
Yeah. I'd open a Barbie doll with Cheesy Fingers.
But, talk to me on Twitter if you guys want to send us stuff to just do weird stuff with. No, I will. As long as it's not too weird.
Yeah.
We try to be family friendly here.
Make it PG.
Mostly, one person asked about sending cards for it to be signed. As long as it's in an envelope, like you send it the envelope to send it back.
Yeah, I really hope that they send you cards that aren't Magic cards.
God, I hope so. No, the condition is always that I'm happy to devalue other people's property. Like, that's what I would be doing.
Can you sign my Moxen?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it okay if my signature is actually just, like, conveniently the size of a Magic card, a black square?
It's actually my artist print.
Artist print?
It's a stamp.
No!
No!
So, Zoo gonna be on the play here.
Yeah.
Zoo likely bringing in, I mean, against Control doesn't have a ton of options.
No.
Certainly we had...
No one runs it, but I would love to see a Dauntless Escort.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, like, the protection that he has is usually against, like, the burn-based control.
Yeah, the single
He
target.
has a lot of thing that's kind of prepared for that more than anything. But the amount of sweepers in this deck, I'm not really sure if he's fully prepared for. Now, he might be running things like Sulfur Elemental, just to... I mean, he's run that before. He runs some odd things, certainly.
I'd love to see a Dauntless Escort out of him, which probably isn't happening, or or just Sphinx. Things persist that can stay in there.
Okay. Let's see here. Send in business cards to sign. Love
I'd
it.
be down.
Okay. How good of an artist am I? This is Joe who will be doing it. Though if people ask other people to draw on that playmat, we're open to it.
Yeah. Why don't you have all the casters sign something on it?
Yeah, so we're certainly open to all kinds of things. He's a decent artist, though. I've seen him do some tokens that he made for himself that were hilarious.
Ooh.
So, Kazali Pride Mage, and we've got to swing for 4 from this Wild Nikotl. So, Ian down to 16 pretty early on, going down to 18 himself.
I like it.
Okay. First of all, I can do stick figures. Not well.
His circles aren't circles, they're quite oval.
Yeah, I'll try and get a picture. I painted a rose recently. Yeah, I actually painted and it was a rose, and I think it was pretty good. It's not like, professional,
Yeah.
but I felt like it was pretty good. So I'll see what I can do.
With your art skills.
Yeah, Ship CC, stick with us. I know you got to go to bed, and if you do, I can understand and appreciate that. I'm really glad that you were able to join us tonight. But stick around because there's always more fun to be had. So a swing for 5 from Mason at Ian, who is currently at 16, going for a fetch. So we'll be going down to 15, getting 2 mana, which is an interesting choice. Possibly a double removal spell.
Maybe. By the way, Ship CC. There's always tomorrow.
Game time. When we get to 500 people, we will be raffling it off to one of the viewers. As to whether or not we'll be doing it to one of the viewers after that, to see if maybe it's one of the people who have hit that follow button, or if it's just anybody who's hit the follow button, anything like that. But we'll definitely consider it. Okay, playing Legacy or Vintage with an unsleeved deck and Cheetah Fingers? You send me the deck and I'll play it.
Can I play shops?
Ooh, yeah.
Or now neutered shops? Or?
Neutered shops. You send me the Legacy or Vintage deck, and I will definitely play it unsleeved with Cheetah Fingers.
What's Oops All Spells?
Okay, and a Scavenging Ooze. Now, could you ask Ian? I think he's actually at 15 because of the fetch. If you could just...
Hey, Ian?
Ian.
Are you at 15 because of the fetch?
Are you at 15 because of the fetch?
Sweet.
Okay, got it.
Man, I don't know how loud to be here.
Okay, so a Lone Missionary coming out, and he'll be going back up to 19, so I guess he's actually not at 15. But Scavenging Ooze now on the battlefield, which is going to disrupt that Amiri again. Ian's still a long ways off from doing that. But, now, interesting thing. This is just a side note that people always tend to point out. Yes, that basic mountain is signed by me.
So, if you want a signature on something, that's what you're looking at.
That's what you're looking at.
Is that just a bulk box basic mountain?
Yeah.
Not even your favorite? Just a mountain?
No, that's a mountain that he handed to me. He actually wanted me to sign it. I didn't even just sign it and give it to him. There are like
it'd be
9.
better just to open up people's stuff and just sign cards.
There's 3 play sets of bolts in the Snohomish area that have my signature on them. It's ridiculous, to be honest. I know.
You've ruined $12.
I've ruined $12. So a Loxodon Smiter and a Scavenging Ooze for Mason. Now he does have this Bonfire in hand, and it's not going to be doing a whole lot. I think he might just end up trying to save it to maybe get a board before he starts going for the Sun Titan and stuff. But if Ian is able to build up maybe a decent wall filled with some of those Court Hussars, some of those... I mean, the Lone Missionaries unfortunately have already gotten their value, but nonetheless, anything like that, I think Mason's just going to be looking to clear the way of blockers for a turn, because right now he can only
just
do it for
hold
2
on to
damage.
it and try and finish him out with it if it comes down.
True, not a lot of control deck out of Ian.
No.
And so if he can keep applying just this huge amount of pressure on him...
He has a leak.
He does have a mana leak. Okay.
Ooh, Curd.
Nice. Wasteland ruining 2 playsets of Wasteland. That's even better. So we are actually getting... Oh, is this the Atarkus command?
Yeah.
So an Atarkus command, which is going to get... and that's a win. A quick win for Mason there.
Man, that's rough.
That is really rough.
That's what we like, out of the gate.
Ooh. I mean, I'm always happy to see an aggro deck doing well. Okay. Any expeditions yet? No, that would be glorious.
There's one on the Seattle right now.
All right, now everybody. I know that you're listening. I know that you're in the chat, and we haven't asked this for a bit, and I'm a little bit curious about our kind of demographics.
Sure.
So, let us know, and just to include this with a question so that we can get a little bit in addition to this.
I'm done.
But let us know, one, where you're watching from, but hold on to it, because hopefully you can include... Give us a good question. What do you wonder about our viewership?
What do you eat in your burger?
What do you eat in your burger?
You know what my favorite food is, but what do you eat on your burger?
So, where you're from, what do you eat in your burger? Let us know. That would be fantastic as we are getting ready for this Game 3. And it would just be really cool to see... Oh, Charles SWE. Yes, that is the Wasteland Carl, who actually... Carl, we need to get you back in as a co-host again.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to have you again. You were fun last time. So, get in contact with me. We'll try and get you back as a co-host in one of these coming Fridays, possibly this Friday, if you're open to it.
Yeah.
I don't have any one lined up.
Give me your digits.
Okay.
Alabama. I hope only meat is in my burger.
Nice. Dr. Dunn, great to hear from you. We don't see you too often in there, so it's
Oh.
awesome to have you. Earth to
Fried
Thine,
egg.
that you are clearly from Memphis, and it's great having you. I don't think we get to see you in the chat very often.
Fried eggs is the way to go.
Oh, my goodness. Tauson, great to see you. Prime from San Diego, repping that Pacific time zone. Glimpsing unthinkably, I see those Tybalts, and that is heartbreaking to me.
Tybalts and mustard. Mustard, though, you're killing it.
Oh, man. Jovial Grace, fantastic. Going for the meatloaf. I can appreciate
Salt and
that.
pepper.
I don't think I've seen anyone from New Orleans before. Guns for Life, thanks for joining us.
Swiss cheese. Swiss is the way to go.
Peanut butter and pineapple from Slowly Crashing. That's a little bit odd.
No, that's actually good. Peanut butter is good.
I like peanut butter and pineapple together, but I've never had it on our burger. So, we've got a Relic of Progenitus from Mason. A pretty interesting hate card, and it's going to cut down those Amirs and those Suntains, but not really help it against Ian's proactive game plan. It's just going to cut off his late game, which he should be winning anyway. So, it should be pretty interesting to see that happen. Dr. Dunn, thank you so much. I appreciate the positive feedback. So, thank you so much.
Not vegetables, hot chili, and Oklahoma.
That is awesome. It's just so cool being able to see like how far-reaching some of these people are.
Absolutely.
I am constantly in awe of the fact that we get to be at such a, I want to say close connection. I'm not sure if you would all agree, but honestly, I spend enough time with you guys that I feel like it's, you know,
Yeah.
something. And it's so cool that I'm able to converse with these Magic players from across, not even the country, but across the world in some cases.
Yeah.
Which is just such an incredible experience for me.
Man, I'm getting hungry, you guys.
Okay. Dora, we are looking at designing, we have been working on a design for a Geek Fortress playmat, and we are also looking into the feasibility of actually selling it online.
I think it needs to be you,
Uh-huh.
Kigu, doing the Buddy Jesus.
Ooh, or maybe I should make my own Kibler mat. Yeah. If you guys are interested, let me know. I'll see if I can make a Kibler mat happen. So, Lightning Helix taking down the Court Hussar. Mason back up to 20. And we have got him dropping down a Kazali Pride Mage. Also has this Relic of Progenitus, which is going to continue to keep it small, and a Slayer Stronghold.
That's double strike? Right?
That is a... No,
Oh, that's
I'm
the
sorry.
haste one.
That is Haste, Vigilance, and +2/+0. I'm sorry, maybe +3/+0. I believe it's +2/+0. Let's take a look. I'm pretty sure it's +2/+0. It is +2/+0. Okay. Wasteland Carl, I don't know what you're responding to, but... Okay, so an Aether Spellbomb coming out from Ian. So that is the Spellbomb that you can actually bounce
They're
over.
responding to your playmat.
Oh, yes. I'll look into the feasibility of it. So this Relic of Progenitus taking out the Court Hussar into Mason's turn. Does have
Spellbomb.
what is able to swing for a 3/3, but actually Ian going up to 24 at this point. Okay. Playmat of me barbecuing Tybalt's crit hit. I love that idea. Generic brand. Oh, I would love a generic brand playmat.
Yeah. Oh, no, generic. But you drinking generic brand water
Uh-huh.
in a onesie.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Nothing but generic brand. Generic brand onesie, of course.
Generic brand onesie, of course, yeah. Using...
So we've got a swing for 3, and Ian, I believe, down to 21.
And Colby, yeah. I've been there.
I have had a Red Mill burger. Only once, though.
Yeah, it was good.
I'll have to go back sometime. So, a Ghost Quarter out for Ian, so if he ever gets tired of that Slayer Stronghold, and the Detention Sphere coming out, probably pointing at that Kazali Pride Mage. Because going for that Relic of Regendus is just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
The Relic's pretty safe to do it now. Just force him.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't seem bad.
Okay. So what have we got? Generic brand? You should make it. Oh, yes. I mean, there's a lot of things that are overrated if you tell the people that they're the best. There's just a lot of good.
No, yeah, it's a good place.
So, we have got the Kazali Pride Mage taking down the Aether Spellbomb in response to the Detention Sphere just pointing at it.
Yeah.
So, an interesting choice. Keeps him... I think did he just draw a card in response?
Just drew a card.
Okay.
A little bit of trading of resources.
This is awesome. We get to see all the people who are in Washington just based on that question.
Yeah, Red Mill's good. We should all meet up sometime for not Red Mill.
Oh! Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll do like a Washington Fortnite meetup?
Yeah.
Oh!
Just gonna all get food somewhere? You know, if you're there, you just gotta go to like Buka or something.
Sorry, I just got a little bit thrilled by just the idea of that. In the future, look for it. Okay, so we've got a swing for 2.
Too bad you're on EDH, or you're just gonna have a bunch of people over for EDH.
I do have an EDH deck. I mean, it'd be hard to have that many people for it, but I'd totally be down for that.
Never seen it.
You've never seen it? I have a Squirrel EDH deck actually
Okay,
put
never
together.
mind. We need to say this.
Yeah. Okay, so the Squirrel EDH deck, and I refuse to get a kill with anything other than squirrels. So I won't swing with non-squirrels. I won't attack, even if I've got like the kill.
Yeah, they gotta make sure that they keep the squirrels in line.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So we have got 4 islands, but no Emir. Or I'm sorry, 3 islands and 1 Emir. 3 planes.
Ooh.
3 planes and 1 Emir, and a Helix going for this lone missionary. This lone missionary is basically just loaning life to both players. 3 life to Mason, 4 life to Ian. Both players at 20 or above, and this is into turn, what, 5?
Yeah.
For a game 3, this is not where Mason wants to be. And he has not been applying enough pressure.
I mean, he's not in a bad spot right now either.
Kobe the Cheese, I actually kind of like that idea. If we just did a barbecue outside the shop during the summer, that would be awesome. Man. Oh, man. Game Time, I don't think I've seen that picture. Send it to me on Twitter. I'd love to have it. Yeah, there are actually a lot of Canadians in our chat. I really enjoy it.
Oh, man, here we go. That sweet, sweet Sun Titan.
So, Mason going down to 21 for a fetch, going for a Temple Garden. Pretty much the mana bases of both players pretty solid at this point. Ian missing the black mana, but no black cards in hand, so it's not a huge miss.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything black, period.
No. And he's got a Dispel in hand, so he can take down anything like a Tarkus command or anything like that. That's going to be pretty painful. So, I am not sure. Yep. And there is the Sun Titan.
Sun Titan.
Which, not going to have anything to bring back, but if Mason doesn't have a path, never mind. So, Ian able to basically do a 6-mana ramp spell.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No, it doesn't even do anything, did it?
He got an island.
Oh.
Or, I'm sorry, did he get an island?
I think he just got...
Plains. Yeah, he got a Plains. Okay.
Man.
Send that picture to me on Twitter, and also anybody else who's interested. I do love it when people interact with me on Twitter. It's a lot of fun to answer questions, to play games of 6 words there, just to see what people send me. So always feel free to contact me on Twitter. I do try and interact with it pretty regularly.
Round 2? Ready.
Ooh.
Fight.
Round 2, Electric Boogaloo, the Sun Tightening. Which... And a Dispel taking that down
really
with
fast.
The extra mana. Interestingly enough, last turn what we saw was the perfect tap out, and now Ian protecting that pretty nicely, and if Mason doesn't go into it, he runs 3 paths, I can tell you that much. Oh,
well,
man.
Oh, he's got a bolt. Can you double up?
So, what have we got here? Captain Harlock, thanks for complimenting our onesies. We certainly appreciate them. And a pass back. Though, actually, in an interesting way, it may have been a risky play, but he was kind of safe to swing there. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the Slayer Stronghold, because he wouldn't have had another red source after he gave it haste.
How big is the board? 2/2?
It was actually a 3/3.
Oh, yeah.
But
he has a bolt in hand.
Right, and he actually could have done the Temple Garden and a Plains to get it out there, and then he could have swung with it and actually bolted it if he had blocked with the Sun Titan.
Yeah.
And I think it was just a nice free swing to take, or to go for that actual kill there. Or
Yeah.
at least to take down the Sun Titan, which is a huge threat for you. So I actually would have liked that, but actually Ian's still going to have a problematic time swinging into this because that bolt is in the hand. So most likely we'll see Mason going for the block and then the bolts to finish off the Sun Titan. Man. I also have spent a decent amount of time in Bellingham. Like, actually, yeah, I've spent a decent amount of time there. So a swing for 6, and now we are going to see this basically just trade with the Flinthoof Boar. Both players essentially just trading resources pretty consistently. Anything else that you're seeing in that hand?
No, nothing really. I know there's an Antarctic command for him, and a bolt, and that's about it.
So I saw one card that is actually concerning to me.
Which is...
And I really don't think it's that card, but it looks like that at a glance for the art. And it looked... No!
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness!
The trifecta.
And how many planes is he at right now? Not enough. Oh man, my goodness! Glimpsing the unthinkably, honestly, very truthfully, and I'll get sappy at the end inevitably. You've seen it before, but thank you so much for that kind of feedback. Like that kind of positive reinforcement is something that we work really well with and that we really enjoy hearing, and so it means a lot to us to get that kind of compliment.
Just remember, we're better than Red Can't eat us though.
Better than Red Mill. You sir are bold. That is.
That's
a deflecting palm. I thought that was a deflecting palm in his hand. I genuinely.
What is this?
This is a card that I never expected to see.
See, I like
come in
that. I like
against
that
this
it's
matchup.
foil.
Next
that's just
time-
the cherry on the cake.
The next time that a source of your choice would deal damage to you, it instead deals that much damage. You prevent it and deal it to its controller. He just dealt 4. What? I'm sorry. It was not.
That was good.
That was
good.
not on my radar to see that coming in against this deck, and I honestly don't fully agree with it. But that is such a cool thing. Glimpsing unthinkably. The fact that we try to be so interactive with you is honestly our favorite thing about this. We try very hard to be interactive with you guys and keep that going. And now we have got. My goodness. So, gonna be exiling all the graveyards, going for the draw. Now a second detention sphere out, and now anything's going to the graveyard. Actually, oh come on! Oh,
The lackluster plays that are amazing.
I was so prepared to just get blown away by that. But yeah, that's the truth of it. Is that this stream is about entertaining you, and if talking to you is what is going to entertain you, then that's what we're gonna do, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
It's providing and it's interacting with the community, and it's providing something cool that everybody can feel like they have a part in.
And I keep going back to your 6 words. It's all about community and the bond you get with people. Even if you are digital people to us right now, you're actual people.
Yes, I tell people I share anecdotal stories about the conversations I had with people I've never met. All the time. So, what have we got here? A Scavenging Ooze, continually just destroying this graveyard in every way possible, which is just beautiful. But we are going to see a path in response, only with a single green mana and none of those creatures in there yet. Also a Wild Nacatl joining on the battlefield, but Ian starting to regain control of this game. A little bit over, about 10 minutes left. So, definitely, this matchup is just...
It's really back and forth for one of these decks being a very early game deck and one of them being a very late game deck.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that every time that Mason gets on stream, his Zoo deck is entirely unique. In that it is running a lot of the early game creatures. It is running main board 3 Bonfire of the Damned in the main board.
That's just...
It's
good.
bold. It's bold.
Bold is a good way to
A
put
lot
it.
of removal. It's almost like this mix between the big zoo, the Gruul zoo, and like everything in between.
Yeah.
With so many main board
I
scavengers,
would love
main
to
board.
see Rampagers.
Hello to Glimpsing Unthinkably's wife. Say hi.
Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
We don't really know your name, but hello to Glimpsing Unthinkably's wife. We're glad that you enjoy our onesies. Mine's a red panda.
Mine's
I got
actually
it.
a panda.
He got it for me this weekend. It's pretty excellent.
It is getting toasty in here, though.
It is getting toasty, but we're going to power through for them.
You want some water?
Do you have? No, actually, next time that you go out there, could you just grab some?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
For you, sir.
For me, anything.
The world.
For the world, for me. So, I mean, a lone missionary, Ian now at 12, and Mason down at 8. So the tables have turned somewhat, and Ian looking in a really positive position. This 6-6, also having this 2-1. Mason sitting on a board with just a 3-3, which...
He's gonna try and swing it. No, never mind.
Hello, Mrs. Glimpsing Unthinkably. You're the best. Thanks for being a fan.
Mrs. G.
We hope that you let... Oh, Mrs. G! Thanks, Mrs. G. We hope that you keep letting Mr. G watch us and hopefully have fun with us.
I thought it was green. Damn colorblindness.
Oh, man. So...
Colorblindness is horrible. At the same time, can lead into so many good jokes.
And the kitchen finks comes down. Ian up to 14. And now just a board state in which Mason needs to continually draw answers. But I think at this point in the game, knowing what Mason could have, I don't think that Mason has an out. Now, he kind of has to play it because it's game 3. But his options at this point are to continually draw a card that is going to have to chump block.
He's going to either be a chump blocker, he's out of path, so you said he only runs 3, unless he randomly has one on the sideboard.
Right, but only 3 at least in the main board. So...
Or Miracle Bonfire.
A Miracle Bonfire would... If it is, I will flip.
No, you play it. You play it.
I
Don't
will
put it
flip
there.
out.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh. Man, it's like
that
you're
was
listening
so
to
misleading.
Us. Yeah.
That was so misleading.
Can I just open the door and yell at him?
That was... no. But that was so misleading.
My heartstrings!
Oh! So Ghazali Pride Mage, and this is just continuing that trend of what he needs to do is continually just react to what he's doing. And so he just doesn't have a whole lot going for him as far as just actually, man.
I really hope he doesn't block and just sack it just for no reason.
To take down a detention sphere?
And then realize that the detention sphere is in the graveyard. This is an unfortunate turn of events.
Oh, man. So, a Corhuzar coming out, and Ian actually going to take his pick of the next several cards. And even if he whiffs, which it doesn't look... I think he got a path, actually. But that means that he's getting rid of the dead draw, so I can definitely... Oh!
Get in there, boys.
So we have got a pretty sizable swing here, blocking the Sun Titan and taking
3.
5? No, that's a swing for 5.
2,
Yeah. And I think he does have the bonfire, but MJMD36. Luckily, he runs 3 in the main board.
What?
Oh, man. Guns for Life, that sounds fantastic. I hope that you're someone who I met, actually, in GP Vancouver. There's someone, his name I think was like Ollie or something like that.
Sweet.
He's been playing eggs for like the last 4 years. Just super, and actually he's really good with it.
Man.
Guns for Life, I hope that you're Ollie, and if so, we got to talk a bit in Vancouver, but you're unlikely, actually, that person. But no.
Oh, it's one from hand.
Oh, man, okay. That is, so.
Oh, that was good.
The win
That was
to
good.
Ian. You assume there's only one. How foolish of you. Indeed. Indeed. Oh my goodness. So, let's see what we can do. Now, Bryce, are you willing to see if there might be, just something else doing like a
I
quick
will see.
game 3? We're going to try and get what else we can do. I will see you back. Oh, also, don't forget some water, please. And that was delightful. Let's head back to the booth. Hello everybody, and thank you so much for joining. It is a blast having you. My name is TJ. Bryce is my wonderful co-host this evening, and continuing to have a great time. Thank you to all the people who are actually brand new tonight, having a decent new showing tonight, which is very exciting and encouraging for me. All right, and what do we have anything?
Nope, same guy.
All right, so did you forget the waters?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So, let's get a game of 6 words going. You're the game who top 8 2 weeks in a row, and a month ago. Hey, Guns for Life, that's awesome. Thanks for joining. We hope to see you again in the area. It would be great to have you. And also, next time I see you, just let me know that you actually are Guns for Life. Unless you want to keep that internet anonymity going, which is always good. Never mind, you are in Kansas City. I thought you were talking about here. But hey, congratulations on the top 8. Some generic brand water for us at this point.
Just cover it like this.
So,
Just drink it like that.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Alright, everybody, stick with us. We're going to have more Magic coming up. We've still got 2 more rounds.
Holy crap, yeah.
It's going to be a blast, so thank you so much for joining. Stick in those questions, put in those comments, put in all kinds of stuff.
Star, star, star.
Star, star, star. I don't know what that really means, but also...
Could be one word.
Jeddah, Daria, Geek Jutsu. I don't really know what that means, but thank you so much for joining. I don't think that we've seen you before. Possibly it's just trying to censor something? I don't know. Either way, if we haven't seen you before, thank you so much for joining. It's good to have you. 6 words. Why is red better than blue? 'Cause you can't bolt the stack.
You don't have to wait for them?
Rip the labels off the water. That's rude. That would be rude to our generic brand water.
Does no one else ever have that feeling where you just think about life as if things were like, you know, Pixar movies? Where it's like you're literally just ripping the skin off of some like water bottle.
No.
You ever have that? Or
No. I usually just think that it's like it's disfiguring something, but not like interesting.
I always do
that. Oh, okay. With I Have Ugin now banned, which deck do we think will take over the meta? So that's an interesting question. What do we have going on there? What deck do you think is best positioned in the meta? And honestly, I have a hard time answering that. I think early on, Affinity is going to be well positioned.
Yeah.
But I don't think that that's going to be a lasting trend because of the amount of sideboard hate. Because any of the people who are preparing for Thought for Sword are going to be packing Affinity hate. So we're going to have a lot less flex in this, like, when they're running the Affinity hate and when they're not. Because when Control is well, Thought for Sword, Affinity, you might have the Artifact hate. And then when it's not great, you have Affinity, Artifact hate still there. So Affinity might actually take, I think it's going to stay in a similar position. But honestly, I think that it's anyone's game. I'd love to see something like an initial kind of Thopter, like a Tezzeret deck. Go.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that.
So many of these things have such powerful options against it. And we've got round 4 coming up, so I think Bryce is going to work on finding me a match. And we're going to keep on going. Waving at people who I see out the door. But it's really hard to answer that one, and that's a great question from Captain Harlock. But it's hard for me to really put a name on that one. 6 words, favorite book of time. Alice in Wonderland. Through the Looking, you know what I mean. Those 2 books are absolutely incredible. I know that they're technically children's books, but I've got all kinds of editions of both of them. The original illustrations are incredible. The writing itself is extremely clever, and I catch new things every time that I read through it. They're wildly imaginative and a whole lot of fun to read, and they just have a pretty nice, interesting story that tells itself in an interesting way.
Control versus Blue Moon.
Alright, which tells me that we have Nathan on the right and Ian Price on the left.
No, it is the Donaldson matchup.
It's the Donaldson brothers?
Yes.
Oh, which one's on the left?
The one, Bryce is on the wall.
Bryce is on the wall?
Hair color. My hair color is brown. Good luck.
So, we have got Bryce, who is likely on,
Kiki Control?
okay. I mean, they may have switched.
No.
So, Kiki Control versus Eric, who is on Blue Moon. These are the Donaldson brothers, and interestingly enough, I'll actually be going to LA with both of these 2. So, who do you think takes the edge in this one? Kiki Control versus Blue Moon. It's a pretty interesting one.
It's one of those things where it comes down to, do we have the blue or do we have the moon early?
Uh-huh.
Because I know Kiki Control's like land base is really taxed.
Yeah.
Just about as much as
the
deck would be.
The Blood Moon would be good, and actually the Vendilion Shackles, yeah. And also the Vendilion Shackles could be really good. And the interesting thing is that both of them, I think, are running Chandra Flamecaller. I think I've convinced I think I can convince both of them to run Chandra Flamecaller. So it should be pretty interesting. I am going to give my edge to Blue Moon.
Yeah, I think that's where it's at for me too.
Yep.
Because its base deck is just Panda up. Yeah. What am I doing with my life? Oh yeah, form of White Panda.
All right. So do we have his list? Yes. Actually, if one of our mods could put in exclamation point tapped out, you can find the Blue Moon list in there as well as the Kiki Control. We'll see you down at the match. Round 4 begins now. I will fix that round and the timer. Bledsoe, you caught me. I said Vendilion and I meant Vidalkin. Thank you for catching me. I'd like to the Vendilion Shackles. They come down, take a creature, and rip a card out of their hand. They're pretty good. So, restarting out this timer, and so Bryce on the right. Both of these players pretty adept with their chosen deck. Both of them have been playing a, Bryce was a big Twin player before, but always had some kind of variant of those blue-red decks going for him. Also did a decent amount of those White Splash. They're good. And Eric, been playing Blue Moon for a very long time, also done a great variety of those Jeskai decks.
Yeah.
And both of them done a decent amount of this brewing together, as well as just some input from a group that we have. Exactly. So, both of them very good, but again, that Blue Moon, and I just think that the ability of Blue Moon to be a little bit more proactive is going to give it a bit of an edge. But we're going to have this interesting situation in which whoever misses the first land drop, as always with control matchups, is going to be in an immediate disadvantage.
I'm saying pullover hat. Pullover hats. These are onesies.
Houts, these are onesies. It's Onesie Wednesday because we got over 1,000 followers. Don't worry, we're not normally wearing onesies. But also, tell people that you play MTG. It's a game. It's supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so a Hallowed Fountain and a Scalding Tarn from Bryce. Eric following it up with a Misty Rainforest and a Scalding Tarn. Is the list up to date? I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if he changed anything immediately, but it should be fairly up to date. Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Both players still not a whole lot of active things going on here. How many Stony Suns could you comfortably play in your sideboard in the new meta? Probably 2 to 3, but I'd say, whichever was you were comfortable with before. Depends on how many other things that you have that kind of splash into it, but I would say at least 2.
Absolutely comes down to the 1 to 4 breakdown where 1, I want to see it some games. 2, I want to see it a couple games. 3, most games. 4, all games.
Absolutely. So Bryce, just not a whole lot happening. Now we're just getting some fetches. We do have a tapped Steam Vents from Bryce, so he's only got the 3 mana, has a fetch land, but Eric lining up his mana, and I think what we're about to see is a Blood Moon with a Dispel backup.
That would be some good news for him.
Yeah, and I really feel like that's what we're about to end up seeing off of this, because he's just lined up his mana perfectly for it. No, I don't think I see the Blood Moon.
I don't think I do it.
Oh, yep. No. Ooh. Okay. And, a Spell Snare, so that can take down, say, a Mana Leak or a Remand. So just keeping up that Spell Snare to be able to take that down. The interesting thing is I think Bryce actually has a Dispel in hand, so he might have... Nope, I guess not. My goodness.
Rough. It's not doing anything now.
Bolt, Snapcaster, Helix. We do have the Kiki Jiki and some Snapcasters, but a lot of creature removal from Bryce. So Eric, now is the time to start slamming these counters. Granted, Bryce has got a pretty solid mana base, and he'll be able to actually pretty much react pretty nicely with that Scalding Tarn. He's kind of keeping that up so that he can fix his mana base if needed in response to a Blood Moon.
This is going to come down to a giant stack battle. Sure, why not?
So
I fetched it.
An
take it.
Electrolyze just pointing at Bryce, kind of just getting aggressive, and I can definitely understand this action because 1, it draws him a card, and 2, the longer that you wait, Bryce has got a lot more of that instant speed as opposed to Eric's a little bit more sorcery speed as far as the haymakers go. And so the longer that he waits, the less effective some of those things are going to be.
So, I think this is going to come down to a lot of, as I said, the stack or just fighting over one creature with shackles, bolts, all that jazz.
Killzors, ask us that between rounds when we're doing a little bit of 6 words, things like that, even though it doesn't have to be specifically 6 words. But that is a really good question, but it's hard to answer during the middle of a match. I do really enjoy it, so please hold on to that one. As soon as we do have some time, I would love to address that question more fully because that's a really interesting one. So, a Remand pointed at Bryce, and we've got a Lightning Bolt just pointed at Eric. So, he's going to be trying to put him down to 15, and if you're Eric, do you respond to this, or do you just kind of accept? It looks like just going for the acceptance.
He's got to take like a champ.
But the interesting thing is that as long as Eric has got some of that mana untapped, this Restoration combo just isn't going to work.
No, the shackles themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all.
That is going to be what disrupts it a lot. And it's just as long as he has 2 mana open, he'll be fine.
That's a pretty card as well.
The Vidalcan Shackles?
Yeah, the newer art is really nice.
Yeah. So Serum Visions from Eric, and just with a handful of burn, I think the biggest thing that we might see him do is, as long as he's able to keep that 2 open, he might just, keep getting aggressive. So, the more that he can keep doing this, because he's fine on cards, he can slow down most of the ways that Bryce beats him, and so Eric having a lot more of this burn, the more proactive that he can get, the better you know, the less time that Bryce has, and that's always good when you are going up against this Kiki control deck that thrives on getting into this late game.
Yeah, the worst part is sitting there with that Kiki in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can't play it because he's missing red, but it's rough knowing you're against a deck that can functionally just brick wall you from playing it.
Okay. So what have we got here? And actually, I'm really enjoying that a bunch of people are talking to respond to that question in the chat. Please keep that up. I may not see all of it.
Yeah.
And hopefully I won't repeat a bunch of things that have already been said when we finally get around to it. But a Remand hitting that Cryptic Command, keeping his Shackles around for a little bit longer, and Bryce now untapping, heading into his turn because another Cryptic Command has a path that has two paths that aren't going to be great. A Kiki, Jiki, it looks like actually 2 Snapcasters, 2 Cryptic Commands, and a Lightning Helix.
Man.
That is a crazy board.
If he plays something, there's not much that's going to go happen with that.
Okay. And apparently I've got mail. Love it.
Generic brand.
I might make... That is... If
Yeah,
I might
upload-
try and turn that into a playmat.
No, upload that and put it as our background. Generic brand pandas.
Doro, I love that. I'm going to save that. If I can turn that into a playmat, I will work on it. Okay.
Just wait for the next ink sale.
So, now, we have Bryce starting to miss these land drops, and that is going to be a little bit key, because the longer that this goes, we're going to have this Cryptic Command. Now, we are also putting the bouncing of that.
You feel that? It's AC. We're saved.
Yeah, the AC is definitely coming in to save us since we are in these onesies.
Dylan just saved the panda race.
So, losing that Vidalcan Shackles, which is bouncing back to his hand, as well as countering that. Both players at 14 now, but Bryce starting to miss these land drops. Eric more just restricted on Redman at the moment, but he's now kind of fixing this. Okay, so I think Eric is starting to take a little bit of an advantage in this just by being able to cast more spells. I mean,
Bryce just has so many dead cards in his hand right now.
these Snapcasters are incredible right now because they can at least hit some of the bolts. They can hit some of
Yeah.
you know, and they're going to be creatures, which is always nice, but they're not going to do a ton, all things considered. And that is going to be a house. Now, wow. So a path taking that down, that is going to ramp Eric up. Not going to be having any of that. So that is going to be excellent.
Good day, sir.
Oh, man. Okay, so what have we got here? We have got just a Scouting Tarn from Bryce. Now, getting back to hitting those land drops right now. And Eric, he has another land.
He's hitting all the land drops.
And that's kind of what he wants to do because he's got a nice arsenal in hand.
He just needs something that he can do with it, like another worm coil or, I guess, shackles, and they can fight over it for a bit.
Yeah, and the Shackles is at least going to prevent, like, these Snapcasters. I think he's going to go for a Snap Cryptic, but actually the Spell Snare taking it down. The interesting thing is that Bryce has the ability to go for yet another Snapcaster,
But
which...
I guess it's Snapcaster Mana Leak, but then the first Snapcaster doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Maybe Bolt.
So now what we've got, and actually Bryce has the capability, he's still got plenty of Snapcaster mages, so we could definitely see more of those coming down to go for the Snap Cryptic.
Absolutely.
All the same. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, goodness.
Sylvan Advocate is a really good card right now.
Maybe not in Modern, though.
Oh, in Modern?
I'm not sure if they're talking about Modern or not, but Sylvan
I
Advocate
don't
is just
care.
a good
I want
card.
to see a band deck. I want to see a 6/6 flying colonnade.
Oh, yes. That would be glorious to see. Okay, so what have we got there? Both players down to 13. I mean, this is just nothing but nickel and diming each other. And I think Eric's game plan at this point is to really kind of protect that Shackles because it's going to prevent him from just losing to the keyboard.
Yeah, the Shackles in play is deterring almost everything that Bryce is going to do.
In the meantime, I might just start getting a little proactive. He's got this Burst Lightning, which will deal 4 damage. He's got a couple Bolts, which are going to deal, you know, and it might get him within the kill range, and eventually he's going to try and land, you know, I think Eric is running the Chandra in the main board, and
Yeah.
I think Bryce's Chandra's in the sideboard. And honestly, resolving that card is going to be huge.
You know what these decks need right now?
What do these decks need right now?
Bonfire.
Bonfire would be glorious. Kobe the Cheese. Does Painful Truths have a place in Modern? Yes, that card is extremely good. So, a Lightning Helix taking down Eric's Snapcaster Mage, and a... Is this a...
I hope it's going to his face and not hit his.
No, he burst lightninged his own Snapcaster to keep Bryce from gaining the life. Yeah.
The grease.
This is delightful.
This is good.
So,
I mean, it's been a little bit slow, but these are good. I like
so
it.
drawing a card off that, and we actually might just see the Kiki-Jiki eventually, just so that he can keep drawing cards off of this Wall of Omens, which is going to be huge. Fireball, thanks for joining. We have had all kinds of good stuff, hanging out, having a good time. Hopefully you have hit that follow button, but thank you so much for joining. It is great having you, and I hope to see you in lots more streams down the line, because it's always nice to have a Fireball.
Yeah.
I'm a red player, man. What can I say? I'm a red panda. Okay. A Great Zoo versus Esper
Yeah,
match
that
last
was-
time?
that was good.
That one was a lot of fun to watch.
I very much enjoyed that.
So, what have we got?
Oh man, I really hope he tries to resto the wall and have him just shackle it.
Killers. I think what you're thinking of is when people tax it with a Thalia and you can draw 4, but a Mana Leak is not actually going to let you draw more colors like that. So it's the taxing effects that make you pay more to cast it do. The ones where it takes you more to just resolve it once it's already on the stack do not. Okay. So double Vidalcan Shackles. I mean, if you're Eric, do you just take this Wall of Omens?
I think you do. I think you do it now and just make him like force him to resto if he has him in his hand.
The really interesting thing here is Bryce cannot activate these Celestial Colonnades. Vidalcan Shackles can take it because
And
it
it's
doesn't
permanent.
care when it no longer becomes a creature.
So
It's
good.
only as long as Vidalcan Shackles remains tapped. That's the clause on it. It's not as long as it's a creature. So you can actually take the manlands with that. So Bryce's manlands are not effective right now. So we have what appears to be a Snap Bolt coming from Bryce, which is going to be a pretty nice piece of advantage there. But
Oh, that's what I thought was
taking
happening.
back that, and I mean, I would almost love to see a situation. Unfortunately, that it's risky to take the Wall of Omens as well, just because that opens yourself up to getting hit out by a Restoration Angel into a Kiki-Jiki. But
The
right
thing
now,
is-
Bryce, all he has is this Kiki-Jiki.
Do you want him to draw cards or do you want him to get spells back?
Right, and if I'm Bryce, I might almost just play this Kiki-Jiki, trying to just start drawing cards off of this Wall of Omens or
Yeah,
something like that.
absolutely.
And just doing it now while you have the chance, because it's not doing a whole lot rotting in your hand. But
He has 2 cards in hand.
I think it may just do a lot more as far as signaling something and making it play
Oh.
around things.
Oh, I
And
mean, just
that
made it
is-
so he can cast it easier.
I mean, he can cast Kiki-Jiki, but what kind of basics are we looking at here?
He's got 2 blue, 1 white, and then red.
And he did not crack his Scalding Tarn in response, which seems surprising.
Oh.
So he actually only has the single white, and with only 1 card in hand, a little bit of a risky maneuver going there, but I think Eric getting a little bit aggressive.
Oh. You go all in right here.
What did we just see?
That is a wall.
I think you go for it.
Jam the wall, get the card.
And I think you go for the Kiki-Jiki, and you just start drawing
Jam
cards.
the Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah! Project Barrett, it's good to see you. Sorry that you, that I was a little bit late with the tweet, letting you know that you could join us.
Copies.
And
Oh.
a bolt in response to that. We'll still be getting a copy of it, drawing a card. Oh. And there is the...
I mean, he's short on mana, but that is
It will-
that is painful in your heart right,
right?
there.
It's so hard to see that. Okay. Killzors, don't worry about it at all. I have said plenty of wrong things here before. The game is about learning. So, and sometimes we just misspeak.
Yep.
Like,
I
It's a
stumble over my words more than I should.
Yeah.
For a man of my age.
A decent amount of how I play this game is talking extremely fast with almost no thought whatsoever and seeing what happens. How did he tap Scalding Tarn? There is a Blood Moon out. Bloodsoe. So, Kian, Pyr, Nalar, and now Eric is in a really nice position. He can apply a lot of pressure. That's going to go right over the top of those Wall of Omens.
Yep.
He can throw them at any kind of those smaller creatures that may play a part. He does have the Restoration Angel, which is going to get in the way, but that Vidalcan
It's not
Vidalcan
gonna get in the
Shackles
way.
is going to be huge for stopping
Yeah.
that. So, but you want to be perfect like Kibler or Reed Duke? I can tell you that they are not. Because I am.
If I'm correct, Kibler plays Hearthstone.
That's true.
Not perfect. You heard it here first.
Okay. So, what have we got? Oh, man. So, we have got the rest of... We've got another Wall of Omens, which, I mean, of the things to draw, he can cast it. It's going to maybe draw him, and some of that removal might be nice. But
The cannon cards in the graveyard, just gonna logic now.
oh man, have I seen Kibler? I have. I had him sign a card for me. It was a wonderful experience. By the way, that's a secret project until I can reap the internet points.
What?
Never mind, it's a secret.
Oh,
I'm gonna
tell me.
sneeze.
We're friends. Tell me.
Oh, Koodles! I'm extremely excited about the new modern format. I'm a big fan of it. I'm hoping that it turns into something very cool.
I might start playing again, and not because the Eldrazi's gone, but I have time.
Kobe the Cheese, you are correct. It was Jeff Hoogland, who actually did us a favor at one point and ended up hosting us and gave us a bunch of new viewers at one point.
Sweet.
Did us a big solid.
What a bro.
Yeah. Okay. Signed 3 different times. That's amazing, Talsan. So, 2 Wall of Omens, but Eric with a hugely aggressive board. I mean, I think he's got enough to close out the game at this point. So, we have got a big swing. Going to be knocking him down to 6, knocking him down to 4. And do we have the removal? We've got the bolt and throwing the shackles at him.
Wait, what?
And that is a win.
Oh!
Just threw the shackles at him.
That's
A
delicious.
game 1 win going to Blue Moon. That was a really solid game to watch, though.
That was good. It was back and forth.
Oh, man. Sorry. Kudos. Nailed it. Glad the ban list doesn't affect your deck any. Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Is the format going to be heavily blue? I don't think so. I think that the way that they did it is in a way, you know, if it was just Ancestral Visions, everyone would have slammed immediately into just straight blue decks. But I think now, while the Thopter Sword kind of encourages those blue decks, I think, one, we'll get a nice variety of blue decks. And also, I just don't think that we're going to get a ton of those because of the reaction to it as well.
Yeah.
You know, oftentimes the way to be the best in a format is to not be the best in a format. And I know that that's not intuitive,
yeah.
but when is Affinity at its best? When no one expects it. When is Living End at its best? When no one expects it. When is Tron at its best? When no one expects it.
Mhm.
There's a certain amount of value to just people not expecting it and not being ready for you.
I think the biggest thing about the Thopter combo is that it's pretty easily put or jammed into very many just shells. It's roughly, I mean, in Legacy you play like 5 cards, two swords, 3 foundries, you're good.
Yeah.
I don't know about Modern, but I mean, tossing 5 cards into a deck, it's not huge,
But it makes a difference.
but it makes a difference.
Absolutely. Visions isn't even good in every deck. It's going to be... No, I agree. I completely agree with Mr. Mirjitsu. I completely agree that a lot of people are going to be testing it, and I think that it's going to end up finding its kind of niche place, and I think that the Thopter Sword decks are going to find their niche place, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think the Visions is probably either going to end up in a very control-y deck or a very fast deck.
Yeah.
It's not going to be in any kind of mid-range. Like, there's better options.
And even the fast deck seems a little bit risky because, you know, once you get that in the late game...
Yeah. Hell, I'd rather even run, what is it called? Muldrifter.
Oh, I love Muldrifter.
Do Living End decks run Muldrifter? Here and there?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Killzors, does anyone remember the Wasteland Scrabbling Claws? Yes, that deck was super sweet, did a bunch of work on that one.
I want to see the Heartless Summoning deck come back.
Heartless
That
Summoning.
was good.
Yeah, there were just a lot of cool decks, and I'm excited to see it going forward. One thing that I'm really excited about, and for the people who are brand new to the stream, if this wasn't a reason to hit follow, you definitely should hit that follow button. But
Dude.
for weeks, for months even, we have basically not streamed Eldrazi on purpose because it has been everywhere else. And I'm really excited that we won't have to put so much effort into identifying which Eldrazi players in the room and then just completely not streaming them.
Yeah. I mean, slowly crashing, I understand, doesn't play blue, just... I want to put in decks.
Absolutely, you did. Oh, man.
Tapped out Cannon Rage. You convinced me.
I mean, the Goblin Dark Dwellers
Yeah.
into Visions is
It's
going to be
the
sweet.
Muldrifter.
And is that going to be good in the meta entirely? Maybe not, but I do think that it's really worth trying, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Man, I need to buy Melee Lines of the Void right now.
Yeah, I've got some actually. And definitely the big cool thing is that, like people are saying, yes, this gives blue a boost, but you've still got Burn, you've got Infect, you've got Affinity,
Yeah.
you've got Green-Red Scapeshift, you've got Naya Zoo. You've got the green-red Zoo.
Yeah.
Merfolk. There are a lot of very aggressive decks that will punish you for trying to slow down your game plan too much to encompass these really slow but powerful cards. And so I think that we're going to be left with possibly, and this is hesitant, but an extremely good modern meta.
I played Heartless Eldrazi last night in my modern, and Kiki comboed him twice. Felt really... You played Kiki combo?
No.
Am I reading
They
that
played
wrong?
Kiki combo against Heartless Eldrazi.
Man, you got me really, really excited there for small amount of time.
That was almost amazing. And I will say, I might almost actually pick up a standard deck, which is going to be interesting.
Infect is degenerate. I think unbanning sword. Let's see.
All right. Mr. Jitsu, honestly, I'm not convinced that Mox Opal and Infect are on the chopping block at the moment. If they become great, then maybe, but otherwise, I'm not convinced that they are right now.
Opal's requirements make it so it's actually a fair card. It's the best way to put it.
What?
Opal's requirements?
Yeah, Opal's requirements.
They're easy to satisfy, but, I mean...
Okay. So what have we got? Infect was one of those feel-bad losses in Magic, honestly. Really, I honestly disagree. I like the Infect mechanic a lot. I don't really feel like it's that feel-bad. I think that it's much more feel-bad, and as someone who plays Infect and Lantern Control and 8-Rack, I really feel like losing to an 8-Rack and a Lantern Control is a lot more feel-bad than Infect. Because at least Infect, all it takes is running removal. And yes, sometimes they have the cards, but...
The only Infect loss I feel like sucks is the, like...
Turn 2, when you tap out, but thinking, they probably don't have the turn 2.
Okay, sorry. That, and then the, like, hey, I'm playing against Affinity, everything's going fine, why did I just die from Infect?
Oh, man. But as for Mox Opal, certainly not fair. It's the best card in the deck, but, you know...
Yeah.
If Affinity starts dominating entirely...
Oh, man, is that a,
sure.
is it a Wandering Fumeral is what it's called? Oh, okay, yeah, we'll never know.
The Zeebs, thank you so much, and welcome back to Magic. I'm not really sure where you're watching from, but if you ever find yourself in Washington, possibly in the Snohomish area, I'd love to meet you, hang out with you, have some fun. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching the channel. Hopefully you will join us, because we do this 3 times a week, and I'd love to keep interacting with you. But thank you so much, welcome. I hope you do hit that follow button, because it does mean a lot to us.
It's gonna be good.
And I will say,
Raise a hand.
here's one thing. To all the people who are brand new to this, we have probably the best chat that exists on Twitch.
It's good.
At-
Especially for a Magic one.
Far and away, the best one. Everyone is friendly, helpful, very well-natured. Occasional things that are sorted out extremely easily.
Yeah.
You guys are absolutely incredible, and you are a decent amount of the reason why this is such a fun experience for me, because you guys make me want to interact with you. So thank you so much to all of you, and I'm really excited by all the new people who are hopefully joining those ranks as the Fortnites.
Oh, man, we gotta get your internet at your home.
Oh, actually, I am going to be. I'm going to be moving in the next couple of months, and I might actually start doing MTGO.
Man.
So, an island from Bryce followed up by an island from Eric. Lots of exciting plays there, but a Hallowed Fountain from Bryce, lining up his white mana, but no red mana yet. And he's really...
Oh,
actually,
he'll get red mana.
I don't think he has one in hand. And I think this lack of red mana is going to be backbreaking to him. He's got a mana leak in hand. It's probably going to be targeting that at the very first thing. But that is going to be in...
This is going to get targeted, hands down.
Yes.
Would you rather pay 2 instead of 3? Yes.
Oh, man. So what? Is Coleman sick? Nah. Coleman just has work some of the time, so I can't get him every time. Okay, chat is good because commentators are good. Kudos, thank you very much.
Consider sick nasty. Sorry.
Okay.
That's horrible.
A Serum Visions here. Keeping those cards on top also going to be impactful. Killzor's another note. One thing is I'll explain later, but I honestly think that Jace will never be unbanned in Modern, and I can explain that with one simple situation in just a little bit. So a Wall of Omens from Bryce followed up by an Arid Mesa. That is going to line up his red mana, which is going to be really nice. Eric's still at a nice advantage. Has the Spell Snare, which is going to shut down at least some things. Going to be up to his 4th land. Has the Vidalcan Shackles, and now while he's topped out, or you go for the P and Kier Nalar, which is going to be a house, and it actually, against a deck like Kiki Control, which is so good at doing these 1-for-1 trades, an automatic 3-for-1, this is going to be excellent. Kobe the Cheese, 6 words, biggest fear for Magic's future. Hard to answer that one, ask us between rounds, because that's one that we'll have to think about, but we'll start thinking on it a little bit.
Probably the game just going away.
Thanks for hitting that and the mom and pop thought for Shop Doro. Oh man, I can't wait to come up with some kind of parody involving Finding Doro. It is going to be great one day.
Besides the fact that's coming to theaters?
No, Finding Doro.
Yeah.
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 Oh. You know what? I feel foolish. So, Bryce down to 17 after a fetch for that Steam Vents, lining up his red mana. He does have a Snapcaster, a variety of bolts. He has that Snap
Oh
bolt
man, he
online.
just jams into those.
And really
Gross.
aggressively. Oh my goodness. So, an Electrolyte's taking that, drawing down a card, and actually having the bolt, and this is almost going to turn it into, because that Electrolyte drew a card, we might almost actually hit the point where Bryce is able to effectively 1-for-1 with a Pioneer Noir, which is a pretty impressive feat, actually. Okay. So, not even Eggs player like Eggs.
Hey.
Fantastic.
Hey, Eggs is fun to watch for like the first 4 times.
I got to play Eggs once. It was fun.
Old eggs or new eggs?
Old Eggs. I got to play Old Eggs, yeah. So, a Vidalcan Shackles taking over the that Wall of Omens, and then an attack from a Pioneer Noir just to put Bryce down to 15, getting a little bit proactive with this. Okay. Hey!
Oh.
The Zeebs, whoever asked you, tell them that they have our deepest thanks. The fact that sometimes people are able to share this channel with people means a ton to me. So that's extremely cool to me that someone
man.
actually spread the word of us.
He's never gonna untap that.
So, a Stony Silence coming down to shut down that. He does have a Wall of Omens permanently.
I'm a door.
And, what? Oh,
Please
I'm a door,
add
please
more.
add more. Oh, come on. Doro.
How about dork?
He's a dork?
Yeah.
Nice. So, a Snapcaster coming out, probably going to be going for...
Visions?
No, I think the Bolt. Going for a Bolt, and Snap Bolts are going to be, like, the main commodity of this game.
Jeez.
So, an
Oh,
Electrolyte's
okay.
taking down that. 1 damage to him,
What
and
is that?
that's Dispel.
That's the spell?
Yep, that's the Dispel from Dragons of Tarkir. Or
Oh.
Cons.
Man,
Yep.
I am away from blue and have not played that in a while.
Yep. So, a swing for 2, and Bryce down to 7, and actually things are looking pretty good here. Now, we do have a Bolt, which is just going to go for that. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. That's Negate. Bloodstow
Negate?
just... And I corrected
Oh.
myself as I was thinking of it.
Oh god.
I'm sorry. That is a Negate. My bad.
Hey,
Hey.
I'll forgive you because I had
Hey.
no clue what was going on there.
Sorry about that.
I should have texted it like some like Valley Girl one-word line. Sorry about that, guys.
Hey, Kobe the Cheese, any kind of shout out is always good. I genuinely appreciate people helping out any kind of way. And plus it'll help us get to the 500 in which we get to embarrass ourselves,
Yeah.
which is always good.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
No, I don't want it. No, I don't want it. No.
Oh, Talson. So, Slook176, thank you so much for that compliment, and I hope that you continue to join us for new things. Blue Moon taking it in 2. Did you? Wow, that
I was
was
saying, I was doing that because I was saying, how about you go look for a match? Because you might be able to pull people away from the table as opposed to a stranger.
Nah, does that not have to cross over you and it would be all kinds of weird? Just say anybody between games and want to be famous. That's exactly all you need to say. I'll see y'all in the booth. Thank you everybody for joining. My name is TJ and it is a blast hanging out with you. Thank you for joining for Onesie Wednesday, in which this is a little bit of a rare event, but we recently got over 1,000 followers. Thank you so much to all the people who are a part of that. And because of that, we decided to celebrate by doing onesies. So Bryce joining me with his onesie, and we are having a lot of fun. Killosaurus, can this channel do giveaways like Oprah? Here's the thing. We're open to it. The problem is that we started with a budget of $0.00 for this. We borrowed some equipment early on. We got some work done by a good friend of ours. This entire layout was done by one guy named David Bradbury, who basically did us a massive favor for it. But this whole entire stream is the product of almost no resources whatsoever. So we don't really have a whole lot of resources to put into other kind of things. We're certainly open to the idea, and that certainly leads me into the plug of, at the bottom there is a donate button if you would like, but we don't really have the resources at the moment to really do giveaways at the moment. It's certainly something that we're open to, and if we ever kind of get to that point where we're at that 500 and maybe we're trying to have that Twitch partnership, we can try for it. Anything?
We got a Slivers versus
Rolando.
So it's Rolando versus Landino.
Okay, and who's on which side?
They're gonna tap the door as soon as they're over there.
Okay, so we are going to have Rolando, which, any of the mods who know which number that quote is, Rolando has had a quote in this, playing the Slivers deck. I actually tried to convince him to come back out recently because I missed him. It is going to be a lot of fun. Killzors, thank you so much. I do appreciate that, and it's something to keep in mind. If we're going to try and get to that 500, maybe sometime when we're doing a bigger stream where we're hoping to get to that 500 viewers, maybe we can advertise with a giveaway or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you can always do stuff that I could bring in. Not necessarily magic, but like supplies or otherwise.
oh, that's a great point. Yeah, and certainly I do have some connections that way. So we could definitely try some things out that way. But we are going to be going into, is this a game 3?
Yes, this is game 3.
So it'll be a game 3 between Slivers and a very hard blue-white control. Should be pretty interesting to see what happens there. I'm expecting
They're not even moving yet. They're still playing out their game 2.
Oh, okay, so they'll be moving over shortly. But I'm very much expecting that the biggest thing that is going to give Slivers the edge is 1, Aether Vial, 2, Cavern of Souls. But the amount of removal that is based on almost like the enchantment removal from this blue-white control deck is going to be pretty interesting. We should talk to Marshall. He said, Ryzen Morningstar. Actually, interestingly enough, I have been intending to get in touch with Marshall. He is fairly local, so I'll be trying to get in touch with him possibly just for some advice in a little bit. But I like the idea, and that's absolutely hilarious. But I'm aware, and honestly, I know that it's a favor to ask of you, and I don't really expect it, but any kind of help that you can ever give us as far as just letting people know about the stream or bringing new people here, we do really genuinely appreciate that, and it means a lot to us when you're able to do that.
Or hell, if you have multiple people watching, just at least have them sign on. Numbers are numbers.
Yep. Also, well, it looks like everyone else covered it. Ancestral Visions, not unbanned yet. That is effective Friday. There we go, quote number 11. But yes, this is Modern Slivers, going to be powering in a lot of different things. The big reason to run it is because Collected Company able to do a lot of cool things, giving him flying.
I love that card.
And it just has a huge critical mass kind of thing going on. But the board wipes are going to be pretty powerful against it.
Yeah.
So, I'm a little bit curious about who took game 1, who took game 2, and we're going to be able to find out by who took the play.
I think Rolando took game 2.
Interesting. So I actually would have expected the opposite.
Because I walked over there and all he had was 2 Ghost Quarters and a Plains.
Okay. So that is pretty interesting, and I guess that is going to be a decent part of it. So thank you to all the people in there, and as we are waiting to get into another game in this round 4, let's go ahead and ask them a question, which is, okay, right in front of me, for no reason other than I happen to.
Yeah, that's a weird smattering of cards. Please tell me you're not asking what's in there.
No. I have got a Promo Roast, a Void Winnower, non-foil, a Foil Frogbite, and a Thirst for Knowledge. Which is your favorite?
How about this? First pack, first pick, if those are the 4 cards you're choosing from.
First pack, first pick. I gotta tell you, I'm going with the Roast.
The Roast?
Oh yeah. Removal is removal is removal. Plus
removal
red.
is removal is removal.
Hey, I mean, what are you gonna go with? I mean, one is foil, and that's a money card.
How about this? One of them's actually a creature.
That's true. The Void Winnower is a creature.
No, I mean, like, that's an unrealistic creature.
Oh, the Frogbite.
Yeah.
The Frogbite, definitely a cool one.
This is pretty much rock, paper, scissors.
The Frogbite is basically the predecessor, and actually was an early prototype of the Gitrog monster.
Legit, this is rock, paper, scissors.
Is this?
Frogmite should probably kill before Void Winnower comes down.
Okay.
And then Roast kills
No, because
Frogmite.
but Void Winnower beats both of these because they have even converted mana cost.
Yeah.
Actually, this is great. There's actually a little bit of
Thirst for
diversity here.
Knowledge?
Thirst for Knowledge is really good. Drawing 3 is
Thirst
impressive.
for Knowledge is so good, especially when you at least showed that whatever
The
kind of
Frogmite?
packs there's.
Obviously, you take the Thirst for Knowledge, hoping the Frogmite wheels so
Yeah,
that you
just-
can pitch that to your Thirst for Knowledge.
I'm just gonna buy a pack and we can do this. First pack, first pick.
You know what? Actually, we could do that for after games. Are they over there yet?
No.
Really? Alright, well, do you want to... Let's play a game. Apparently, we are going to play a game. We have got Void Winnower. Let's do this. We've got a Void Winnower. we've got F&M Promo Roast, Foil Frogmite from Modern Masters 1, and Thirst for Knowledge from Modern Masters 1. Personally, I'm going to go with the Roast because I like removal and red cards. And, fun fact, here's a quick question for all of you. Eventually, I might start streaming MTGO. 1, are you curious in actually watching that? 2,
I got an Origins pack.
An Origins pack.
I haven't
and
actually
2,
bought any of these.
would you be interested in never seeing me draft with the previous knowledge that I am going to force red every time?
Oh, that's great.
So, I'm a little bit curious about that. Let me know as we enter
mean,
into this.
I force whatever my rare is every time.
No, I force red aggressively.
Okay.
So, we are going to open a pack. We've never done this before. It's so exciting for me. And we're going to see what's the pick.
Oh, man.
What do we got?
So we got an island and a tip card.
I would take the tip card.
Demolish.
Okay.
Bird.
Aven Battle Priest.
Aven Battle Priest.
Uh-huh.
Twilight Assassin.
Eyeblight Assassin.
Eyeblight Assassin.
Yep.
Man, it's horrible reading this.
Chandra's Fury. So far, my favorite.
Whoa!
Carapace. What is this?
That's
the
a Caustic Caterpillar. That's really cool.
That
looking.
is crazy. Oh my goodness. Aspiring Aeronaut.
Aspiring Aeronaut.
Okay. We have got...
Deep Sea Terror.
Okay.
A Leaf Gilder.
Leaf Gilder.
Guardian of Meletis?
Meletis. Yep.
Fiery Impulse.
That one is my pick.
Blazing Hellhound.
Not my pick, but good.
Thunderclap Wyvern.
Uh-huh.
Malakir Coldblade.
Yes.
And our rare Soulblade Dijin.
I saw blue and I was really excited for a moment there.
No, you didn't see anything on the backside. So
No, that's a good point.
So right now, yeah, the best one's probably the fact that
Atomic Tacos, I appreciate it. Eric, we'll have to do a duo stream one day where we'll both stream each other, and we'll just try not to cheat by watching the other person's stream.
Impulse seemed like a really good one.
You know what? I'd go with the Fiery Impulse, because that card's pretty good.
Thunderclap. Flash, other flying creatures. So we got someone in here who's really in... Oh, he's slowly crashing.
How are we doing there?
No one there.
Man!
Yeah,
people are going to move over in a moment. In the meantime, we're having fun with you guys.
Yeah. So we got some blue-white flyers. Soulblade's really good in draft. What does it even do?
It's a 4/3
a
for
non-creature
5.
spell. It's super prowess.
It's super prowess. Wait, is it?
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell,
Creatures you control.
Yeah, it's super prowess.
Oh, that is pretty good. Man, that is pretty
Total
easy.
bomb. So again, we had a Soulblade Dijin. These are quality on this green screen.
Yeah, our green screen doesn't like these things.
No, else the camera won't focus. Thunderclap Wyvern.
Okay, so are we talking to her if I were to draft, like, impressively?
Impressive. You go ahead.
So if I'm drafting very seriously, right?
Yes.
So I'm going in and I'm expecting to maybe do well. I think what I
Impulse
would...
isn't amazing because spell mastery is hard.
You know, honestly, I might almost...
Put up the caustic again.
The caustic? God, it was so sweet.
It's as if my hand's actually not behind it.
Wait. Oh, you disappeared.
I may be a wizard.
Whoa!
I may be a wizard. Guess look atrocious. Sacrifice.
So honestly, I might take Fire Impulse because removal is good, but otherwise, I'm probably gonna go for the Soulblade Genie, Dijin, whatever you want to call it. I know people call it different things. Jin, Genie, whatever you want to call it. I'd probably go with that one. 5 mana for a 4/3 flyer is pretty good on its own. Super prowess on top of that, pretty solid. Yeah, our green screen.
Thunderclap Wyvern is also really cool.
Yes, that's probably that or the Aspiring Aeronaut are other ones that I really like.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
I feel like blue-white flyers is what people actually play.
See, I
Seems
personally
to be a thing
like
everything.
Jin, but I know some people prefer Genie, so it's whatever. You know
I would
what?
go Soulblade because flying is amazing.
Now here's the thing. I may have just. I'm curious if I blew Troy's mind just because I actually picked a card that wasn't red.
Yeah, that might
Which
be
is
it. I mean,
that's breaking out of my comfort zone.
it's breaking out your comfort zone, but winning is your comfort zone.
That's true, but you know the interesting thing is that I actually am a.
Someone want to type Soulblade Dijin so that
Oh yeah.
Captain Harris can take a look.
All right.
Any Golden Sun fans? My roommate it's a lifestyle.
And he's just really.
Yeah, he's really into it.
Which one?
Brett.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's read by heart?
Yeah.
I can accept that. Thank you. Plus force the rare. Oh, you
Oh yeah,
always
always force the rare.
So you would force the
Yeah,
rare.
so I got a flying creature, and there's another flying creature in this pack that's never going to wheel, so it's good.
All right. King Hellcat, I do hope that you join us again, so have a great night. Be sure to hit that follow button before you go.
Oh man, it is late.
Is it? Oh, yeah,
It's
definitely.
11.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I didn't pick a red card, and that's pretty outside my norm. Thank you so much. We have gotten more than... Wow, we have actually gotten an excellent boost in people today. I think we're
Sweet.
at over 20 new followers. Thank you to each one of those 20 new followers. I'm not sure if I even recognize you by name. If this is your first time to this stream, and even if I've already welcomed you, let me know. I would love to welcome you by name just to the stream. It is fantastic having you here. I can't wait to interact with you more, and I would love to just to give that shout out and say thank you and welcome to being a Fortnite, hopefully. So that is a whole lot of fun. Golden Sun was a lot of fun.
Number 3 was okay. Yeah, if that's the last thing that came out, then yeah, it was okay's being nice.
People following because pandas. There's a decent shot at it.
Yeah.
We're some pretty good pandas,
We're
all things
adorable.
considered. We are.
And so is one of our mods, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Man.
Dark Slaughter, thank you so much for joining. I'm pretty sure that I've seen you before, but it's great having you. Thank you for being a part of this chat, and I've always seen you being perfectly civil in a lot of great ways. So thank you for joining, and you have been much more pleasant than your name would suggest, and I think that's pretty neat. Way to rise beyond your self-chosen circumstances.
It's a life choice.
So, thank you. Welcome.
Harness the
It's great
storm.
having you. See?
Where did Harness the Storm come from?
I don't know. I think they're talking about force drafting rares.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Where you just take like all of the
Oh.
what's that 4-mana exile a land or an artifact just because you want to be able to cast more of them.
4-mana exile land or artifact.
One more round. Oh yeah, we've got more to go.
Yeah, we
Stick
got one more
with
round
us,
if
and we might even get another match.
I might get another match.
It's
Keep
the-
looking, and there's like no one out there. Period.
Okay, so apparently not. Though honestly, do we only have? Is that it? Hold on, I should find out.
Just them left.
Hold on. Let's see here. I'm gonna find out. All right.
I'll
And
be
let's.
honest, I don't remember much about Dark Dawn.
Dark Dawn, other than sailing in a boat, 1 and 2 are definitely highlights. I don't know what's happening. Is this all
This
about
is all
that?
about, this is all about Golden Sun.
What's Golden Sun?
So Golden Sun was essentially like it's like a interesting like RPG kind of like turn-based thing if I remember correctly. I haven't played it in ages. Like it's my roommate that's super into it.
Okay.
But you always had these little things called Jin,
Okay.
which is probably why this came up. And they're like different elements, and they do different things, and you pair them differently, and your character acts differently depending on which ones you have paired. And it was good. All I remember, like hands down, is just starting the first game and then walking down the river and then just getting beaten up by like guards. And that's just all I remember.
So let me ask this. This isn't entirely related,
Well, that's fine.
but I have met one person who had this same memory with me. Has anybody in the chat ever played Legend of Corandia? Yeah. It was an old game on like 97 where you would like, and it had the box maps and you'd go up, left, you know, and you'd get to choose there and you got to fight against an evil jester. And it was one of my greatest childhood memories of like playing this game and like first entrance into video game. And I would love to hear if any, because I've found one other person, and to my knowledge it was a popular game. I've just never found anyone else who played it. But it was an absolute blast, and I'd love to just be able to Legend of Corandia, and there was like Malcolm's Revenge. It was excellent. Malcolm was like this evil jester sorcerer. It was so great. And you were you played as a character named Brendan, and like early on you stuck like a giant teardrop into a tree to have it grow back.
Oh man.
It was so great. Legend of Corandia. I'm just gonna toss it in there.
Thoughts on Cadbury eggs, yo?
Thoughts on Cadbury eggs. Wait, where did this come from? Oh,
it's right up there.
From Eric Cernak. I like them. I don't go out of my way to consume them, mostly because actually my appetite has switched away from sweet and more towards salty things lately.
What's a Cadbury egg?
It's, anyway, so...
I don't know what it is. A big part of that is I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't have chocolates. Because I assume it's some kind of chocolate egg or something like that.
Last round starting now. Let's go get it. Chase after it. Find out. What are they?
What is it?
You guys will be going for a bit. We might try and get something else since we've seen both of you before. Okay, so the finals are that Blue Moon versus the Blue White Control. We're going to try and get another match up and then have them move over so that we can catch the end of their finals game since we've already seen them both. And we're going to try and get some matches that we haven't seen yet on camera. So, that is the game plan. And we should be able to try and get some new stuff and then move over to those control decks, hopefully into their maybe game 2, game 3 kind of thing like that. Honestly, I do. I like I've been working on putting less salt on my food lately. So, working on it and getting better about it. But we did have a decent, I'm a big fan. Then that's only recently. Used to be a sugar fiend. Now a bit of a salt fiend. But at least it gives me something to take some joy out of when I start playing Lantern Controller, 8-Rack, or Infect, or Affinity, or Burn, or all those other kind of fun things. At least I'm able to get my salt intake that way. The game is fantastic, but very outdated. But actually, I played it again about a year and a half ago. Ran through it again. It was glorious.
I did the thing.
What did you get?
Hate Bears versus the Ameria.
Okay.
This is going to be an interesting one.
Who's on which side? Yeah, perfect.
Hate Bears on the wall.
And is that Dylan Falk?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know people.
Okay, so are you sure that it's the same deck? Because that wouldn't be the same deck. That's likely a different Emiria deck.
It looked like, yeah, I saw the Hussar, and then I guess it's banned, because I saw a Eternal Witness.
Oh, okay, so we actually might be looking at bans here from Dylan. So this is Dylan, who has always got some interesting decks, and we're going to go ahead and put just Banned Control in the meantime.
Banned things.
Banned Control until we get more detail about the deck, but round 5 about to begin, and then we're going to try and jump over to that finals as soon as they are done. It's going to be a blast. Thank you so much. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button because we love it. Have I played Chandelar? I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Digimon World 1.
Alright, we'll see you down there. Let's have some fun. Okay, so both players getting ready here. I'm assuming that this is some level of band. Okay. So slowly crashing. Is this a Bant Emiria? Because that would be fantastic. And this is right
Oh,
up.
it's Wargate. That's what it is.
Oh.
Is this the Wargate deck that you tried to borrow a Wargate off of me in Vancouver for?
No, but actually he has played that one, and it turns out that that's a pretty sweet deck. Thursday is go if you're in here at all. But Wargate actually a pretty sweet deck. So this is going to be a Bant Wargate. Love it.
Man, I'm kind of happy to see something like this be taxed.
So let's go ahead and just get up Wargate so that people can see what it does. So, Wargate. 1 of each color, plus X. Search your library for a permanent card converted mana cost X or less. Put it into play. Shuffle your library. Fantastic. All kinds of fun. So, we have a turn 1 Hollowed Fountain from Dylan off of a Windswept Heath going down to 19. Adam, currently going just with a tapped Canopy Vista, has a Noble Hierarch in hand, so unfortunate that he's not able to cast that on the turn 1.
I'm actually probably most excited about this matchup because your colors I like and things I've never seen before.
And there we go.
Coiling Oracle?
So a Coiling Oracle coming out. This is going to be all kinds of madness. So a 1/1 that when it enters the battlefield, you either you reveal it, you get a path. So he's going to end up putting that card into his hand, and now he's got a path against Adam, which is a fantastic card to have. Adam having 2 of those paths. Likely going for a tapped land and a Noble Hierarch. A really slow start from Adam. Okay.
I don't think you pathed that.
I pathed the Noble Hierarch?
Yeah.
Very doubtful. No, I think you can. I mean, you might even just swing it with the Coiling Oracle and give him the choice.
Get in there, bud.
Because he's going to have to take the 1 unless he wants to trade that Noble Hierarch away. I will definitely try to get that Bantless Captain Harris. I can totally try. I can try to get that Bantless from him. He's usually been pretty willing.
It is an Emiria.
So this is Bant Wargate Emiria?
I'm stoked.
Ah! I can't handle it. I can't, but this is going to be...
I have no idea where these people are in the tier list of doing well, but man.
So a Voice of Resurgence probably coming in for Adam. He does have another mana up. And interesting that he went for that Tech Edge before he went from the Ghost Quarter, which strikes me as a little bit of an unusual choice. I think both are going to be effective, but I think if you go for the Ghost Quarter first, it leaves him at the 4 lands so that you can then use the Tech Edge.
Yep. Let you thin out, and then you get to pick poison.
So...
We got my arms flat around.
That was one of my favorite quotes. Man, and we are dropping people. Kobe the Cheese, thanks for getting 1 like on your shout-out. I do really appreciate that. Hopefully we can generate some new people and fun people and have some fun. Because it's always cool, and I'm actually legitimately thrilled by the amount of people that we've gotten. And an Eternal Witness coming in, and did that just grab a fetch land?
No, I just grabbed the path back.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And that Emeria.
So
never going to stay around.
The Tech Edge going for that. And now we do have the Ghost Quarter, has a Gavany Township, has a Kitchen Finks. So Kitchen Finks likely the one coming up because it's such a resilient threat, and it's going to really do a nice job of blocking up that Coiling Oracle as well as the Eternal Witness. So I'm kind of expecting that one, and then he's able to hold up the mana for the path with that Noble Hierarch. But he does, yeah. So going for that one and actually using the Noble Hierarch for it. Which, not a particularly bad play. At least it saves it from removal to where you can use it if you need it. But actually, he was just planning on using all of his mana anyway. A little bit dangerous to tap out for Ghazali Pridemage. I mean, against a deck that maybe it's not going to be as super effective.
I think
it's
he's
much
just there
safer.
for the Exalted.
Yeah, because I've definitely had some cases where people tap out with it and then you remove it before they have that opportunity to go for it. So, we have got a Windswept Heath coming down for Dylan, up to 4 lands, so that Ghost Quarter going to be effective again down the line. Dark Slaughter, thanks for sticking with us. These onesies are a blast. It's actually been kind of fun wearing the onesies. Thanks for joining me for this, Bryce.
These things are great. I highly suggest anyone just go buy a onesie. They have them online.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to say these are generic brand onesies, and I'm not going to tell you where to search, but just...
Generic brand onesies are delightful, however.
And generic brand onesies gives you things you do not want.
Much like cereal.
Oh, no. Homeless cereal's the best. Homeless cereal. It's cereal in bags without boxes, so it doesn't have a home.
Oh, okay. Okay. It just struck me as odd. So we have a Wargate for 1.
For a path? No.
No, it has to be a permanent. So
why would you Wargate for 1?
Oh
then?
no, I'm sorry. Is this a Wargate for 0? This is a Wargate for 0 going for an Emeria. So he's actually able to get these lands here. So this is excellent. We have a Wargate, grabs an Emeria, puts it into play. I'm sorry, the 4th mana that I was looking at was actually for the path. This is amazing.
Whoa, I got a WTF there. I know what that's for. It's my Zero game's on point.
Okay. This is fantastic. Wargate, completely on another level beyond what I can handle. So,
That was good.
Eternal Witness getting in, not willing to trade that Ghazali Pridemage or the Noble Hierarch, and this Ghazali Pridemage actually able to swing for 4 right now.
Why is there that command from the MTG box?
We added it. So, taking a look at the Emeria, has the Ghost Quarter so he can actually go for it. What have we got here? And going to be casting an Islet. Going to be casting a Plains to take down the Coiling Oracle, replacing that with a Path to Exile. He's going to be going for a basic, and he's already up to 6 lands. So this Emeria is getting more and more attainable, and while, yes, he can use the Gavany Township activating, this is actually a swing for 5. So he's going to be going down to 9 for this. So this is a pretty intimidating swing, all things considered.
Next time we cast Wargate, can we just get some Wargate hype in there? You guys can see the command.
Oh, man.
I plains your creature?
I
That's
plains
plain
it.
wrong.
So, what have we got? And, I mean, even the fact that, if this gets Ghost Quartered, he has the Eternal Witnesses, he has probably Sun Titan. He has the ability to get back these cards, and this is a Sun Titan. This has got to be. Tell me. Yeah! The Sun Titan! This is amazing. This is beautiful. We're going for another Emeria. Now it is safe from this. And Ghost Quartering the Gavany Township. This is beautiful. And actually, the Sun Titan is going to beat the Ghazali Pridemage in a battle. Now, granted, Adam does still have a path, I believe.
Man.
But he's able to go for that, and he's on 5 of his 7 islands required. He might end up having to do some chump blocking. Now make that 6 of his required islands. If he drops an island next turn...
Why would you Ghost Quarter that? You gave him a Mary almost.
So if he...
You gave him a Mary.
No, he's
one off. Okay.
He is 1 off, but if he drops an island now, he is on a value train straight to the finish.
He just pathed it.
And we are about to get an upkeep return of whatever creature he wants. Now, he doesn't have many creatures because they've been pathed.
You know what's going to go to the graveyard?
What? Oh. So the Eternal Witness about to come back?
So that means he gets any card in his deck. I
Like
assume it's permanent
Wargate.
based.
Like Wargate.
Yeah. The value overload is right.
Oh my... I'm sorry.
Wait, why would you get that? Why wouldn't you just get a Sun Titan?
Because it was exiled.
He's got more in there. Trust me, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. How am I enjoying this? Because there is some glorious things going. MC Usher, I apologize. All of today, I've had this bad habit of saying islands instead of planes.
You didn't play it. Calm down, crazy.
That is my bad. And this is a Wargate for 6.
Now he's playing it.
Wargate for 6. Oh my goodness. This is amazing.
Carl makes a good point.
How am I enjoying this? No lightning bolt in either deck.
I know, I don't care.
Because this is incredible. I can't handle this. So, a Wargate into Sun Titan.
Isn't there a seal that's like a lightning bolt, or is it a?
And he is grabbing another land from the graveyard. It looks like. And so, a Mirran Crusader out. That's going to be an extremely good card against Dylan. So that is swinging for 4 with double strike, and it does have protection from both green and black. Interestingly enough, it does have the. But he can just block here, trade with it, and guess what? It's about to come back.
It's a value train.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to get this back, and then I'm going to get this back, and then I'm going to get this back.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm going to get this back.
For the Wargate! Ah!
I really hope there's a Siege Rhino in here.
I don't think that there is.
Man, I just want one.
I'm sorry, I'm freaking out, everybody. I need to calm it down. I need to tone it down and
what
talk
is that?
about this logically.
Itagra? Man, I really wish that just made that entire emote backwards.
Oh, this is...
Wargatorade.
Wargatorade. Oh my goodness. So, we have got the Mortar Pod. So now the Value Engine online, he can sack this Sun Titan whenever he wants. So, this is going to be amazing. Doing that to take down the Noble Hierarch, has this, swings for 6, gets back the Eternal Witness, getting back the Wargate. Oh my goodness.
You know the best part is he can just swing the Eternal Witness into everything just to get in the graveyard.
Because...
just
And the Value Engine there was incredible. So, quick question before we get another match on there. Should we get the finals? Blue, which is 2 decks that we've seen already. Blue Moon versus Kiki... I'm sorry, not Kiki Control.
Azorius
Blue
Control.
Moon versus Azorius Control. Should we get those on now that we've gotten to see something a little bit different? Or would you prefer us to find some more unusual decks? Let us know, because we're all about entertaining you. So, if you are interested in seeing what the finals are, that's important. But if you would rather just see some more interesting decks, then we can definitely do that as well. Let us know in the chat. We'll see you in the booth. Wow, that was all kinds of fun, and it is time to let us know. We could try and get Rolando. Yeah, see if you can get him over there. So we're gonna try and get Rolando on his Slivers decks over there. Definitely, I can try and get the list there. Bother me about it. I'll try and get it. Definitely bother me on Twitter. It's a great way to just keep it on my mind because I've had a bunch of things so I can put other people in charge of it. That was incredible. Oh my goodness. If that's not a reason, if that's not a reason to vote for, to hit that follow button, is he moving over?
They are on the end of game 1.
Okay.
They will move over. It is Jund versus Slivers. It's not Peter, but it's Jund.
Who?
Guy played against Burn last week.
Okay.
I don't remember his name.
Okay, well, we'll have to find out. But Jund versus Slivers, pretty interesting. Do you know who got game 1? Or are
They're
they
still
kind of
in
at the
it.
end of it? Okay.
I just saw a sliver come down. I can't tell you which one, but it was a noodle. The noodle's there. I got bust from other noodles.
Okay.
It was delicious.
Oh my goodness. So, we are going to try and get Slivers versus Jund on there, and then likely that one would end up going quickly. I think that one fairly heavily favors Jund, especially in the closest sideboard.
Yeah.
Just the amount of removal, especially the non-conditional, like not...
The utility is
Yeah.
going to be good.
So I think that's going to be pretty good against them, and then we can definitely try and move into the finals. We might be able to get 3 matches on the stream today, which is going to be a blast. So in the meantime, hello, my name is TJ.
I'm Bryce.
And we are streaming
This side.
from
There we
Geek
are.
Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Thank you so much for joining us. It is a whole lot of fun. And as always, join us for more of our streams. We do this 3 times a week. Wednesday is not the only day to be catching the sweet Geek Fortress stream. Fridays at 7:30. These are all Pacific time, by the way. So right now it's 11 o'clock p.m. where we are. But
It could be
we
2
do
o'clock your time.
Modern Wednesdays at 7. We do Legacy on Fridays at 7:30. And we do Modern again on Saturdays at 6. It is a total blast to do it so often. I am looking at maybe not being involved with all of them. Still a significant
Yeah, I'd love to play.
majority. But it's partly to play and partly just because sometimes, I mean, Fridays and Saturdays, there's a lot of plans.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, you have friends.
Right, so it has been an absolute blast doing this. I might just start trying to lightly pass off some of the
You
duties.
should find a co-host, an actual co-host.
I've been working on that, but no one else is willing to commit to 15 hours a
Yeah.
week, which is pretty reasonable. I don't blame them at all.
Yep.
So hopefully that's a whole lot of fun going forward. And while we're waiting for them to move over, how about a solid game of that 6 words? I know that there were some great questions before
Oh, man.
that
Oh,
people
man.
asked that I wasn't able to respond to at the time. One of them was, how do we think Jund and Obzon are going to be going forward, or at least just the rock-based decks? And I do think that it's in a pretty good position. I think against
6
what have
words?
been. Let's not try doing just 6 words, because
Okay.
that one definitely wasn't one. And I think they are going to be in a decent position. Liliana is still going to be good. Dark Confidant is still going to be good. The biggest thing that's going to hurt them is 1, Ancestral Visions, and 2, the Thopter Sword. And yes, that's the main consideration. But Abrupt Decay and also the plethora of Graveyard Hate that they have
Yep.
available to them, as well as Artifact Destruction, going to be pretty solid against that, especially with Obzon being able to take it down the graveyard really effectively, and both able to shut down artifacts pretty effectively. Looking at Ancestral Visions, yes, that card is going to hurt. Absolutely. But, I mean,
There's
Jund is a
nothing
deck
really
about
directly
adapting.
shafting them. Like there's nothing that's directly going against them and being like, like
I think
Sword, Thopter Foundry, Ancestral Visions, they help other decks, but they don't hinder Jund or Abzan or any of that specifically.
Yeah, and I think we might just see maybe an increase in the number of Kolaghan's commands.
Yeah, like
Yeah, like Avada just
Avada.
mentioned. Because that's able to just kind of incidentally hit that, and they've been going kind of down to 1 lately. But I do think that Jund and Obzon are going to be in a great place. Yes, is it taking a bit of a hit? Yes, but Jund is a deck that has continued to adapt throughout all of Modern's history. And while maybe Jund directly wasn't always good, Jund or Obzon has always been a good deck in Modern. And I don't think that that's going to change for this meta. 6 words, which is better, Hearthstone or Magic? And why? Magic. Better game, better rules, people.
Magic. I like to interact. Yeah.
Stuff on their turn, also mana.
Yeah.
Like the colors of mana are a huge part, and
Yeah.
also just the variety of card types and just the versatility of Magic.
The mana system that they used for that game, I really only liked in the Yu Yu Hakusho
Yeah.
card game. But I mean, it's not a bad game. But all in all, yeah.
So Jund and Obzon have Tasigur to counterbalance Ancestral. Pfft, easy, hard balance. And also we might get into some cool mid-range decks. I mean, Sultai. Sultai is a rock-based deck.
Yep.
And if we end up seeing a mid-range
be
deck
good.
that's Sultai, that could be an absolute house.
Yeah.
So, the rock will be good. How will it be good? Never 100% sure. But it's always decent.
What?
Do I get to search? Because my mind sensor is still out. I don't think so. You can get to exile.
Hold on, let's take a look there.
1 sec.
Call Dylan, he's the judge.
Dylan, judge, please.
Did we tune away after game 1?
No, that was game 2.
Okay, that was game 2.
I swear. It was
Did we
game
do 2 games there? I'm almost positive that we did.
I thought.
Man, we may have only
Bears,
done 1.
Bears lost. Remember?
Man, did we only do 1? We only did 1. Oh god. We're gonna go back down there.
Yeah.
We nailed it. We nailed it. We are the worst. We are the worst. So let's go back down to this game where we can jump back on.
Just transition fast. Just transition fast before anyone notices.
You guys didn't notice anything. See you there.
What were life levels again? Just to confirm it. 2016? What's up?
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Woo!
Look at this board state.
Look at that board state.
So does
Okay.
something something mind sensor something.
So Athalia out, and also we do have a Voice of Resurgence.
Wargate.
So a Wargate coming out. Fantastic. Our apologies to everybody for that, and also to Dylan and Adam, who will probably be watching this later. Fantastic. So, a Coiling Oracle and 2 Wall of Omens, putting up a pretty decent wall against what Adam's trying to do. But Dylan, a little bit restricted on this mana right now. I mean, that Thalia is going to play a pretty impactful part, and I think we did see a Path to Exile on that even Mind Sensor, which is allowing him to at least fetch, and it's also going to allow him to use that Wargate to go for things like his mana base, which is going to be important.
Oh man, he can't value the Flicker Wisp on anything, because that's just draw. That's good.
Flicker Wisp is extremely good. That card is a complete house. So, a Kazalia Pride Mage coming out, not having a whole lot of value at the moment. And the other things we see, we do have a Path, which is going to cost 2 mana, has a Flicker Wisp, and also Scavenging Ooze. And I'm a little bit surprised to see him not putting up the Scavenging Ooze a bit sooner, just because of the amount of graveyard interaction that Dylan's deck actually has.
Yeah.
Okay. So, a 4 mana, we've got the Wargate 4-0, and I think we are just going to see him go for probably the Emeria.
That's rough, because he doesn't know, there's a Scooze. That Scooze is terrifying for his deck.
That Scooze is terrifying, and we were able to see something earlier with it providing a huge amount of value against this. Okay, so, but at least on 5 lands now, does likely have some number of removal in hand. We were able to see him use some of it on the other creatures as well. And actually, he's up to 6 land right now, which is pretty impactful, both of those being Emerias. I mean, any other removal that Adam uses right now, whether it be Ghost Quarters, anything like that, is going to be pretty powerful as far as just getting Dylan closer to that 7 planes.
Yeah.
Look at that, I said planes instead of island. Nailed it.
Spot on.
Spot on. Pip pip cheerio. Okay. So, what else have we got here? I mean, Adam...
Yeah, we're
probably going to be heading into his turn. He might be going for an instant path, but that seems really aggressive to me.
There's nothing really worth pathing right now.
Right, and that just puts Dylan one step closer to actually achieving what he wants to do, which is that 7, and just start feeding off
He's got a
that.
Ghost Quarter, but there's 2 Emeria, which is probably why he Wargated for that, just for the redundancy.
Yeah, I have to agree. And he had that other Wargate in hand, so both of those coming into play tapped, but he'll actually be able to start getting around this Thalia as well going forward. So, putting out this Ghost Quarter, and I think we might see... I mean, the Flicker Wisp, not great right now. Just because it's not going to do a whole lot against all the things that are out. I mean, it either draws Dylan a card or does nothing for his own board.
Yep.
And so, the other things that we have in hand, we have a Path, and I think it's time for the Scavenging Ooze to come out.
Just chump check?
I mean...
Swinging with everything.
Get it out there, especially when he's tapped out.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. You trade for the Oracle or you do 2 damage.
Right. And I think Adam has no reason not to swing out right now.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, taking 1 damage, going down to 19 from the current board, otherwise just forcing him to either start taking some of that damage, go a little bit lower, or, you know, it trades with a Lorsi, or a Coiling Oracle, which is a pretty low value card from Dylan.
Yep.
Oh, man.
There's no replacement for Goyf, making a man bigger. That's Oracle can't trade. Yeah, Oracle can't trade with anything.
Sorry, my intention was to say the word chump block, and I think I might have said trade. My bad.
Yeah, just chump check him.
But yeah,
Oh,
it basically... Okay, and just to pass back, maybe it could be that he doesn't even want the Oracle in his graveyard, since he'll be able to start getting that back, which
He has
is
2 Ghost Quarters.
certainly... It's a possibility. I think that the 2 Ghost Quarters are definitely going to be impactful. The interesting thing is that if he double Ghost Quarters him, Dylan is really close to actually having an active Emeria as long as he just gets one, which... So, he is now... Ooh, in a Sun Titan, and this is why I kind of was hoping to see that come out. And what happens?
We messed up. We messed up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see here. We have got double going for those two Amirias, and now Dylan going to be, and actually those are entering untapped.
What is? Yeah.
Okay, so he does. Okay, excellent. So what have worst case you max out on stuff like Skoos? Sure. I've also seen some decks, like at least the aggro decks, go for Flint Hoof Boar, even though it's unfortunate. Goyf is the reason. The Goyf is Goyf because it's the only one.
Yeah.
And certainly there are
I
things that you
like
can
some
run in
decks,
its
yeah.
place, but it's going to be hard to top the original. So 2 open planes. Now Dylan is just 1 Amiria away from having a complete value engine.
He needs to just jam the Skoos. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to inhibit him at all. It costs him the same number of mana, and it's just going to help him. It's going to give him an option to take down anything that he tries to target with Eternal Witness, with Sun Titan, with Amiria down the line.
You just need it for its presence of existing.
Right. So I'm still surprised to see this not coming down from Adam. So Dylan drawing his card for the turn.
He shows a Wargate, right? Obviously he does.
And we have got a Sun Titan, which is bringing back his Amiria and an Eternal Witness, getting back the Amiria. And he did play his land for the turn, going for that Ghost Quarter, and I think that might have been a little bit preemptive to go for it, because he could have doubled up on the Ghost Quarter.
I would have left the Ghost Quarter up.
Would have left it up?
Yeah.
Okay, just because it can take down something...
Actually, no, you can Bluff Path is probably stronger.
Yeah. So, I'm a little bit thrown off by that, but I think that Adam is now in a pretty deep hole, all things considered. He's left with... he's got 5 mana, but he's got a board that now can no longer really effectively swing into Dylan's board. He has a Flicker Wisp, which, again, against a deck that's entirely under the battlefield abilities, and his own board not going to be doing a whole lot, could go for, say, a land, but that's not particularly great. So, that's not going to do a whole lot. Let's see here. Alright. And what have we got here?
This is good. This is what I expected from... it's not what I expected, because it could be anything from Wargate, but...
Okay, so what have we got here? So the Scavenging Ooze coming down.
Yeah.
So that's going to be able to at least start disabling. He's got 2 green mana. That's going to cut off some of the Amiria. What the Amiria is able to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this Bantam Wargate deck is sweet. And Dr. Worm, thanks for joining. If you have not yet, hit that follow button. It is a pleasure having you.
Just getting rid of everything.
Yep. So, Dylan, not going to be getting as much value off of those Amirias anymore, but he does still have a Sun Titan, which is going to be a complete house. So, what is Dylan looking to do? I guess just kind of spot remove so that he can attack in without just getting a full jump block on his Sun Titan. That's going to do pretty nicely for it.
Pay 1 more.
So, going to take down that Scavenging Ooze. That's going to really enable his graveyard a lot more. So now if any of those creatures die, now there's no reason not to attack in with this Sun Titan. Because if Adam blocks, first of all, you get a permanent back, your Ghost Quarter in this particular situation. And then if he does the full chump block to trade across the board with you, next upkeep, you get a Sun Titan.
Yep.
Which
I
is...
see what he's doing here.
Now, that Qasali Pride Mage actually went for the Detention Sphere, which left him with the Scavenging Ooze again, so now we might not see the attack. Or we'll see a double Detention Sphere going for that Scavenging Ooze. So Dylan with 2 Detention Spheres able to go for that. Yeah, he just played out... Oh, no.
No, he got it back. I think it was
did he?
things
Was it
where
an Eternal Witness that
he
brought it
missed
back?
the trigger kind of things.
No, I think he... Okay,
No.
so he got it back out of the graveyard, and I think it was that Eternal Witness? Or something.
I think it was...
What just happened?
I think it was one of those things where he Ghost Quartered,
Uh-huh.
and then he
He-
got the land,
Okay.
and then like in response attacked or something? Because how did...
I'm a little bit
Did
thrown
he,
off by
did
that.
he just not remove?
I'm a little bit thrown off by that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sun Titan trigger. Sun Titan attack.
Oh, and when it attacked, he was able to take down the Scavenging Ooze. to where it forced a chump block. But when it attacks before they could block.
Yeah. So they
Yes.
attack with the target on the stack. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Totally spaced on that for a second. So, able to destroy it, but then the Sun
here we
Titan
are.
attacking brought it back.
Oh,
Now,
man,
the
you
Flicker
need all
was,
the things.
it actually just exiles it, and it'll be coming in at the end step.
Yeah.
So, looks like trying to eat some of these creatures out of the graveyard while he can, and that's going to give him a little bit of life. But with this detention sphere
Yeah, see,
about to come
Wasteland
back.
Carl, the non-matching basics. It hurts.
Okay, so that is going to come back. And what are we going to end up with? So that's going to come in at the end step and target the Scavenging Ooze. So we're back into Dylan's turn. He does have a Ghost Quarter in the graveyard.
The counters fall off.
The counters do fall off, but I imagine that they just...
Shortcut.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure that they'll just get that if it ever becomes relevant. But right now, they just haven't moved the die. So, the Scavenging Ooze underneath the Detention Sphere. Dylan in a position of attacking right now, getting back a Ghost Quarter. And I think he's interesting to go for that one. And the no block is a little bit of a curious position to take.
Oh.
And a Wrath of God coming down afterwards. So I think he was just waiting for the full board wipe, because if it wipes his own creature, he gets it back.
Yeah, he gets it back.
At the upkeep. But in this particular case, the Scavenging Ooze still off the board, Adam with an empty board, and Dylan with, I believe, 2 Amirias about to get back an Eternal Witness and a Sun Titan and another 3. I mean, he's about to just
Sun Titan.
likely bring back another creature.
Coiling Oracle. Land.
And we are getting back... Wow! And that is a huge value play. Drops down another land and a pass back, and Dylan has got this pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, he's just drawing lands.
So, 8. And another Detention Sphere out. Dylan, drawing a card off of that. Ended up having no creatures for his Wargate, I think? Is that... No, because he has an Eternal Witness in there. Yet another Wargate. Gets the Mortar Pod, and now the house is online. Gets the swing in.
This is gross.
And this... Wow. This is... Whew. That is amazing. So... I think Dylan about to close this game out next turn with the 9th land coming down for Adam. And just taking a look, yeah, and that is a win for Dylan. Alright, so we were a bit bad with our time before, but since we are with about 20 minutes left, let's try and get that finals match. We apologize for that. That was our bad, everybody. But hopefully we recovered well, and thank you for being patient and understanding with us. And as always, you know, every now and then, I make mistakes. And that's kind of the way that I like it. Alright, I'll see you back in the booth while we're trying to get another match up there. I'll see you all soon. And,
We got finals loading up.
Okay.
They're heading on over.
and they're going into game 3? Game 2?
Game 1, 2. You got it? In 1?
Got it the first one.
Okay, so Michael with game 1.
Yeah.
And who is going to be sitting on what side? Which side is Michael
I don't
sitting
know.
on? Okay.
Who's on who?
I'm gonna go over there.
You can go over there.
Okay. So, we're going to have Michael, who is on this blue-white control, who took game 1 against Blue Moon. And we're going to have Eric. So this is our finals match that we're going to. Blue Moon on the left. And it looks like game 1 going to Michael Londino with heading into game 2.
Azorius Thingamajigs.
Alright, let's head on down. Have a whole lot of fun, and let's watch the finals. Again, thank you all for joining, and we probably won't have a ton of time right when we finish up, just because I wake up at like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta be up in 6 hours.
So, we'll probably be taking off a little bit. If there's a little bit of 6 words at the end, I'll try and answer a few of them. We'll do a couple of minutes of that. But let's head on down, have some fun. We'll see you all down there. Okay, so both players getting set up. Now, Blue Moon going to be on the play. You know, the Blood Moon not going to be super effective against this blue-white control deck, and
If I remember correctly, it runs a decent amount of basics.
it just doesn't have a whole lot of waves, because if you remember right, we saw Michael in, I believe, the round 1, and the amount of Planeswalkers in this deck is almost absurd.
Oh yeah.
And that's a pretty good value engine against, you know, another control deck, having all those Planeswalkers, all those extra free plays each turn.
Sponges, abilities, it's just...
And in a deck like Eric's, where it's basically Burn is his main form of removal, it's just not going to be super effective. Now, Michael looking at a fairly slow hand, but looks like to be keeping
will
it
shut
in a
off the
Serum
manlands.
Visions. I do agree that it'll shut off the... Well, it will shut off the manlands. Might still have some in the battle, in the board, just or in the main, to take on those, but at least Michael is not going to be cut off of mana. Though actually, we
Can
did
be
see him
really
run a decent
unfortunate.
amount of non-basics, and if he gets a little bit greedy with
Yeah.
these non-basics, maybe thinking that his opponent sided out all of those Blood Moons.
Or it's all he has?
But like a Blood Moon right now would be a house. I don't think that he has it available to him, and I think we might end up seeing something like an aggressive Electrolyze,
Yeah.
just to draw into another card. But instead, we have a pass back, maybe trying to keep up some of that counter magic. And Michael, he does have land in hand, so putting down a Flooded Strand and a pass back, both players still at 20.
I'd
Both
like to
players
see the
hitting their
shackles
raindrops.
hit it.
And
Oh.
unfortunately, the removal is actually up this time. But Eric, I believe, has the Dispel in hand. We might actually see him go for the Blood Moon with a Dispel up, and actually try and take that. And I think that
I think it's
overall,
gonna get. Oh man.
I think Michael's hand is pretty slow overall. So we're gonna likely see Michael fetch, and he'll be able to get one of his colors.
I think he's getting white.
I think that white is going to be a pretty key one for him, but blue is actually going to let him fight at least on this counter magic level, and it looks like Michael actually might be getting preemptive with his shock, or possibly he just okay. So he announced it, and now we are going to see him go for the basic island, and let's see what we get if Michael actually wants to respond and get into a counterfight, because he does have a negate in hand. We might see him go for that one, but I think Eric does have the counterspell in hand to protect this.
Yeah.
And I don't think... So, we've got that, followed by the Dispel, and that is going to resolve, and Michael is in trouble.
That's rough.
So,
There's not much to come back from this, I feel like, unless you just draw a running line. Oh, is that Plains?
no, that's a Flooded Strand.
No, there's somewhere else. Nah.
So, now just blue mana, and Eric in an extremely positive position. You know, right when I say that it's going to not going to do a whole lot to shut down the mana, of course
Yeah.
I get proven wrong. That's just the way that
Aggressive
goes.
Serum Visions?
Aggressive Serum Visions.
Oh
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know. It's Onesie Wednesday, and you weren't
Onesie
onesied up. So, just the single mana, and Eric just passing it back after doing a Snapcaster into a Serum Vision, but keeping both on top is a really good sign.
That's scary for Michael.
Yeah, and Michael still no white mana to be seen, has some access to counter magic, but Eric in a very commanding position right now, going to be putting down another mountain, and just going for the swing for 2 games, so this is pretty great. Oh, man. This is glorious. This is super cool for me to see. Okay. So, we have got a Ghost Quarter coming out, but again, it is just a mountain.
The Ghost Mountain.
The Ghost Mountain.
Spooky Mountain.
It's too spooky for me.
Too spooky.
Now, the nice thing is that Eric has a Spell Snare that's going to disrupt a lot of what Michael could do, and I
Yeah.
think that's what we're about to see. And actually,
Whoa, 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 whoa,
so
whoa.
casting that, and we're going to see a
Yeah,
Spell
there
Snare
you go.
in response. Why hasn't the buyout for Ricochet happened yet? Because you haven't bought them all yet.
Ricochet, which one's that one?
Oh, man.
Wild Ricochet?
Let's see here. Is Michael at 17 because of the fetch? That's a great question. Actually, you might want to ask. He might be at 15 because of the fetch.
Hey, Michael, you got 15 because of the fetch?
Are you at 15 because of the fetch? We did it.
Oh, see, that's the really terrifying thing. I want to see a Shackle hit a Gideon.
A Shackle hit a Gideon?
Do it.
Okay, so Kobe the Cheese, what is the win condition of Blue Moon? Mostly just damage through Snapcasters, burn spells. Sometimes
Or that little guy right there.
Vidal can Shackle
Yeah.
an opponent. Sometimes a Worm Coil Engine, which actually, fun fact, Eric runs in the main.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah, the card is glorious.
I can dig it.
And right now, with Michael having no white mana, that is going to be a complete house. And that is going to close out this game alarmingly fast. So, we have got a swing 4-8, and I think we're just going to be heading into a game 3 pretty shortly.
Yep.
So, we've got Eric going up to 24, and a very commanding position if Michael doesn't get... I mean, I think he just got, getting a hollowed fountain, and that is going to be the end of that game. So,
Oh, man.
that was fantastic.
I approve. It was good.
So, right when I should really learn not to claim that Blood Moon is bad against any decks. Because
No,
what we're
Blood Moon
clearly
is-
learning is that Blood Moon is good against everything, even 2-color decks with a pretty solid mana base.
I guess it looked greedier this time than it did last time.
Uh-huh. And I think he kept a hand that was a little bit greedy as well. You know, going for 2 Celestial Colonnades, also a tap land and a fetch land, which I'm not sure if it was in his opening hand. It was definitely a risky keep, and I think he might have kept it just because he might have almost assumed that some of these Blood Moons would come out.
Is that
I'm sorry?
I was just looking at the sideboard. He said Spreading Seas, which doesn't do anything for the most part. But I feel like those would be good to keep in, either for yourself or for their red sources.
Uh-huh. You know, it's an interesting choice that you would say for yourself.
Yeah.
That is, fantastic. But actually, I kind of agree with the taking of it out.
Oh, no. This is just me just throwing it out there.
Uh-huh. Okay, so what have we got? Hello to the Jackal. It is good to see you. And also hello to everybody else. Thank you for getting us back over 100. And it's also just super great that I think we've gotten almost 30 new followers this stream, which is absolutely incredible. And I think it's completely on the merit of these wonderful onesies. Let us know. We didn't really get everybody to let us know that they would that they were brand new to the stream, but hopefully those people are in here. Hopefully if you are new, you're still in there, or if you've gone to bed, you're having a good night. But thank you so much to all those people who have joined us and for joining us at this point in our stream.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice that people are rolling in even when it's late.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been dipping kind of right around 100 now that we're kind of in the later part with people going to sleep, all the people on the East Coast. Again,
Even
join us
West
again.
Coast.
Join us again for Friday as well as Saturday.
7 out of 5 too much onesies. What do you need? More onesie?
That might help.
More onesie? Just
I'll bring the dinosaur. Actually, the dinosaur would be great because it would just show like
more
teeth.
onesie.
It'd be just like the teeth, the mouth, and like the eyes floating around my face.
It'd be good.
So maybe one day I'll do the dinosaur onesie.
White Tron and not Tezzeret. Tezzeret is a way to go with anything.
Tezzeret is such a sweet card.
The only reason I don't keep mine is probably just because...
So we've got a mountain, or an island being let off for Michael here, and we have got an island from Eric following it up, followed by Michael doing a plains, now definitely looking to disrupt that Blood Moon, but
Yep.
Eric not even having it
Wow.
in hand.
That's solid.
Yeah,
I love those unglued art.
those are absolutely beautiful. So, a Scalding Tarn from Eric, likely going to be going for a Steam Vents, just because he's probably not fully expecting at this point to go... and actually just going for the basics, so he might be looking to resolve this at one point. But just going to set up his mana here.
What are we going to go for?
I mean, what kind of 2-mana plays can you expect here? I think it's going to be mostly reactive.
Shackles is 3?
Shackles is 3. So I think mostly we're just going to see kind of a reactive play, maybe just a pass back for the time being. Except, okay.
Visions Bolt?
There we go. Visions, maybe Bolts is just an option, and actually has another Visions.
He likes it.
Yeah, and that's actually going to draw him into the other land, so might keep the Vision so he can draw into the island.
Yep.
That way he can play that as his land for the
Oh.
turn. Okay. I'm sorry, what?
It was land in front. I
Oh.
opened the door and everyone started laughing.
So, a Snapcaster Mage coming down for Michael, able to swing for 2 at Eric. And actually, I think we're just going to see an Okay, so we're going to see the Serum Visions that maybe leads into Electrize, but he put down that Misty Raiment for us, so he's not going to be able to do that this turn. He already did his land drop. Drew an island and looking at 2 more islands on top. I mean...
If you don't push both those, I don't think you're casting your commander.
Yeah. So, Gets rid of that, and we have got a fetch. The interesting thing is that now trying to shuffle those just goes for the island there. And it's a pass back, so we have a path. We have what appears to be a detention sphere for Michael.
That'd be good. I mean, he has the mana just to make just to open up his to wipe out the Blood Moon.
Wipe out the Blood Moon.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Or fight over it for.
And we have got a Snapcaster battle in the making. Now, is that a Pithing Needle for Michael in hand? I think I do. I think I see a Pithing Needle in Michael's hand.
Pithing Needle?
Probably Chandra Flamecaller.
Really?
I can't imagine. Or possibly you would go for P and Kier Nalar.
Yeah.
So, looks like actually
Or
going...
Shackles.
So going for the path on Eric's Snapcaster Mage, which is a little bit of a bold choice, and I think it's mostly just to clear the way. But putting Eric ahead on mana might be a dangerous move.
Yeah, because it's going to be those stack battles again.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's going to not be fun for one of them.
So what have we got here? I think we're just going to be heading into Eric's turn. He's got 4 mana. I mean, he has what appears to be the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop in hand.
Yeah.
Might go for that one. The Detention Sphere going to be okay for taking down those Thopters, and might even do the needle naming the Mom and Pop.
That'd be pretty. That'd be savage.
Can also name Vidalcan Shackles as an option. So, we have got the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop coming out. Has the blue backup. Both of those coming down, and it's a pass back to Michael, who is currently on 3 lands. I think he has the... Okay, so actually he does not have the 4th land in hand. Michael's starting to come across some mana issues. And we might almost see just like a path and 2 of these detention spheres. Might just drop one of these and then swing in with the Snapcaster Mage, trying to offer trade. But Michael actually had a mana issue.
Yeah. He's stalling out. He's got a fixing, but
Detention Sphere on that and a swing for 2. If I'm Eric, absolutely I'm taking those trades. Especially being so much higher up on mana. Yeah. And with Michael missing a land drop this turn, he gets another land drop, has an Electrolyze to take down most of what Michael can do.
Yep. It's looking not the greatest for Michael.
No, but Michael does have a great capacity to take back this match. Once he gets to that 4th land,
yeah, he's
going to go for a Jace, which can lead into a Gideon.
I think if he doesn't draw a land, his turn is just jam the... never mind. I was going to say, just jam the Pithing Needle. Doesn't have a response, just name the Misty.
Let's see. The Snap in Eric's Yard should be exiled. Oh, because it got pathed. Yeah.
Hey, Eric? Is there a Snapcaster not where it's supposed to be? Path?
It got pathed.
Path. Is there a Snapcaster?
One of these snaps is not like the other.
It's even deader than dead.
It's even deader than dead. It's removed from the game entirely.
No, it's exiled.
Sorry. Functional errata has happened. Even though actually Path just says exile.
It's for the kids.
So now we have a Snapcaster here, and this is where we might get this weird situation in which Michael might almost, eventually put down a Detention Sphere just to take down the Snapcaster and to keep delaying the game. I don't think that that's going to be the call that he makes.
I mean, he's antsy.
But at a certain point, that's what he's going to have to go for.
Why Detention Sphere when he can O-ring?
Right? Oh my goodness. But also has the path to exile, so a lot of creature removal. Going for an Electrolyze on Michael, that's going to knock him down to 18, and he's going to be able to draw a card, and I think that's going to be the biggest part of this. But the amount of creature removal that Michael has got, as well as just permanent removal, he's in a pretty solid spot, and I think Eric just wants to continue getting some of these, almost the counterspells to just keep, once he gets to this 4th land, that he's going to be in a great position. An Oblivion Ring going for the Snapcaster Mage, which resolves a Cryptic Command, taking it down, and I'd love to see him bounce his own Snapcaster Mage.
No, what I would like to see it resolved, bounce it, and then draw a card, and then...
Okay, so, and a Burst Lightning coming out, has an Electrolyze. Eric now full up on options, so I think we're going to swing for 2, knocking him down to 14, and then, even in response to, counterspells, things like that, we almost might see Eric fire off this Electrolyze.
Yeah.
And he might draw into... Interestingly enough, a Jace, because of all the removal, not going to be super... Oh, that's a 5-mana Jace.
Yeah.
I thought that was the 4-mana Jace.
That's AFI Jace.
Oh my goodness. So, still needs to get one more mana.
Yeah, that's rough. And then there's a choice between Gideon and Jace.
Now this Detention Sphere, and I think we're about to see an Electrolyze in response targeting Michael. That's going to knock him down to 12. And here's where we get to see... No, but that Anger of the Gods is going to be okay.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
The interesting thing is that a Burst Lightning on him, knocking him down to 8. Just getting really aggressive at this point. Which is what he should be doing.
Just trying
Because
to
with
get the
Michael
points
struggling on that, has a Bolt and has a... I mean, he can knock Michael down to 5, and that might almost... I'd hate for Eric to see him get the land here and just start stabilizing off of that. Which would be that would be pretty amazing. So he's going to go down to 7 with that fetch, which actually means that he's in the range of another Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
He's in the range of some number of bolts. A Snap Burst Lightning is a live play here.
Or any kind of removal for the Detention Sphere.
Someone has heard my opinion of Jeskai Control before. Jeskai Control is a glorified burn deck.
Yeah, it's a burn deck that says no.
Right? It's a burn deck that just happens to say no.
I think.
Also, Michael is at 7. We may want to remind them because it will be relevant.
Hey, Michael, you're at 7. It says okay. Hey, Michael, you're at 2.
Alright, so it is a memory deck coming down. It draws a card, and then target player puts the top card of their library into the graveyard, or you can have him mill the top 10 cards of their library, which is going to be I mean, even if he goes for that, I'm not sure if that's really where he wants to be putting himself.
I think you mill.
Do you?
I think you absolutely mill.
So let's see what we have here, and actually a bunch of cards that wouldn't have been, it all doesn't matter because random is random, but
random's not random if it's in the graveyard.
Random is not random, and I'd hate to see him draw the actual answer right off the top. Nope, ends up getting a land, drops that one down, and Eric's still with one card in hand. I believe it's a land.
No, I think it's the Bolt, isn't it?
No, he cast that at the end of the turn. That's why Michael's at 4. But, is that a...
Core Firewalker.
But no red spells to cast.
If he casts a burn spell,
If he casts a burn spell,
he's safe now.
It's going to be good. And a 0 mana play, and are we going to see a win via mill? Oh, my goodness.
He has I assume how many burst lightning? The burst lightning says you run.
Oh my goodness.
This is good. I like this. I'm very comfortable
That's
with
the
this.
shackles. He can actually take the core Firewalker.
Oh. I can path the Core Firewalker. That would be good. I'd like that.
I'm sorry.
I'd like that.
Does he have a path in hand?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But he's running out of cards, and so we're now just looking to see a plus here. This is delightful. I think what we're just going to see is actually Eric take this core Firewalker back, taking a look at how many cards in there, and that's actually going to swing for 2. And Michael doesn't have a whole lot of option to that except getting rid of, and he can't even really get rid of his own creature. Pithing, okay.
15?
Okay.
There's 15 in the library left.
15 cards in the library left. So, in response to the Pithing Needle naming the Vidalcan Shackles, he's going to take the 2/2 creature, which happens to be... I mean, he can play this Gideon, but we're going to get a 0 here, and he needs to draw the answer. It's now or never.
Oh.
We're going to get a Gideon that is going to be probably plussing. But that's not going to do a whole lot.
There's the burst lightning was a top card.
And let's see what we get. I think there might still be a live... I mean, any burn spell at this point.
Yep.
And...
Dispel.
Not enough.
Oh.
Offers the hand. That was a beautiful game nonetheless.
That was a great way
That
to...
was a lot of fun.
The Snapcasters. Next card.
Oh, brutal.
That was good.
That was a lot of... That's a good way to end the night. So we're going to head back to us. We're pretty much at the end of the night. So if you have any quick 6 words, toss them in. We'll answer a couple of them. We'll do kind of a lightning round, but otherwise we're going to have to call it a night because we're pretty tired.
Yeah.
So I will see you back in the booth, and then we will give a little bit of an introduction to ourselves, answer some questions, call it a night. Hello, and thank you for joining. It has been a fantastic night. We'll stick around a little bit. You guys are all amazing. We've got so many great people. An additional 30 followers. Had a great night where we actually got close to 160 at our peak.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic night.
Oh,
I can't wait to see where we continue to go. Bryce, you were a delightful co-host to have.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I hope I'm doing well.
6 words, how long do you think it will take you to break Modern?
Me?
No, Justin. A lot longer than you think. He's the
Me
one who
break
told.
Modern.
No, he's the one who told me about how he was going to break it with blue-white gifts with Tron. It'll be a lot longer than you think, but nonetheless, a lot of fun. Memory Dev Zero taking the game there. That was a lot of fun. Do we have blue-white controls deck list? No, but that's Michael is usually willing to share one with me, so I can definitely try and do that. We can get those things, and then now I've got people who are willing to actually do all the input for me, which is extremely encouraging for me. Yeah. So tell me, what are your thoughts on now that you've been on this side of the screen? You've been a mod for a little bit, and you've been a viewer for a little bit. So how do you feel about what are your experiences here?
Dylan says no questions.
We're wrapping it up.
We're leaving.
Well, I mean, answer it anyway.
It's good. It's a lot hard to talk, and you get really warm in here, and I don't do well when I'm warm.
I have very much been practicing my ability to talk nonstop.
Yeah.
So hopefully I didn't.
And watching my language is a big one.
Yeah.
I'm a sailor.
Yeah. It's okay. I've been told I look like a pirate.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to call it a night. Thank you to all the people. You guys are all amazing. Be sure to hit that follow button before you go.
That would be awesome.
You are amazing. So, wherever you are, whether it's good morning, good afternoon, or good night, I hope that it's incredible.
Hope that's good.
And we'll see you next Friday, Saturday, or Wednesday. See you all there.
Yep.